Assassin's End, Time Assassins, Volume 3, written by R. Kyle Hanna, narrated by Rick McVey. Chapter 1. Assassin 101 traced his fingers along the cool, dank rock wall of the amphitheater as he descended the steps toward the skip portal. The laser-etched, glass-like surface, courtesy of Guild Corps of Engineers, morphed into a smooth, porous surface born from eons of water eroding the walls. The clammy rock dampened his fingers, and he absently wondered how the moisture and humidity would affect the delicate time controls. He reached the bottom step and stopped short of stepping onto the dirt ground. His dark eyes surveyed the floor of the natural amphitheater, tracing the footprints and signs of struggle, before he moved to the front of the concentric row of control stations. The generator sat quiet, powered down, the computer screens dark and lifeless. The assassin heard his breathing, the echo of his own footfalls, and the occasional drip of the quiet cavern. The stainless steel time door sat closed, a metal rectangle attached to the solid rock of the cavern. Two small grooves, the trail from Rick Brewer's knees as he had dragged himself toward the door, cut a trail through the footprints that crisscrossed the path to the door. The assassin smirked as he noticed the dirty handprints on the door jamb. He was determined, he thought, as he crossed the floor. He knelt on one knee in front of the door, imagining the event played out in his mind. Footfalls echoed in the chamber, announcing a visitor. Assassin 101 caught a whiff of cologne and knew that Mr. Gabriel traversed the stairs behind him. The assassin ignored him for a moment and ran his hand along the doorframe. He stood and turned to face the facility chief as Martin Gabriel reached the floor. "I ask that none of your people enter this cavern," the assassin said. "That includes you." "This is my facility, assassin," Martin replied, panting. The short facility manager was not obese, but close. Sweat poured from his face from the exertion of descending the stairs. "And I'll do as I please. This man—" He waved his hand at the skip door. "Brewer. I want his head on a platter." He stopped in front of the assassin, the top of his unruly head even with the assassin's nose. "He infiltrated my facility, assaulted my personnel, and made an unauthorized skip." His voice rose in frustration as he finished. "He made me look like a fool." Martin's voice rose even higher as he fought tears of rage. "And he kicked me in the stomach." Assassin 101 suppressed a laugh, imagining his friend kicking the man. Instead, he nodded, but felt that the facility director could see humor in his eyes. "I've read the report, Mr. Gabriel. Rick Brewer has over 200 years' experience in deception and combat. There was nothing you could have done to prevent this." Martin's face softened, but the assassin could still see the anger seething beneath the surface. The real issue was the director's pride, but that was not the assassin's problem. "Brewer was shot twice with stunners?" the time traveler asked. He turned his back on the director, knelt, and re-examined the scene. His mind reviewed the surveillance footage of Brewer's skip as his hand traced the action on the floor. "3 times, came the reply. "He pulled himself far enough into the vortex that the time stream caught him and pulled him the rest of the way." The assassin nodded. "To where?" We don't know exactly." The assassin stood and faced the director as he continued. "The power was set at maximum for the test, so he could have gone as far back as the 8th or 9th century. Did he take a retrieval beacon with him?" "No," Martin replied. "All of our beacons have been accounted for." Assassin 101 made his way to the bottom step of the amphitheater, his eyes covering every inch of the layout. With one foot on the step, he turned to face Martin. "Keep this facility shut down until you receive further guidance from the council. I will return and give my report." He offered a reassuring smile to Martin, accompanied by a pat on the shoulder. He softened his voice. "I'm sure you'll be up and running again soon." Martin simply nodded as the assassin activated his retrieval beacon. A hum filled the cavern as an opaque skip bubble appeared a few meters away. The assassin nodded to the facility director and stepped into the bubble. It closed with a barely audible pop. Leann Lassiter felt a rush of excitement as she walked happily down the mahogany corridors of the guild. An ear-to-ear grin filled her face. It was the first day of a new school year, and her husband would soon be home. She could feel the anticipation, the anxiety, the newness of the curriculum, and she knew that it stemmed from her days as an apprentice. Knowing she was in charge of the class only heightened the feeling. She never dreamed that she would enjoy her life so much. Apprentices filled the corridors, heading to and from class. She dodged a group of students leaving the dojo. She held up her cup of coffee and sidestepped to the edge of the hallway as they rushed by. Sweat soaked through their robes as they grumbled their apologies. Apparently, not everyone shared her enthusiasm for the first day of class. She laughed lightly and continued on her way. Leanne nodded to a few of the assassins in the crowd, their scarlet robes starkly contrasting the light blue robes of the apprentices. Civilian-attired instructors, like Leanne, weaved through the mass of people, most with arms filled with books and data crystals. She waved to one of her colleagues and contemplated her chosen career. Her near-death experience in 1509 and her subsequent retirement from the ranks of the assassins had been traumatic. Her body had healed quicker than her emotional state. Her thoughts often shifted from the dungeon and the torture she had endured at the hands of Sebastian Cain to her future with Jason, Assassin 101. She often woke up in cold sweats in the middle of the night, especially when her husband was on assignment. Released from the infirmary, she had taken the skip director job as her mentor, Mr. Tomlinson, had requested, but her heart was not into observing and controlling the missions. Something was missing, and every skip brought forth a memory of her own missions and hazards. Her resolve for the job wilted when Assassin 101 returned from the Second Battle of Little Round Top in 2119 Pennsylvania. He had stepped through the skip door covered in blood and collapsed. Panic had gripped her heart as she leapt from the platform leading to her office from the control room floor. She had landed awkwardly and broke her ankle, but she never felt the pain. She had fallen to the floor and pulled herself to his side, tears in her eyes. He was alive, only suffering from exhaustion. The sight of her husband, bruised, beaten, and covered in blood, had chilled her to the bone and filled her with the dread of losing him. They had both spent the night in the infirmary lying next to each other holding hands. The incident reminded Leanne of their promise never to skip together, and she resigned as the control room director the next day. She simply could not continue to direct the missions. Her teaching career began the next week when she substituted a class at the request of Administrator Donovan. She discovered she loved the classroom environment more than she ever thought she could, even more than when she was a student. She finished the curriculum year with hope for the future. After a half-dozen intense courses, she now strode through the corridors for her first year as a full-time instructor. She paused before the door to her classroom and took a deep breath to calm her beating heart. The first day of class, she smiled. My class. She heard the whispers and the scuffling of chairs from inside the room, and she dropped her smile. The guild required the instructors to be strict disciplinarians, and Leanne mentally prepared herself. She opened the door, striding confidently to the center of her class. The students quickly took their seats and turned their young faces toward the woman. Good morning, she smiled. My name is Leann Lassiter. Welcome to your second-year curriculum, and everyone's favorite subject, history. Assassin 101 stepped from the time vortex into the waiting arms of his wife. He held the heartfelt hug for several moments, embracing the warmth of her body against the cold of the skip. He finally released her. She was as beautiful as she was 7 years earlier when they first met as apprentices. She stood nose to nose with her husband, her shoulder-length brown hair curling at the end, her green eyes sparkling in the fluorescent light. Leanne wore a contagious smile, and the assassin felt the stress of the skip fade as they left the time-skip control room. "You're in a good mood today," he said as he escorted his wife through the bustling halls of the guild. She still walked with a slight limp from the ankle break, but she had almost healed completely in the months since her return from 1509. "You couldn't have missed me that much. I wasn't gone that long." 4 days, she replied, hanging onto his arm. "I was beginning to think you'd never get home." A myriad of pale blue and scarlet-robed figures roamed the mahogany corridor as apprentices and assassins respectively made their way to their afternoon destinations. Interspersed within the sea of blue and red were a few black-armored guards, lab-coated technicians, and civilian-attired instructors. A group of third-year apprentices flashed past, receiving the harsh gaze of the guild guards. "Did you find any clue about where Rick went?" "Not really." He shook his head, sidestepping the group and continuing through the central hub of the guild and down an identical corridor toward their living quarters. The facility manager could only tell me the unit was set for maximum. With Brewer's experience and tolerance for skips, he could have gone 1,000 years beyond Puerto Rico. He shrugged. "I don't know. But I know you have faith in your friend," he finished, "and so do I. He will turn up, and then I'll keep an eye on him just like I promised." "Thank you. I hope wherever he is, that he's safe and happy," she replied. Assassin 101 opened the door to their small apartment and followed Leanne inside. He barely had the door closed when she appeared in his arms again. Her kiss was long and passionate as she ran her fingers through his dark hair. She pulled away, feeling the rough skin of his neck under her fingers. Her eyes traced the coarse scar on his face from his jaw to just below his eyes. She stared into those eyes, lost in the moment. "Now for more important things. How long before you have to give your report to the council?" "Upon my arrival," he replied with a smile. She kissed him again. It was good to be home. Dusty wind blew across the desert plain, a wall of brown haze that extended skyward and gradually gave way to a blue, cloudless sky. The oppressive heat of late afternoon and howling wind slowed the caravan of camels and humans to a crawl. The animals bayed and barked in protest. The escorting nomads pulled their head coverings tighter, squinting against the blowing dust. Marin Al-Khoury, the leader of the caravan, walked ahead of the camels, his face covered against the dust. His tattered and torn clothing flapped in the breeze, despite the constant effort of his rough, sand-blown hands to pull the cloth tighter. Piercing brown eyes squinted against the blowing sand. The tall, handcrafted walking stick in his hand continually probed the ground ahead of him. The etched and decorated probe slid waist-high into the soft sand, and Al-Khoury stopped so suddenly that the camel following him bumped into him. The camel snorted. Marine moved to his right, probed the sand, and found it solid. He grabbed the reins on the camel and motioned for the caravan to follow. The nomads had lost 3 men and 2 camels to the quicksand over the 3 days of their trek. Al-Khoury lost his brother to the soft sand on the 2nd day. His anger at the loss had gotten the better of him. He had taken up arms against the caravan leader, leaving the man's corpse in the desert to rot. He stood, holding his bloody blade, as the bright light of day turned to starry night. Silence gripped the group as an elder man presented the large staff to Marin. With no objection, Al-Khoury had become the leader of the caravan. "If I am expected to lead, then I shall lead," he thought, taking the role of scout. Under his leadership, the group had suffered no more losses. The unexpected onslaught of the dust storm threatened that statistic. The howling wind intensified, thunderous in his ears, drowning out even the crunch of his feet on the sand. He shook his head against the concussive effect. The blowing sand stung his exposed skin and drilled more holes in his already threadbare clothes. Visibility reduced further as the brown haze enveloped the caravan. Marine could no longer see blue sky. Odd shapes appeared in the distance, and Marine moved slowly towards them. The storm grew stronger, reducing visibility to only a few feet. Al-Khoury held up his hand to stop the group as a large series of boulders emerged from the dust. It was the first thing other than dust the group had seen since the beginning of their journey. He turned and let out a shrill whistle that disappeared in the storm. Several men, leaning into the wind, made their way to stand before their leader. "We make camp here," Al-Khoury yelled into the howling wind. He pointed to the boulders. "Seek shelter among the rocks, quickly, before the storm grows worse." The men nodded and disappeared into the storm. He felt the wind and sand tug at his clothes and knew that the tents, even if they could erect them in this wind, would not survive the night. Despair gripped him, and he wondered how many would die tonight. "Leader Marine!" called a voice from the sand. Al-Khoury turned to see a young boy named Jamal materialize from the storm. His face covering fell, whisked away by the wind, revealing eyes wild with excitement as he stopped before the caravan leader. The young boy tugged on the caravan leader's sleeve. "Come quickly!" he yelled. "We found something!" The boy turned to go, but Marine grabbed his arm. "Found what?" The boy pointed toward the distant rocks. "A cave!" the boy cried, before disappearing into the storm. Marine Al-Khoury followed, barely able to keep Jamal in sight. He had not traveled 30 feet when the sand gave way to more boulders, which led to a towering outcropping of rock. The rock blocked some of the swirling dust. A flash of light behind him illuminated the entrance to a cave. The opening sat dark and inviting. The boom of thunder followed seconds later, drawing Marine's attention once more to the storm. A second flash of lightning lit the swirling maelstrom. "Thundersand!" he yelled, and turned back to Jamal. "Get everyone and bring them here. Camels, too. We will make shelter here. Quickly!" Jamal disappeared into the storm as another flash of light and immediate boom shook the ground. That was close, Marine thought, as he turned back to the cave and moved quickly toward the entrance. He entered the shadow of the cave and felt the chill of the cool interior. He took a few more steps, probing the cave wall with his hands. As he moved further into the cave, the howl of the wind subsided. He paused, letting his eyes adjust to the gloom before moving deeper into the cave. Another flash of lightning, and Marine saw shadows move along the cave walls. He turned to see members of his caravan filling the mouth of the cave, dragging the camels in behind them. 2 men bent down, striking flint to stone. Sparks flared, and within moments the torches were lit. Marine took his first detailed look of the cave. He examined unremarkable walls and sandy floor barely visible in the gloom. One of his tribesmen handed him a lit torch. Marine nodded his thanks and continued his examination with better light. Toward the back of the cave, he could see the start of a descending passage that disappeared into the darkness. Marine continued his inspection, studying the contours of the cave until he faced the entrance and his huddled tribe. He counted heads and then studied faces before asking, "Abdullah and Ishmael?" Sahil, his brother's best friend, and now his number 2 in the tribe, shook his head. "Thundersand." Marine had seen the effects of thundersand before. Lightning strikes the sand, fusing the sand into glass. The lucky ones die instantly of electrocution. Others are crystallized and melted with the sand. Marine offered a silent prayer and shook his head to clear the thoughts of the 2 lost. Al-Khoury motioned to Sahil and the young boy Jamal. "Make camp. Secure the camels," he ordered. The 2 nodded as the nomad leader turned back toward the interior. The cave stretched into the distance, swallowing the light until pitch black. Marine took one of the torches and moved away from the entrance, the darkness receding before him as he walked. Marine had taken only a few steps down the passage when a right turn presented itself. He turned his head, allowing his eyes to roam over the camp preparations. The men erected small shelters, while the boys tended to the camels. The women and girls prepared to cook what meager supplies they had left. Food and water were rapidly becoming a priority for the group. Satisfied, Al-Khoury turned his attention back to the cave and disappeared around the bend. Marine moved slowly through the cave, his flickering torch leading the way. The cave wound right and left, but did not branch off. The nomad leader felt a wave of relief and knew that he could find his way back. Another turn, and Marine stopped dead in his tracks. He drew his sword quickly as his heart raced. The faint light from his torch revealed a body lying face down in the dirt, the dust moving rhythmically from the man's breath. Marine took several deep breaths, calming himself. He studied the body before he took 1, then 2 tentative steps. The flat of Marine's blade tapped the man on the back, but the man did not move. He tapped the man again, a little harder. He called out to the man, without reaction. Sheathing his sword, Marine bent over to examine the oddly dressed man. The light of the torch revealed unfamiliar torn and ragged pants and shirt. The material was dark and thick, contrasting to the thin, light material of Marine's people. Marine wedged his torch in a small crevice in the cave wall and rolled the man over. He reclaimed the torch and held it over the oddly dressed stranger. A quick examination revealed a scarred face, cracking from exposure to the sun, and severely chapped lips. The nomad produced a small jug of water and gently poured its contents into the man's mouth. The man's tongue crept from his mouth, tasting the liquid. His eyes fluttered but did not open. Marine heard footsteps coming toward him, but did not take his eyes off the stranger. "Camp is secure," called Sahil as he rounded a corner. He stopped short when he saw Marine and the unconscious man. He instinctively touched the hilt of his blade. "Send 2 men further into the cave," Marine ordered. "Make sure we are the only occupants." The unconscious man groaned, moving his hand slowly to his head. Marine gave the man another drink before turning to look at Sahil. "Have the men search for water as well." Marine shook his head. "Although I doubt we will find any." He nodded to the man on the floor. He didn't. Marine saw the hesitation in his number 2. "Go, now." Sahil nodded and disappeared back toward the entrance of the cave. Marine gave the strange man another sip of water, and the man's eyes slowly opened. He started to say something, but had no voice. "Do not speak," Marine said, shaking his head. "Rest. Regain your strength." Sahil returned with 2 men in tow. The men, torches held high, passed Marine and the stranger and continued deeper into the cave. Sahil knelt beside Marine, adding his torchlight to the scene. The injured man's eyes roamed the cavern, studying the walls and the 2 men hovering over him. He locked gazes with Marine and then attempted to rise from the floor. Marine propped him, supporting his neck with one hand as he held the jug of water in the other. The nomad gave the man another drink. The stranger nodded and lowered himself back to the floor. He gulped audibly, coating his parched throat with the life-saving water. When he spoke, the words came foreign, alien. Neither Marine nor Sahil understood the stranger. He felt the cool water coat his throat. He tried to speak, but only croaked a ragged breath. He took another drink of the water offered by his benefactors, felt his throat loosen, and tried again. "Thank you," he said to the confused looks of the 2 nomads. "Merci," he managed in French. The men still did not understand. "Gratias agimas tipi," he said in Latin, but received the same look of non-understanding. Rick Brewer closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. "It's going to be a long few hundred years." The nomad in the torn clothing sat cross-legged on the floor of the cave as the wind howled outside the entrance. Night had fallen, creating a ghostly fog of sand that continually shifted in the faint light of the torches. Rick Brewer sat opposite his savior, listening to the wind. He felt better after the water, but he still had to force a few meager bites of food between his parched lips. He swallowed and nodded his thanks. The band of nomads lay in sleeping areas all around the entrance to the cave. Dozens of torches scattered about the cave cast flickering shadows. Gentle snores, mingled with the occasional bay of a camel, created an almost musical accompaniment to the howling wind. 2 men stood guard, both lazily leaning against the rock wall of the cave. There was no communal fire, as there was no wood. The sporadically placed torches provided the only light and heat in the cave. Brewer rubbed the new clothes he wore. They fit loosely and smelled from the camels that stood further back into the cave. A few people lay awake, and although he did not understand the conversation, he distinctly heard the name Ishmael, followed by a remorseful sob from an old woman nearby. The time-traveler completed his sweep of the cave, and his gaze locked onto the man that had found him, who now watched him with both curiosity and suspicion. Brewer understood the sentiment, but without speaking the language he had no way to communicate his intentions. "Even if I know what my intentions are," he smiled at the thought. Marine returned the smile and thumped his chest twice. "Marine Al-Kuri." Brewer bowed his head slightly and placed his right hand on his chest in return. "Rick Brewer." "Brewer." The nomad looked confused. The renegade closed his eyes in sudden realization that the sound of the name was as alien to Al-Khoury as he appeared to be. He bowed his head again and pulled a name from the air. Saba. Marine looked skeptical for a moment before a smile consumed his face. He nodded his approval. Saba. Brewer did not know what the future held, but he felt that he had made a friend. It was a good start. Chapter 2. Blue sparks of electrical energy flooded the time-skip control room, disrupting the quiet of the night shift and jarring awake the 2 technicians on duty. The man on duty fell from his chair as it rolled out from under him. The woman, with somewhat more grace, made it to her feet, her chair skittering away. She stood, rubbing her red eyes, as her co-worker made it to his feet, rubbing his bruised bottom. They briefly locked eyes before turning their attention to the electrical maelstrom raging within the control room. The dull yellow room contained 4 concentric rows of computer consoles, an empty staging area adjacent to the time vortex portal, and a staircase that led to an office overlooking the entire room. The man shielded his eyes as the console nearest the portal exploded in a shower of sparks. In succession, the next 3 consoles emitted a high-pitched whine and a cascade of sparks before going dark. He stole a glance at the woman, who shrugged. Another burst of energy erupted from the time void, and the 2 technicians instinctively flinched, raising their arms to cover their eyes. The vortex door slowly opened amid sparks and electrical discharges. The light show stopped as abruptly as it began, and the 2 technicians lowered their arms. A silhouetted figure of a woman emerged from the time stream. She stood in shadow, backlit by the opaque white and electric blue of the vortex. The time portal began to close, reducing the light and bringing the woman's features into focus. She stood tall, panting, her brunette hair matted to her skull by sweat and blood. Tears crisscrossed her one-piece black jumpsuit, exposing several long gashes along her left side. Her sharp brown eyes took in the room with a single glance. When she focused on the 2 technicians, the young woman's shoulders slumped, and she sighed in relief. "I need to see Assassin 101, she gasped, still out of breath. "I have a message for him." Her eyes rolled into the back of her head as she fell to the floor unconscious. The man leaped from the console dais to render aid as his counterpart hit the comm. "Medic to the time-skip control room." Assassin 101, disheveled and unshaven, pushed his way through the assembled administrators and technicians gathered outside of the library. He fumed at being awakened at 3 a.m, his bloodshot eyes a testament to his exhaustion. In the 2 days since he had arrived from Puerto Rico, he had been debriefed, conferenced with both the council and a bureaucrat from an office in the government he had never heard of, asked to give his analysis of the first lesson in temporal archaeology, and conducted the entrance interview of 3 new recruits. The only thing he had not been able to do was get some sleep. Now, after finally getting into bed at midnight, a cryptic communication roused him from a deep sleep. Someone had arrived with an urgent message, and he needed to immediately report to the archive library. He had left Leanne sleeping peacefully, dressed himself in the dark, and made his way through what were normally empty corridors. A mob of gawkers greeted him at the entrance to the library. He pushed his way halfway through the gathering before he raised his voice over the noisy crowd. "Excuse me," he yelled. The crowd parted enough from him to squeeze through. The chief of the council appeared in the doorway. "Return to your dorms and apartments. If you are needed for this meeting, you will be summoned." The assassins squeezed past the woman and a pair of guild guards in their black armor and smoked visors. The guards closed and locked the library archive doors behind him, effectively shutting the assassin off from the rest of the guild. The library archive had not changed in the 10 years he had been in the guild. Bookcases lined the walls, arranged into narrow corridors throughout the cavernous room. Tables, many equipped with holoreaders, broke the pattern of the bookshelves. His eyes roamed the familiar surroundings until they focused on the giant mural of interconnected cogs and wheels, a graphic depiction of how time connects everything. Flashes of memory from his days as an apprentice, sitting at a table staring at the mural, blurred his mind. He recalled tracing the family tree of the Dent family, researching events for his case studies, and images of tracking down the renegade Brewer. Those memories led to the more recent research for his missions and his skip into the 26th century. The library was still the same then, too. A touch at his elbow interrupted his thoughts. He returned to the present to see Administrator Donovan standing next to him. A look of concern formed Donovan's face into a mask of worry. "You okay?" Assassin 101 smiled. "Tired." For the first time, he recognized who attended the meeting, and he knew something was definitely up. The chief of the council took her seat at the end of the table, obviously not happy about being up at the early hour, or the total breach of operational security that led to the crowd outside. To her left and right were other members of the council, including Leann Marr, the newest member selected to the ruling body of the guild. Administrator Donovan took his place next to Marr as Assassin 101 approached the conference table. Other high-ranking members of the guild, from instructors to administrators, completed the ensemble. Assassin 101 was the only assassin in attendance. He wished he had showered and shaved, but knew those gathered would overlook his appearance. Several looked worse than he did. No one at the table, with the possible exception of Councilman Marr, looked ready to begin their day. The councilman appeared fresh and crisp, as if he knew about the middle-of-the-night meeting ahead of time. That was a small consolation, as the assassin took his place at the far end of the table from the chief of the council. "Nice of you to join us, Assassin," she declared with a nod. "You appear once again to be the focal point of the guild." He blushed as she motioned to an acolyte in the shadow of a bookshelf. The light dimmed. A hologram appeared above the table, rotating slowly. The image of an unconscious young woman lying on the floor of the time-skip control room hung in the air. Her face was clean, but her eyes closed. "Do you recognize this woman?" the chief of the council asked. Assassin 101 stood, leaning toward the image. He studied the hologram for a moment before returning to his seat and shaking his head. "No, ma'am. Should I?" "That's what we are trying to ascertain," she replied. "She arrived through the vortex less than an hour ago. She said she had a message for you specifically, and then collapsed." The assassin's face went slack. His voice rose in surprise. "For me?" "Yes," she confirmed. "The woman is resting comfortably now, but she has obviously been through quite an ordeal." The chief of the council nodded to her hidden acolyte, and the image changed to a full-body profile of the woman. The hologram rotated the woman's body horizontal as red arrows began flashing to various points on her torso. A string of injuries and scars scrolled above the floating body. The councilwoman gave everyone present a moment to digest the quantity of wounds on the woman. "Most of these are recent," she added. About 3/4 of the wounds disappeared, showing only the most recent on the hologram. "She went through hell to get here." She turned her gaze to the assassin. "Where she asked for you." He squirmed in his chair, searching through years of memories to identify the woman. Nothing. "I have no idea who this woman is, or why she is here," the assassin slowly replied, choosing his words carefully. Something in the chief's tone told him that she held something back. Leann Marr dropped the bomb on the assassin. "Curious," he smiled, "as her DNA is a 95% match of yours." A trio of guild guards led the procession through the mahogany corridors. Apprentices braced against the walls and murmured under their breath as the guards cut a path through the early morning congestion. The chief of the council followed the guards. Marr, Assassin 101, and Donovan trailed behind the woman. Another trio of black-clad security completed the assembly. The apprentices stared until the group disappeared around a far corner before running the opposite direction. "What do you mean she's a match for my DNA?" Assassin 101 asked. Donovan waved him off. "Not now," he warned. "Just keep quiet until we arrive at the infirmary." A mix of anxiousness and trepidation washed over the assassin. Perspiration soaked his robes. The sensation made the 3-minute walk stretch into what seemed like an hour. He silently hoped that the feelings would magically disappear upon his arrival at the infirmary, but as he approached the sterile white door, the sensations worsened. The lead guards of the procession peeled off to assume positions on either side of the door, and as the assassin crossed the threshold into the hospital wing of the guild, he felt physically ill. Assassin 101 had visited the infirmary many times in his tenure at the guild, setting broken bones, patching up cuts, and visiting friends and family. The familiar surroundings reassured the assassin and quieted his anxiety, albeit slightly, as he took in the scene. The walls lay bare except for the occasional diploma depicting the credentials of the medical staff. No other patients were visible, and the assassin's gaze landed on Dr. Nance, the physician on duty. She stood over the unconscious young woman from the hollow, stethoscope in hand. Dr. Nance stood back from the patient, draping her stethoscope around her neck, and signaled to a nearby nurse. The two spoke briefly as Nance issued a set of instructions. The nurse moved off, and the doctor turned to acknowledge the chief of the council. The doctor, a middle-aged woman with short salt-and-pepper hair, protruding nose, and crow's feet around her eyes, greeted the chief with a cheery, "Good morning." The chief returned the greeting with much less enthusiasm, adding, "I believe you know everyone." The doctor nodded to each person in succession before turning her attention to Assassin 101. "I have not seen you since your return from the future 4 months ago, even though you had no less than 3 different appointments." That brought a look of scorn from the chief that the assassin tactfully ignored. "You should drop by later," the doctor suggested with a smile. "Yes, ma'am," the assassin mumbled, looking away. The ensemble moved toward the young woman lying on the bed. "How is she?" Mar asked. "Resting," the doctor replied. "She awoke briefly about 20 minutes ago and mumbled something about Assassin 101 that we couldn't make out, and then fell back unconscious." "And you're sure about the DNA results?" Mar asked. "That is the only thing we are sure about, councilman," the doctor replied. She took an electronic medical tablet from a nearby table and pulled up the chart on the young woman. The device emitted a low hum as it displayed the information. "She has several lacerations, 2 cracked ribs, and a hairline fracture of her left ulna. The good news, she will fully recover in time." "When can we speak with her?" Donovan asked. "Now is a good time," came a groggy reply from behind the doctor. Everyone turned to stare at the young woman. Her green eyes stared back at the assembly. She had an IV in her right arm, a bandage on her left, and smaller bandages placed sporadically over her face and hands. She attempted to sit up and grimaced. The assassin watched as she fought off a wave of pain and nausea. He could imagine how she felt, having been in that very predicament not too long ago. The nurse appeared immediately, assisting the woman into a more comfortable sitting position. The group of 5 visitors formed a rough semicircle around her bed. She took a breath, her right arm across her chest, and studied each face as she slowly exhaled. Her eyes narrowed when she saw Assassin 101. "You must be the assassin." She nodded to herself. "I couldn't remember if I actually called for you when I arrived, or if it was all just a dream." "You know Assassin 101? Donovan replied. "I've never seen him before," she replied. "Never even heard of him until I was given the message." "Message?" Donovan was confused. "What message?" "The message that the man gave me to give Assassin 101. "What man?" Mar asked. "The one in Austria," the woman responded. She closed her eyes in thought, searching for the name. "What was his name?" Assassin 101 shook his head and held up a hand to stop the woman. "Hold on. Let's start over. Who are you?" "I am Assassin 12. "How did you get here?" the assassin asked, hijacking the conversation. Mar crossed his arms, content to let the assassin interrogate the woman. A look of frustration formed on the chief of the council's face, but she said nothing. "I was on a mission in 1914 Austria," she said vaguely. "I failed my mission when a civilian got in the way." "You killed an innocent?" the chief asked. "No, ma'am," Assassin 12 continued. "He actually stopped my target from entering the kill zone. I left my perch to investigate and—" She let out a small, embarrassed laugh. and I got run over by the very motorcade I was sent to eliminate." "That explains the injuries," the doctor said with a smile. It quickly faded with a stern look from Mar. "What was your mission?" Donovan asked. The woman hesitated for a moment, as if weighing how much she could divulge to the people standing before her. Her inner turmoil subsided quickly, and she gave herself a reassuring nod. "I was sent to assassinate Archduke Ferdinand of Austria." Donovan lowered his head in thought. "I'm not familiar with that one." "I am," Mar nodded. "His death was the catalyst for World War I." Donovan shook his head in confusion, and Mar continued. "I read about it in the archives a long time ago. The reason you don't know about it is that the war started differently in our timeline." Mar thought for a moment. "Almost 100 years after her mission. We had one truly devastating conflict," the chief of the council clarified, "where other timelines have had 2, 3, even 4 global conflicts." Donovan nodded. "That explains your mission and what happened. But how did you get here?" "A civilian dragged me from the roadway," the woman continued. "The same one that stopped the motorcade I was sent to destroy. He dragged me from the road and into a nearby alley. He found the retrieval beacon on my belt and activated it. He stood me up, told me to find Assassin 101 and deliver a message, then pushed me into the skip bubble." "He found your beacon?" Donovan asked incredulously. She nodded. "He seemed to know exactly what it was and how to use it. He activated it and, like I said, pushed me into the skip bubble." Assassin 101 held up his hand. "He said to deliver a message to me, by name?" The woman nodded. "Well, what's the message?" he asked impatiently. "He said to tell you that he was sorry for damaging the timeline. It was not what he intended to do. He only wanted to live in peace." "Who?" "He said his name was—" She thought for a moment until the answer surfaced. "Rick Brewer." Assassin 101 took a step back. His knees buckled slightly. "Brewer has lived another 1,000 years." The thought blindsided him. Donovan reached over and steadied the assassin, bringing him back to reality. The assassin patted the older man's hand, reassuring him. "I'm fine." "Did he say anything else?" Councilman Mar asked, keeping a wary eye on Assassin 101. Assassin 12 shook her head. Silence gripped the room for a dozen heartbeats before Dr. Nance spoke. "Assassin 12, are you related to Assassin 101? Confusion flooded the woman's features. "Not to my knowledge," she replied. "Like I said, I've never met him before." She stifled a yawn. "Sorry." "She needs to rest," the doctor interjected. "The rest of the questions can wait until morning." "It is morning, Doctor," Assassin 101 said. He fought off his own yawn, remembering that he missed another night's rest. "Then come back this afternoon," she said, with a hint of sarcasm coupled with annoyance. "It's been a long night, and I think everyone could use a few hours of sleep." The chief of the council nodded her agreement and, promising to reconvene at noon, dismissed the group. She left the infirmary, the 3 guards sliding into step behind her. Donovan clapped Assassin 101 on the back. "Go get some rest." He smiled. "I have a feeling you are going to be traveling again soon." The assassin nodded and led Donovan out of the room, leaving Mar, the doctor, and Assassin 12 behind. The doctor checked the readouts on her medical pad and busily wrote notes on the chart in her hand. The young woman had already closed her eyes and, if her breathing was any indication, was already fast asleep. Treon Mar paused at the door and watched the chief, Assassin 101, and Donovan disappear down the corridor. He turned and studied the young woman for several moments, thinking about her story. His brow crinkled in thought as he searched his memory for anything he had ever read or seen that would corroborate her story. A long-lost memory surfaced, his thoughts quickly turning to anxiety. Councilman Mar left the infirmary, wondering how long it would be before his world came crashing down around him. Chapter 3. "You had 3 research assignments to work on over your break," Leanne said as she paced in front of the classroom. She loathed standing behind the podium. It reminded her of the reports she had given as an apprentice. She preferred to move around and, if possible, catch an unsuspecting apprentice daydreaming. Over the next few days, I'm going to be asking some of you to give us a report on those events. The rest of you will be given new assignments, and you will give the report later. She smiled. We have all year, so each of you can expect to give 3 to 5 reports. Groans sounded throughout the room, and she nodded. Good. Some of you have already heard of the case studies. It is vital that you learn from your predecessors' successes and failures. It could be the difference between life and death. About 20 students sat in the class, arranged in 4 rows of 5 desks in the amphitheater-style room. The design offered the most one-on-one instruction for the future assassins. It also allowed Leanne to get in their faces when necessary. One apprentice in the middle toward the door would require more of her attention than that of the others. Apprentice 17 sat in the room thanks to his father, a Parliament senator. The senator had called in several favors to get the young man into the Guild Academy, because the boy thought that time traveling would be fun. The senator had higher ambitions and wanted a spy in the Guild. Everyone, including the boy, knew he did not belong. Leanne turned to acknowledge the apprentice as he rolled his eyes at the life or death comment. "You have something to add, apprentice?" she asked. Leanne read his body language as he remained quiet for a moment. He toyed between a sarcastic retort and remaining silent. After several seconds, his eyes roamed over the mid-20s woman, looking her up and down, and sarcasm won. "I was just wondering how you would know about these critical case studies and life-or-death missions." He offered a smile dripping with condemnation. She returned the smile with a slight head tilt. "As you will discover if you remain in the Guild, many of your instructors are former cleaners and assassins. They possess a wealth of knowledge and experience that you, if you're smart, will listen to and learn from." He scoffed, folded his arms, but said nothing. Leanne resigned herself to the confrontation and nodded. She had discussed the issue with Administrator Donovan and the other second-year instructors. They needed to push the boy out of the Guild. "Tell you what," she said, wagging a finger at the boy. "I'm going to prepare a case study for tomorrow. You will see why the techniques of mission preparation and execution are crucial to your success and survival. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail, an old proverb says." She looked around the room. "Anyone here doubt that axiom?" Leanne saw Apprentice 17 raise his hand out of the corner of her eye. Without looking at him, she continued, "Anyone besides Apprentice 17? No one spoke. "Excellent," she said, and checked the clock. "Show up tomorrow on time, and you will be taught the proper way of giving a report. This is a one-time opportunity. Any questions?" "No?" Dismissed. "Good morning, class," Leanne said, entering the classroom. She precariously balanced 3 old leather-bound books, several newspapers, and a handful of data crystals. Dropping the items on her desk, she swept the crystals into a small pile before any could roll off the table. She turned to face her captive audience. "As promised, today I'm going to give you a case study of an assassination." She brushed a rogue strand of hair from her face before she turned and picked up a large leather-bound book. Casually flipping through the pages, she said, "This will serve 2 purposes. 1, it will give you an insight on what I and your other professors will be looking for when you do your own case study. And 2, she nodded to Apprentice 17, it will show you the importance of planning. As future assassins, you're not just someone who pulls the trigger or detonates a bomb. You must be able to plan and execute your assignments. You must be able to digest the situation and develop alternate plans on the run. Are there any questions before we begin?" Apprentice 17 raised his hand, a sarcastic grin on his face. "I would still like to know how reciting this particular case study qualifies you to teach us about life and death." Leanne moved across the room slowly, gracefully, stopping before the boy's desk. She leaned in close. "What you desire is of no consequence in my classroom, apprentice." A cold, hard look slid across her face, and Apprentice 17 pulled away from her, but the chair stopped his escape. A thin smile crossed her lips. "But since this is an opportunity for you to learn something, I'll tell you. On this particular mission, I'm the one who failed to plan." She abruptly turned and moved back to the head of the class. The stunned silence of the class spoke volumes, and she knew that she had their full attention. She sat on the corner of her old wooden desk. The former assassin's hard stare replaced her nurturing professor gaze. She picked up the leather-bound book, flipping through the pages as she began. "It was my 4th mission for the Guild, and I was getting cocky. I thought I already knew everything. I'm told every assassin goes through it, if they don't fail an early mission." She shrugged. "I guess it was my turn. I arrived 3 days before the event, a political assassination." She smiled and shook her head. "This is an introduction to case studies, not an intro to storytelling, so let's do this the right way." Assassin 97 stepped from the skip bubble into a dark, humid July night. The light from the time vortex illuminated a small section of heavily forested terrain for several meters, but she could not see much beyond. She took a knee as the bubble closed behind her with a barely audible pop. The night was quiet, the forest animals chased away by the sudden appearance of the time door and the assassin. Her eyes adjusted slowly, and she realized that she was not alone. "Good morning, assassin," came the cheery greeting from Joseph Swinson, the cleaner team leader. "Welcome to Massachusetts, 1969. "Morning?" she asked, standing and shaking the hand offered by Swinson. "It's 3:30 a.m., replied the tall, bald man. He sported a salt-and-pepper goatee and wore a small diamond stud in his left ear. A dark pair of slacks and a beige polo completed his ensemble. "We have a car waiting to take us to the hotel. You can catch a few hours' rest before we start the final prep." Assassin 97 smiled and nodded. "That sounds good." She tugged the small pack higher on her back, careful not to mess up the large beehive hairdo she wore. She adjusted the large horn-rimmed glasses favored in the 1960s as they walked toward the distant road. "How long before the event?" "Less than 3 days," he replied as they exited the woods. The assassin paused, listening for the sounds of nature, but the road sat quiet at 3 in the morning. A 1965 Cadillac sat on the side of the road. Swinson waved at the car as the driver's door opened. "I'd like to introduce Paul Brown and Thomas Steerling, the rest of my team." The assassin offered her hand to Brown as he propped the driver's door open, and then to Steerling as the man came around the back from the passenger side. The pleasantries complete, she turned her attention to the car idling on the side of the road. She walked around the automobile, running her hand along the ragtop and down the fins in the back. She looked up from the car and gave an embarrassed smile. "My uncle had a Cadillac convertible when I was a girl. It's been a very long time since I've seen a vehicle like this." Steerling smiled. "After you rest, maybe I'll let you drive it," he said with a wink and a swagger in his voice. "Deal," she replied, climbing into the back seat with Swinson. She shivered and saw a concerned look from the cleaner team leader. "I'm fine, just cold from the skip. I'll be good after a few hours of sleep." "You heard the lady," Swinson said, tapping Steerling on the shoulder as he sat in the driver's seat. "Take us home." The Cadillac smoothly accelerated, disappearing into the night. Thomas Steerling quietly stalked in the night, moving from shadow to shadow in his skin-tight black suit. His shoulder-length dark hair contrasted the paleness of his face. His hawk-like eyes continuously scanned his surroundings. He saw the lights of an approaching vehicle before he heard it. He dropped down off the side of the road into a shallow ditch and froze. He could feel the rocks and sticks under his hands as he lay in the dark, waiting for the car to pass. It was the 3rd time in as many minutes he had dropped into the ditch. "At this rate," he mused, "I'll never get there." The car passed, radio blaring in the night, and continued down the road. The music faded as the car continued out of sight. Steerling waited another few heartbeats before rising into a crouch. "Could be worse," he thought, brushing his hands off against each other. "The ditch could be full of water." He continued another quarter-mile to his destination, a T intersection of 2 paved roads. He nestled into the dark shadow of a tree with a good vantage point of the intersection and settled in to wait. His thoughts drifted to the assassin, and he let out a quiet sigh. He had seen her type before, unsure of their abilities, yet somehow cocky that they knew what was best. Protocol dictated that once on the ground, the assassin took full control of the mission, but experienced assassins listened to the cleaner team. Very rarely, in his experience, did veteran assassins dismiss the primary or even secondary plan. The novices, it seemed, always knew better. Case in point, Assassin 97, he thought. Swenson laid out the plans for her yesterday, even took her through the primary and alternate plans. He shook his head in the darkness. If she had only listened to Swenson, I wouldn't be sitting by the side of the road in the middle of the night. The team had devised a primary and alternate plan for completing the mission, but the woman had wanted to see for herself. That in itself was a good thing, but upon arrival, the attitude and cockiness of a rookie assassin manifested. Swenson had followed the assassin up a steep ridge, crawling to a vantage point a half a click from the target cottage. "I don't like this perch," Steerling recalled her saying. "It will be dark, and the wind will undoubtedly be stronger at night." She had dismissed the plan outright from that point. The team rehearsed the alternate plan with equal results. The assassin was cocky, but not confident in her ability to hit a moving target. "A head-on shot as he drives away." She had shaken her head in disapproval. "We will have to come up with another idea." Swenson had looked at Steerling and sighed, "Why me?" 36 hours later, and a half-dozen plans formulated and dismissed, another car approached and brought Steerling from his reverie. He glanced at his watch, 11:20. The car turned onto the stem of the T, and the cleaner watched the taillights fade into the distance. He keyed his communication unit embedded behind his left ear. "Lead, this is 2, in position." "Roger," Swenson replied. "Shouldn't be much longer, maybe another hour." Steerling leaned his back against a tree and let out a sigh. A few seconds later, he felt something crawl down his back and swatted frantically at the unknown bug. The movement stopped, and with a curse, the cleaner changed position and settled prone in the damp grass. He felt the dampness creep slowly through his clothes. "It's going to be a long night," he said, to no one. Assassin 97 lay quietly in the tall grass, enjoying the warm, humid night air. The sniper rifle stretched out before her, her target reference point, TRP, a downed tree on the side of the road. The tree, via ropes and pulleys, would be pulled onto the road at the appropriate time and allow her an unimpeded 200-meter shot at a still target. After hours of debate, she finally had enough confidence in a scenario to give it the green light. She felt a tap at her feet, followed by a hissed, "Car!" She saw the headlights in the distance and tapped the stock of her rifle in acknowledgement. The soft knock on wood reverberated in the quiet night. At her feet lay Paul Brown. The short, stocky man with big ears and a stubbly beard kept his characteristically quiet demeanor as he watched the area behind the sniper. His primary contribution to the mission so far was the idea of the downed tree during the brainstorming session the day before. His idea of a joke. Swenson and Steerling laughed heartily, but the assassin took him serious. The premise worked for the assassin. They formed and finalized the plan after another hour of sorting out the details. Now she had Swenson watching the house, Steerling in position at the intersection, and Brown watching her back. She checked her watch. 11:50. "Target on the move," Swenson said as he observed Senator Ted Kennedy escort a young woman from the cottage to a waiting Oldsmobile. The 37-year-old senator held the door open for the young woman, shutting it behind her. He made his way around the vehicle, pausing briefly to look around before entering the car. The Olds quickly fired up and then moved down the drive and onto the road. Swenson turned and watched as Kennedy and his passenger passed him on the road beneath his perch. Swenson mimed holding a sniper rifle, squinted as if sighting through a scope, and pulled the imaginary trigger. "Bam! Mission complete," he said quietly before activating his comm. "He has one passenger, female," Swenson reported. He verified they were alone before adding, "No tail." "Roger." He heard the assassin's voice through the embedded receiver behind his ear. "Fall back to the rendezvous. Secure transport." He moved quietly through the darkness, listening to the conversation between Assassin 97 and Steerling. She told him to make the switch, and he acknowledged. Swenson concentrated so much on the banter between the two that he almost missed the other car on the road. The headlights lit up the curve ahead, and Swenson dove headfirst into the ditch at his feet. Seconds later, the vehicle slid past him. "You've got incoming, Steerling," Swenson said loudly, adrenaline from his dive coursing through his veins. He looked up and down the road before continuing. "One car inbound heading your direction. It said sheriff on the side." "What?" Steerling questioned. He stood exposed in the open, a screwdriver and a metal detour sign in his hand. His pulse quickened as he looked up the road. The bend in the road was already beginning to brighten from the car's headlights. He had only a few seconds. The cleaner turned his attention back to putting the sign up. He felt sweat slide down his face. The electric screwdriver hummed in the night as Steerling peripherally saw the tops of the trees brighten around him. Time was running out. He felt the resistance as the last screw sunk fully into the post, and he dropped himself flat and rolled down a small embankment next to the road. Bright light lit the sign almost immediately. He looked up, read "Sheriff" on the door of the car as it drove past, and let out a sigh of relief. The tension drained, and Steerling hung his head, letting his forehead rest on the soft, damp ground. "Task complete," he breathed. "The sign's in place. The deputy just drove past, heading for you, assassin." He heard a whispered, "Roger," before several moments of silence. "Hold. No. Stay at your current location. The sign will have to be removed once the mission is complete." "Acknowledged," Steerling said. He took another deep breath before softly laughing. His heart still pounded in his chest. "That was fun." Deputy Sheriff Christopher Huck Look drove quietly down Dyke Road. The car's headlights cut a bright swath through the dark, clear night. He yawned and then rubbed his eyes with his non-driving hand. It had been a long night, and he was grateful to be heading home. He felt a slight bump and heard the tires grind as the asphalt ended and the gravel began. Headlights played in the distance, and Huck placed both hands on the wheel. The headlights abruptly changed direction, and the deputy briefly entertained the idea of an accident. He crested a small hill to see an Oldsmobile pulled onto a private side road. "Must be lost," he mused as he pulled over his car to investigate. Huck left his car, walking slowly toward the vehicle. "Need any help?" The big Olds clicked into reverse, the backup lights spotlighting the deputy, and quickly backed out of the drive. Huck saw a man driving with a female passenger as the car sped away in a cloud of dust. The deputy shook his head, climbed back in his car, and continued on his way home. "The target turned around, heading back to you, Steerling," Assassin 97 cursed. She watched as the Olds sped along the road away from the trap while the deputy sheriff returned to his car and continued on his way. She slapped the ground with her open palm. "Damn it, I have the car," Steerling said. The assassin heard the roar of the vehicle through the communicator. "I think that deputy spooked him. He is—" "He what?" the assassin demanded. "The Olds missed the bridge," Steerling said. "It's upside down in the river." "Stay on site," Assassin 97 ordered. "We are moving to you." She sat up, recovering her rifle and the other gear. Behind her, Brown did the same. "Swenson, get the car ready. We'll need a pickup very soon." She wiped perspiration from her brow and looked at her spotter. "Ready?" Paul Brown nodded. "We're moving," she said. "ETA 10 minutes. Thomas Steerling squatted by the side of the road less than 100 meters from the old wooden bridge on Dyke Road. He watched helplessly as the headlights dimmed as the Oldsmobile sank deeper into the water. The mission was for Kennedy to die, not the woman, and he glanced frantically up and down the road hoping for a passerby. There were no other vehicles on the road at almost 1 in the morning. He glanced at his watch, almost a minute since the car went down, and no one had emerged. "Maybe he did the job for us," he thought with a smile. His optimism and smile disappeared as the senator bobbed out of the water. Steerling watched the senator swim around in a near panic, calling out for his passenger. Senator Kennedy dove back toward the car several times over the next few minutes before finally giving up and swimming to shore. The senator collapsed, exhausted, less than 15 meters from Steerling's hiding place. Senator Kennedy finally got up, took one last look at the bridge and the car, and then proceeded up the road, disappearing into the darkness. Stirling stood and began removing his skin-tight jumpsuit. A champion swimmer in his youth, he thought he had a good chance to rescue the young woman if she was still alive. He had his shirt and shoes off when Assassin 97 and Paul Brown arrived. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I'm going to save the woman," Stirling replied, sitting on the ground and removing his pants. "Saving her is not in the mission. Where's Kennedy?" The assassin sounded annoyed. Stirling pointed up the road. "Gone back toward the cottage." The cleaner stood and took a step toward the water. "Stop!" Assassin 97 ordered, and Stirling froze. He turned slowly and stared icily at the assassin. "I can save her," he said. "You can help me complete the mission," she responded. She raised her rifle, flipping the sights to thermal with the flick of her finger. She scanned the road before lowering the rifle with an irritated growl. "He's gone." "Car!" Brown hissed, and dropped to the ground by the road. The assassin followed, as did Stirling, who glowed almost white without his clothes. The sound of a big block engine reached them several seconds before Swinson's Cadillac stopped on the road a few meters away. "Kennedy made it back to the cottage," Swinson said, as the trio emerged from the darkness. "It's over for the evening. Time to go." Leann Lassiter closed the leather-bound book and placed it on the desk. She stood, weaving her way in and out of the desk before stopping and staring out of the window. The distant mountains, already capped white with an early snow, foreshadowed a very cold winter ahead. If I had listened to the cleaner team that had been there for almost a month before my arrival, I would have taken the shot as he emerged from the cottage and ended the mission. As it was, Senator Kennedy lived, and an innocent woman died. Exactly what I didn't want to happen. One young female apprentice raised her hand. Leanne nodded to her. "Professor, why didn't you wait for the senator and finish the mission?" Leanne made her way back to the front of the class. "He didn't stay at the cottage. He left the island that night and went back to the mainland. By the time the team and I caught up with him, he was surrounded by the authorities, and the opportunity was lost. We had no other choice but to abandon the mission and return to the guild." Another apprentice raised his hand. "Why did the guild want Senator Kennedy dead? And why didn't they send you back to a different time?" Leanne nodded, gathering her thoughts. "Senator Kennedy originally became the President of the United States in 1972. His election heralded a call for a one-world government. The U.S. joined that union and subsequently lost its sovereignty in 1975. A civil war tore the country apart, which led to the economic collapse of the U.S. and most other nations. The world very nearly fell apart. Now for the second part of your question," Leanne gave a sorrowful smile. "The death of Mary Jo Kopechne at Chappaquiddick painted a stigma on the name of Ted Kennedy, one that he never recovered from. The incident ended any presidential aspirations that he had, so the guild decided not to send anyone else back to finish the mission. It was annotated in the official record as a," she air-quoted, "failure with positive outcomes." Leanne turned to Apprentice 17. "Now, you see, when I say life or death, I do actually know what I'm talking about. It would behoove you to listen and learn." She turned her back on the apprentice and moved to sit on the corner of the wooden desk. "That, apprentices, is the level of research and detail I expect from a case study. Are there any other questions? No? Then I will see you tomorrow. Dismissed." Chapter 4. Rick Brewer stretched out on the sand, staring up at the night sky. A billion stars stared back, unblinking. No city lights disrupted his view. No mechanical noises intruded on the quiet. He heard the rustle of the wind, felt the prickly camel-hair blanket beneath him, and smelled the dromedaries nearby. He wrinkled his nose at the smell. Almost perfect. 3 months he had traveled with the nomads, and he still could not get used to the smell of the animals. Hunger overcame the taste of the food. The constant walking was now second nature, and he had even grown accustomed to the infrequent nature of bathing and the stench of his fellow travelers. But the camels, he thought. Damn. Farima, the sister of Marine Al-Khoury, lay beside Brewer. She nestled her head on his shoulder, also staring at the stars. Young and beautiful, with long black hair, her almond eyes mesmerized Brewer. Marine had instructed his sister to teach Brewer their language, and as his knowledge of Persian grew, so did his attraction to the woman. The renegade pointed toward the heavens. "Star," he said in her language. "Good," she replied. "You are a quick learner." "I have a good teacher," he replied, as footsteps approached. Farima and Brewer sat up as Marine kneeled before them. "How are the lessons?" "They are going well," Brewer demonstrated, his confidence growing in the new language. The guild stressed language training, and each student learned at least 2. The languages chosen would serve as a guide to any specialized training required by the apprentice. Learning Russian would mean more in-depth studies in Russian history. Same with German, Japanese, or Persian. "Good," Marine said. A look of concern consumed his face. "I need you to come with me." "What's wrong?" Brewer asked. He felt a knot in the pit of his stomach. In 3 months, he had never seen his friend this troubled. "Sahil is missing," Al-Khoury said. "He may have wandered away and gotten lost. Or the bandits have returned," Brewer finished. He stood, removing a curved scimitar from a scabbard at his side. He turned to Farima. "We will have to finish the lesson later." "Be careful," she replied, looking at each man in turn. "Both of you." Brewer and Marine both bowed to the woman before moving off into the night. They passed a dozen tents, a pen for the camels, and a few of the nomads outside enjoying the breeze, but no campfires. Fires attracted predators, both animal and human. There was no moon, but the bounty of stars allowed Brewer to see several shadowy figures as they neared the outskirts of the nomad camp. He slowed as the figures morphed into a half-dozen men from the nomadic tribe. Marine stopped, and the men gathered around him. A big man, Marine Al-Khoury, stood over 6 feet tall, a little taller than Brewer, and several inches above his tribesmen. He sported long, curly black hair and full beard. A pointed, protruding nose centered his face, while large, intelligent brown eyes demanded the attention of those around him. He spoke quickly, issuing instructions to conduct a search, and the men fanned out. Brewer gripped his sword as he took his position to Marine's left. The weight of the hilt felt good in his hand, and helped to stifle the pangs of fear in his stomach. Had the bandits returned? Had the guild found him? Or was there something even more sinister in the darkness? He had never been one to believe in superstitions, but living with these primitive nomads for the last few months had definitely had an effect on the time traveler. He saw danger behind every bush, every rock. He gripped the cloth-wrapped sword handle a little tighter as he continued into the darkness. Starlight provided minimal illumination, and he could not see past a few yards ahead. The renegade maintained sight of the men on either side of him as he searched the darkness. He felt the tension in the air and hoped that they did not have to fight again. 3 weeks earlier, at an oasis, a group of bandits had raided their caravan. Their timing was poor, attacking after the majority of the camp had been able to rest and drink. Marine Al-Khoury rallied the men and led a counterattack against the bandits. The nomads had responded quickly and, thanks to Marine's direction, suffered only minor wounds. The thieves, expecting little resistance, lost 3 men before retreating from the daylight raid. Their leader, a small man covered in camel-hide clothing, had vowed revenge on the caravan before disappearing into the desert with his men. Brewer held back, not wanting to intervene and inadvertently disrupt the timeline. He knew that it was inevitable, that his actions would kill or save someone with lasting repercussions, but he resisted, content on guarding Marine's back as the nomads battled the thieves. The attack had succeeded in putting the entire tribe on edge. No one ventured off alone, except, apparently, Sahil. "Marine!" called a man from the far right. "Come, quickly!" Brewer moved with Al-Khoury toward the shout and arrived a minute later. 2 men knelt, praying into the darkness, while a third man simply stared down at the sand. He held out his hand to stop the approach of the search party. "Careful." "What is it?" one of the newcomers asked. Everyone squinted into the darkness as the beige sand gave way to the near pitch blackness of a pit. The speaker edged closer, felt the sand shift beneath his feet, and shifted his weight backward. He landed on his rear, heard a rustling hiss, and scrambled backwards as the ground before him appeared to move. Hands reached from the darkness and hoisted him from the edge of the pit. Brewer produced a small piece of flint and a small cloth from his pocket. He knelt, placed them before him, and began striking a stone on the ground. A few sparks, and the aged cloth burst into flames. The sudden light startled the nomads and cast strange shadows across the assembled men. The renegade wrapped the burning cloth around his sword, adding 2 other pieces of dried linen to the flames. The light burned brighter, allowing Brewer, Marine, and the rest to peer into the darkness of the pit. Sahil's body lay at the bottom of the pit. Asps slithered around and across the disfigured corpse. Marine and Brewer knew that the man had been dead for several hours. One tribesman turned away in a desperate attempt not to lose his dinner. He failed. Several other men took 1 or 2 reflexive steps backwards. Brewer kicked sand into the pit, heard the hisses, and retreated along with the other men. The light from his makeshift torch cast eerie shadows into the already undulating pit. A blanket of depression descended over the men. Several shivered at the thought of stepping into the nest. "Come," Marine said with a wave of his hand. "We will strike camp at first light and leave this behind." Brewer took his place to the left of Alkuri, and the silent group retreated toward their camp. Farima greeted the men as they neared the camp. She saw the downtrodden looks, the pain in their eyes, and her smile faded to a look of concern. "What's wrong?" "Sahil is dead," Marine said, as the rest of the tribe gathered, drawn to Brewer's torch like a moth to a flame. Murmurs circulated quickly about Sahil. The rest of the search party remained silent, staring at the ground. It was Marine's duty to inform the camp, and none of the men, including Brewer, wanted that job. "He fell into a pit of vipers." "Vipers!" one woman cried, looking around frantically. The rest of the tribe joined her in near panic. "There is no need for alarm," Marine continued, holding out his hand to calm the woman. "The pit is some distance from here. The camp is safe. However, if you wish to light fires for the night, I will double the sentries. We will leave at first light," he finished. "So get some rest, and be prepared to move at dawn." The camp began to pack. No one wanted to sleep. Over the next hour, there were several incidents of people jumping at shadows, and one man lashed out with his sword at something in the sand. His scream cut through the night as he cut a small rope that secured a camel to a rock. The camel simply looked at the man with what Brewer swore was amusement, while it calmly chewed whatever meal it had found. "Everyone gather around," Brewer called when it became apparent no one would sleep. Although exhausted and frightened, the small group of travelers gathered around one of the campfires. The light, the heat, and the proximity of their tribesmen seemed to dispel a little of the apprehension as the nomads sat cross-legged on the desert sand. Marine ordered extra security, and the men moved off into the darkness to conduct a roving patrol. Satisfied, he took his seat at the front of the assembly. Brewer took a deep breath and began telling stories of far-off lands in his broken Farsi. Farima would chime in occasionally to help him with his story. He told of mystical ships that puffed smoke, faraway worlds, and guardian angels. The crowd sat quietly, mesmerized by the tall tales. The snake pit, forgotten. The guards rotated, and at the intermission, Brewer yawned, which became contagious, spreading through the crowd. He smiled. "I think that is enough for tonight. I think we should all get a few hours' sleep before we move out tomorrow. Don't you agree, Marine?" Marine nodded and rose to his feet in a single fluid motion. "Yes, a few hours' sleep, and then a new start." The crowd rose and began filtering through the small camp. Small, incessant bits of chatter polluted the night as the nomads told of their favorite parts of Brewer's story. Alkuri turned and smiled to his friend. "Thank you, Saba. You have done me a great service with your distraction tonight. I am in your debt." He bowed slightly, placing his right hand over his heart. Brewer returned the gesture. "You saved my life in the cave. I am in your debt still." His eyes moved past Marine to see Farima entering his small tent. Marine turned his head, catching only the closing of the tent flap, and turned back to face Brewer. He smiled with a small laugh. "So you are," he said, disappearing into the darkness. Brewer watched him go before making his way to his tent. Farima was there, waiting. The time traveler shook his head. There would be no rest this night. Chapter 5. Feeling better? Assassin 12 looked up and saw Treon Marr standing over her bed. He looked immaculate in his carefully folded black robes and slicked back hair. His perfect white teeth flashed a smile. A quick glance at the nearby clock on the wall showed it was a few minutes before noon. The woman yawned, stretched, and winced as the barely forming scabs cracked. She abbreviated her stretch before offering a weak smile and a nod to the councilman. "Yes, some," she replied. "Thank you." She hoped that the smile came off as genuine, even though soreness and stiffness had invaded her body as she slept. She felt every cracked rib and laceration across her body. "I wanted to talk to you for a few moments before the others arrive," Marr said, "if that's okay." She nodded. Marr sat on the foot of the bed, and she shifted her legs to give him more room. He collected his thoughts for a heartbeat before speaking. "You said a man named Rick Brewer stopped the motorcade and then dragged you out of the street after the accident, correct?" Assassin 12 nodded, remaining silent. "And he told you to tell Assassin 101 specifically that he accidentally disrupted the timeline." She nodded, and he continued. "Did he say how he had disrupted the timeline?" "No," the woman answered, shaking her head. "He simply said he was sorry. He sounded afraid, almost terrified. It all happened so fast," she continued. "He gave me the message and pushed me into the skip bubble before I could even ask him anything." She sat, quiet and thoughtful for a moment, before her eyes narrowed. She slowly began nodding to herself. "One thing I did notice before the bubble closed." She licked her lips as the memory replayed in her mind. "He had a scar on his left cheek." The councilman opened his mouth to speak when he was interrupted by the opening of the infirmary door. Administrator Donovan led Assassin 101 into the infirmary. The assassin looked more rested and groomed to the guild standard. He had obviously put the intervening hours to good use. Marr nodded his approval and greeted each of the men with a handshake. "Are we interrupting?" Donovan asked with a smile. "No, sir," Assassin 12 responded. "The councilman was simply asking me a few questions before you got here." Donovan nodded. "Any new revelations?" "I told him that the man who sent me here had a scar on his left cheek," the woman replied, motioning with her hand from her ear halfway down her cheek to mimic Brewer's scar. "I don't remember anything more than that." The room fell silent for several minutes as everyone thought about the situation. Treon Marr stood at the right foot of the bed, his arms hanging by his side. Donovan stood on the opposite side, fidgeting with his fingernails in thought. Assassin 101 stood between the two men, arms crossed, replaying the story in his mind. The three men were still in those positions when the chief of the council entered with her security detail. Everyone turned as the elderly woman spoke. "Anything new?" A chorus of heads shook. She stood a little over 5.5 feet tall, with gray hair, brown eyes, and 1,000 wrinkles crisscrossing her forehead and leading from the corners of her mouth. She carried the authority of the guild with her, and it showed in her mannerisms and speech. "Well, standing around in the infirmary isn't going to produce any ideas," she scolded. "Donovan, take the assassin to the archives. I want you to research everything we have on this—" She turned toward the bedridden woman. "Ferdinand," Assassin 12 chimed in. "Archduke Ferdinand of Austria." The chief pointed to the woman. "Him." She turned to Marr. "Interview Assassin 12 and get the specifics on her mission," she ordered. "Then report to the archives and assist Donovan." The chief's eyes narrowed as she addressed Assassin 101. "Use the knowledge of temporal archaeology you brought back from the 26th century to peel back the layers of this event." Her eyes narrowed as she bore down on the young man. "Brewer is your responsibility. You allowed him to escape. You find him." She nodded, confident in her sudden course of action. "Find out what we need to do to assist Assassin 12 in completing her mission, or She paused, wagging her finger in the general direction of all three men. "If this timeline is where we need to be, you have until Assassin 12 is mobile," the chief said, turning her back on the gathering. "At that point, I need to know if we complete her mission or welcome her to our timeline." With that, the chief turned on her heel and left the infirmary. She disappeared down the corridor, armed security in tow. Assassin 101 turned to Donovan, who shrugged. "Any questions?" Donovan smiled. "I have a couple," asked the woman on the bed. "What is temporal archaeology, and who exactly is Rick Brewer?" Marr and Donovan looked at Assassin 101. He glanced at each man in turn before facing the woman. "It's a long story." "Well, I'm not going anywhere," she replied. "At least not for a couple of days." "Later," Donovan intervened. "We have to get started on the research." He turned, and, with Assassin 101 on his heels, left the infirmary. Treon Marr smiled and sat back on the foot of the bed. Now, where were we? Chapter 6. Assassin 12 gingerly made her way down the mahogany corridors of the guild. She moved slowly, wary of her ribs and the pain if she moved too quickly. Treon Marr strolled beside her, protecting her left side and the broken arm held tightly to her body by a sling. The loose-fitting scarlet robes of the assassins replaced her hospital gown. The bandages were gone, revealing a network of small scars and scabs crisscrossing her face. One bandage over her right eye remained. After 3 days of lying in bed, she felt it was time to get up and move. She had sat upright and slung her feet over the edge of the bed, the movement bringing a wave of pain through the ribs, her lacerations threatening to split open again. But everything had held. Nausea had accompanied the pain, but she forced it away as she stood. Using the bed, cabinets, and the nurse for support, she had moved around the infirmary for a short time before returning to the bed, exhausted. That was 4 days ago. After a week of seeing nothing but the medical bay of the guild, she was finally mobile and heading to check on the research of Donovan and Assassin 101. Treon Marr had spent the entire week with the woman. His interest in her past and her timeline was insatiable. They had discussed in great detail the variances between her guild and this one. Cosmetically, they were almost identical, but the people were different. A quick review of the more spectacular events in her time revealed altered histories. She began to fear that she might be stuck in this time, in this guild, a stranger in a familiar landscape. Marr had been particularly interested in guild history, and Assassin 12 told him everything that she knew. The origins of the guild were lost centuries earlier, but there were some similarities as they compared histories. The timelines appeared to have run parallel until the 15th century, when events of the Renaissance created splits. The two timelines grew further apart with each event thereafter. The two approached the archive library, and she stopped for a moment, catching her breath. The exertion of even the slow walk through the guild had left her winded. Marr stood patiently, nodding to students and assassins as they walked by. The assassins returned the nod, while the students scurried away from the black-robed councilman. He suppressed a smile. "I'm ready," she nodded, and the two entered the library. The library was as she remembered it, or like the one in her timeline. Rows upon rows of bookcases stretched into the distance, a set of tables interspersed every fourth row of the shelves, each table equipped with a holoreader and display. The interlocking cog and wheel mural on the wall drew her attention. "That's new," she mumbled. "What?" She turned to Marr. "That mural. We don't have anything like that in my guild." Marr nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "It's been here since before I was an apprentice." He motioned toward a nearby table covered in books and data crystals, where Donovan and Assassin 101 sat, poring through ancient texts. The two men looked exhausted, with slumped shoulders and the occasional head bob. "This way," Marr said. Donovan and the assassin stood as she and Marr arrived at the table. Donovan's red eyes and the assassin's unshaven face affirmed her suspicions. They exchanged pleasantries for a moment before everyone sat. Assassin 12 lowered herself gingerly onto the chair, almost melting into the soft leather. She noticed the leather chair was the only one at the table. Everyone else had cloth. The woman offered silent thanks for the thoughtfulness of her colleagues.
"Let me bring you up to date," Assassin 101 said. He activated the holoreader, and an image of 2 timelines appeared above the table. The assassin touched a series of buttons, and red dots, points of interest in the timelines, appeared. In several instances, the location of the dots appeared similar. In others, the dots were far apart. Once he had programmed the parameters, he turned his attention to the audience around the table. "We know that Assassin 12 was sent to Austria in 1914 to ensure the death of Archduke Ferdinand. His death was the primary catalyst for World War I. 2 of the dots on the hologram started blinking. He pointed into the air. "This is her timeline. As you can see, there are 3 distinct world wars," he emphasized with air finger quotes. "Our timeline only has the one. Coincidentally, her 3rd war is roughly the same time as our 1 war." He pointed to the 2 points in time. "Only not as devastating."
Donovan chimed in. "We estimate that her 3 world wars cost approximately 100 million lives. Our 1 cost more than 2 billion. Those numbers alone should give us enough data to seriously look at her timeline being more advantageous to the human race," Assassin 101 stated. "Now, add the fact that her timeline has been more stable and had more technological advances after her 3rd war. That is a compelling argument to study this alternate timeline more in depth." "That is not your decision, Assassin," Marr warned. "Do not overstep your authority." "That is not my intent, sir," Assassin 101 replied calmly. "I am merely stating my opinion." He held up his hand to stop Marr's response. "But I understand your concern." Marr nodded, sat back, and steepled his fingers. "Continue." "Here is the problem." Assassin 101 pointed to the hologram, which changed to show only the current timeline. "Even if we decide to go back, complete her mission, and correct history into her timeline, there is no history of an Archduke Ferdinand in Austria." "What?" exclaimed Assassin 12. "Then how did I get here?" "Our guess," Donovan spoke up, "is that whatever Brewer did, his accident that disrupted the timeline predates 1914. We researched events before your mission where both timelines converge, and we have 2 possibilities." Donovan nodded to Assassin 101, who expanded the timeline to cover more than 2 centuries. Assassin 101 let out a deep sigh that caught the attention of the councilman. "Something wrong?" Marr asked. "The first event," he began, "appears to take place in Puerto Rico around the time the repeater station went online. This may be just a coincidence, but the timing is almost perfect." "And the other event?" "It appears to revolve around Alexander the Great and his death in 1867, the assassin answered. "We're still researching that one to narrow down the timing, but we're pretty positive about Puerto Rico." Treon Marr turned to Assassin 12. "Did your pre-mission briefing cover anything about Alexander the Great?" She shook her head silently, her eyes glued to the hologram floating over the table. "This is what our lives boil down to?" she asked, her voice distant and distracted. "A few lines that can be changed in the blink of an eye?" The men around the table paused in their conversation, staring at the woman. She sat in an awkward silence from her almost trance-like state, mesmerized by the hologram. She blushed when she realized everyone stared at her. "Sorry," she smiled shyly. "Although we have an archive like this, I've never been invited to participate in a research session like this." She nodded and averted her eyes. "It's a little overwhelming." Donovan smiled, patting her reassuringly on the shoulder. "Take your time. It's all right. Do you need a break?" Assassin 12 raised her head, a look of determination on her face. "No, thank you. I'm more interested in how we're going to fix this. And to answer your question, no, Alexander the Great was never mentioned in my mission brief." She motioned to the hologram. "So what's our next move?" Treon Marr turned to his right and faced Assassin 101. "How do you feel about another trip to Puerto Rico?" The assassin scoffed with a look of feigned annoyance. "I'll have to get more sunscreen." The ocean breeze played across the assassin's face. The roar of the waves as they crashed against the cliff a few meters below him drowned all other sounds. Sweat rolled down his forehead and cheeks like rain, mingling with the blood and dirt that covered his face and stinging his eyes. He tried in vain to blink it away. He tried to shift, to wipe away the sweat, and felt the rope bite deeper into his arms and legs. He lay back on the hard stone of the cliff, staring up at the hot sun, wondering where he went wrong. The assassin had skipped a few hours after the briefing in the library archives. He had walked the corridors back to his guild apartment, told Leanne what was going on, packed, and kissed her goodbye. Assassin 12, along with Donovan and Marr, met him in the skip control room. After a few handshakes and well-wishes, Assassin 101 stepped through the door into the time vortex. Static energy created ant-like tingles across his body. He ignored it, having experienced it dozens of times before. Instead, he recalled a lesson from a veteran assassin he had traveled with a year earlier. The man, a retired assassin recalled for one last mission, had instructed Assassin 101 how to relax and let the time eddies actually massage his body. The technique also helped relieve the cold that he had always experienced after a skip. Not completely, but a lot. He had let the eddies knead his muscles and felt the tension wash away. The minutes passed in his relaxed state. He felt the kinetic force that pushed him against the flow of time change as he neared his destination time. A black dot appeared in the distance, and he subconsciously straightened his 16th century tunic before he stepped from the skip bubble into the bright sunshine on the beach a few miles outside of San Juan. He squinted against the glare and placed his hand over his eyes to shield the sun, allowing his vision to adjust to the brightness. The light diminished in a matter of seconds, and his surroundings came into focus. 6 men stood nearby, arranged in a semicircle around a 7th man, bound, beaten, and bloody. As the assassin's eyes adjusted to the brightness, they focused on the pistols and curved sabers held by the men. He realized then that he was in a lot of trouble. The 6 standing men were dressed in colorful layers with large tricorn hats and an assortment of earrings, piercings, and tattoos. Several of the men gave the assassin a menacing grin, showing their missing or blackened teeth. A couple of them took a reflexive step backwards at the apparition that had appeared before them. The man on his knees wore a blue and green patterned kilt and sported a black eye over a bloody nose. He stared at the newcomer, but said nothing. Assassin 101 let his eyes focus beyond the men to the galleon anchored offshore. "Crap," he muttered, before putting on his best smile. "Good morning, gents. Lovely day, isn't it?" Assassin 101 heard a couple of the men mutter about witches and magic before the leader of the group cut them off with a deadly glance. The assassin knew this was about to go badly and focused his attention on the 2 men with the pistols, the most imminent threat. "Yes," the pirate leader said with a smile. "Lovely day." He spread his arms wide, holding the pistol casually in his right hand. "Why, I was just telling the gents what a beautiful day it was." "I thought you told us to kill Duncan," one of the men asked, confused. The pirate leader rolled his eyes, shaking his head. He let out a deep sigh, raised his pistol, and shot the pirate in the chest. The man cried out, staggered backwards, and fell off the cliff to the waters below. The strangled scream abruptly ended, lost in the crashing waves. The captain tossed the empty pistol to what the assassin assumed to be the first mate. The first mate tossed his loaded pistol to the captain and began the laborious process of reloading the black powder pistol. "Anyone else not understand sarcasm?" the captain asked. The other pirates stood still and quiet. The assassin smiled. His odds had improved, albeit slightly. There was only one loaded pistol in sight for the moment, and the captain seemed more upset with his crew than the newcomer. The captain turned his attention back to the assassin. "What twist of fate brings you here today?" "Just lucky, I guess," the assassin said. He smiled, extending his hand in the direction of the pirate. "My name is Rick Brewer, and as you can see by my entrance, I am a magician." "He's no Brewer," another pirate chimed in, pointing a stubby finger at the assassin. "I seen the show 2 nights ago in town. He's lying." The captain listened, never taking his eyes off the assassin. He smiled humorlessly. "Well,
It sounds as if Gabby disagrees with your statement. Care to explain?"
The assassin stood silent for a moment, ignoring the pirates around him as he digested the words.
"Brewer is here," he thought, "and still performing his tricks. But how do I find him?"
The prisoner, Duncan, chose that moment to make his escape. The young man stood, forcibly bumping the man to his right. The pirate lost his balance and fell, barely saving himself from tumbling off the cliff. Duncan stomped the foot to the man on his left. That pirate dropped his sword and grabbed his foot, hopping around madly. The prisoner, his arms still bound in front, took off running. The assassin attacked as the captain turned to shoot the fleeing prisoner. The captain saw the movement and tried to turn the pistol back toward Assassin 101, but the assassin was quicker. He crossed his wrist, blocking the weapon before grabbing the barrel and twisting it toward the ground. The weapon fired, and the assassin felt the wood around the metal barrel heat up, but he held on. The pistol could make a formidable club for whoever won the tug-of-war. The assassin stole a glance at the fleeing prisoner. Duncan was putting distance between himself and the remaining pirates. Assassin 101 had given silent thanks to the young man for the distraction, and then turned his attention to the 5 pirates he still had to contend with. He headbutted the captain and heard the crunch of the pirate's nose. The man howled in pain and released the flintlock, opting to nurse his injured nose. The assassin flipped the flintlock in his hands and, holding it by the barrel, hurled the captured pistol at the other gunman. The pistol hit the first officer in the chest, interrupting his attempt to reload the muzzle-loading weapon in his hands. The man flinched, dropping the powder bag and releasing a plume of black gunpowder into the wind. The man bent down to recover his powder, and the assassin turned his attention to the swordsman. Assassin 101 ducked a slash from one sword and leaped out of the range of another. He spun inside the thrust of a third, grabbing the sword arm as he elbowed the pirate in the face. He felt the man go limp from the blow as he used the man's arm and sword to block an attack from his right. His eyes focused on the man he had dubbed the first officer, the other pistol carrier, and saw the man hastily reloading the single shot. The assassin blocked another slash and kicked his attacker in the stomach. The man staggered backward, lost his footing, and fell over the cliff. The assassin thought he heard a thud as the man hit the rocks below, as the man's gargled scream abruptly ended. Assassin 101 spun out of the arms of the pirate he had elbowed, relieving the man of his sword. The pirate, his hands now empty, dropped to the ground holding his bleeding nose. The assassin took 2 steps and leapt into the air, bringing the sword down in front of him to skewer the first officer. The man screamed in pain, dropping the unloaded pistol. A look of astonishment and fear flashed across his face as he placed his hands on the hilt of the sword protruding from his chest. Assassin 101 kicked the dropped pistol over the edge of the cliff before turning his back on the first officer to face his remaining opponents. Odds are improving, he thought, as the captain and the 2 remaining pirates formed a half-circle around him. The captain wiped away the blood from his nose and unsheathed his sword, his eyes burning with murderous fire. The man on his left, the one who the assassin had kicked, held his sword low. He flashed a mischievous grin, showing a mouthful of missing teeth. The last man, on the captain's right, pulled a long dagger from his waist. Blood streamed down the man's face from his broken nose. The assassin's eyes flicked from one man to another, trying to ascertain who would be the first to make a move. He slipped into a deep defensive stance, ready for the inevitable attack. The pirate crew took a tentative step toward Assassin 101 before the captain held out his hands to stop them. A wicked smile crossed his lips. Assassin 101 heard a rustle of sound behind him and began to turn toward the first officer. He caught a brief flash of steel, ducked the dagger, and took the hit on his temple instead of his throat. A blinding white light flashed before his eyes, followed by darkness. The sting of a slap woke him, and Assassin 101 stared into the dark eyes of the pirate captain. The assassin lay on the rocky cliff, spread eagle, his arms and legs staked out. The men were nose to nose. The foul breath of the pirate assaulted the assassin's nostrils. "You cost me 3 good men today," the pirate said, then shook his head. "No, 2 good men and a pawn. Pawns may be cheap, but they are necessary, and part of my crew." He punctuated each word by pounding the assassin's solar plexus. "Your death will not be quick," the pirate spat, "or pleasant.
Ponder on that as you bake in the afternoon sun. May the buzzards grow fat on your carcass."
The pirate captain stood and walked away, his surviving men trailing behind him, the body of the first mate thrown over the shoulder of the last in line. He craned his neck, watching as they rowed toward the anchored ship a few hundred meters offshore. Their laughter echoed up the cliff until lost in the roaring surf. Alone on the cliff, the assassin scanned the area for a way out. The pirates had removed his tunic, but not his belt that contained his retrieval beacon. "Even if I could activate it, I can't get to the bubble." He looked for another way to escape. He pulled on his restraints, the bindings tight around his wrists and ankles. The rough rock he lay on scratched his back every time he moved. He looked toward the sky and saw the sun at its zenith, his body baking and his skin tightening in the midday sun. It did not take long to understand the truth in the pirate's last words. He struggled with his restraints. The sun began to set to his left, and his struggles subsided. Blood from his back, wrists, and ankles spoiled the otherwise clean rock of the cliff. The assassin closed his eyes and wondered how much longer before he succumbed to the eternal night. He felt the pull of the darkness and fought its pull, but the toll of the day, the sun baking him, and the lack of water sapped his energy. He relaxed, letting the darkness envelop him.
"There he is."
The assassin swore he heard something, someone. He started to raise his head, but it felt like it weighed a ton. The darkness called him.
"Hurry."
Footsteps approached, but it was too late. The assassin smiled and fell into the abyss.
Chapter 7. Assassin 101 awoke with a start. He blinked the fog from his eyes, confused, before slowly focusing his blurry gaze on a nearby fire. The crackling embers provided light and heat on the cool Caribbean night. Waves crashed somewhere in the darkness. He blinked again and rubbed his sore arms. He touched his swollen, rope-burned wrists and shook his head. "Not dreaming," he croaked, his voice dry and cracked. "No, you're not dreaming," answered a familiar voice from the darkness. A figure materialized out of the night and moved to stand before the assassin, backlit by the flickering campfire. The man's dark clothes absorbed the light from the fire, causing the assassin to squint. He blinked again. The last of the fog vanished, and Brewer's features came into focus. The renegade knelt on a knee beside the assassin and helped him sit up. A little older and a little grayer, Brewer displayed more scars on his face and a scraggly beard. The assassin drank from an offered cup. Cool water soothed his parched throat.
"Welcome back to the living, Jason. We thought we'd lost you."
Brewer took the cup, refilled it from a nearby flask, and returned the cup to the assassin. "We?" Assassin 101 asked in a raspy, damaged voice. He took the offered cup, draining it in one gulp. A nod sent the assassin's focus beyond Brewer to the man standing, hands clasped, at the edge of the dark halo around the fire. "My young friend Duncan and I," Brewer explained. "He found me in town and told me a wondrous tale of a man using my name materializing from thin air. Of course, I had to come investigate." "Thank you." The assassin nodded. He turned toward Duncan. "And thank you." The young man, maybe 17 years old, simply nodded and busied himself stirring the fire. Assassin 101 turned around to face the fire, grimacing from the movement. Slowly he managed to sit cross-legged. "You've aged well," the assassin smiled. Brewer's disposition to only age in his correct time was well documented in the guild. The man looked almost exactly like he had the first time the two had met. "What's it been? 200-300 years?" He handed the empty cup back to Brewer. The 1,000-year-old man offered a disarming laugh and glanced at Duncan. The young man gave no reaction to the comment. 700, give or take. Brewer refilled the cup from a jug by the fire and handed it back to the assassin. The assassin nodded his thanks and drank heartily. The movement brought a fresh wave of soreness, and he began an inventory of his pain. Assassin 101 began the guild-prescribed self-diagnostic. Brewer provided a play-by-play as the assassin checked himself. "You have a large bump on your head." The assassin followed along with the narration, validating the injuries as Brewer recited them, as well as a few bruised ribs and rope burns around your wrists and ankles. "Those should add some very nice scars to your collection." Brewer laughed. "Rachel is not going to be happy with you."
"It's Leanne now,"
the assassin said, his voice still rough. He smiled at Brewer's confused look and filled him in on the events after the time traveler rescued her from King Henry's dungeon. "So she's teaching now? Good for her." Brewer nodded.
"What about you?"
Assassin 101 asked.
"What happened to you after you skipped from the repeater station?"
Brewer shrugged, dismissing the query. "It's a long story."
"I'm not going anywhere."
He shifted, finding a more comfortable position on the hard rock ground.
"At least, not for a while."
"Where do I begin?"
"The beginning's a good place,"
the assassin said. Brewer nodded, collected his thoughts for a moment, and then told of his arrival in the Middle Ages and his friendship with the nomads.
"That's all?" the assassin asked. 700 years of history told in 5 minutes?
Brewer shrugged. "So, what brings you to Puerto Rico?" changing the subject.
"You," the assassin replied. "Something you've done disrupted the timeline."
Duncan spoke for the first time. His voice bore a Highland burr.
"Master Magician, 'tis another of those stories that I should know."
Assassin 101 arched an eyebrow at Brewer and mouthed, "Master Magician?" Brewer waved off his friend and nodded to Duncan. "Yes, Duncan, Jason and I are about to talk about the future and the past. You may sit quietly and listen, but do not interrupt, and never speak of what you learn here tonight."
"Aye, master."
Duncan nodded, returning to tend the fire. Brewer returned his attention to the assassin.
"What is it that I have done?"
"We aren't sure," Assassin 101 admitted.
"What we do know is that there are 2 points of interest. One is here. The other is 400 years from now. Is there something that you could have done here that could have had repercussions on the timeline?"
Brewer shook his head. "Honestly, for over 300 years I've lived a quiet, simple life. Today's events are the most excitement I've seen since," he thought for a moment, "since 1257.
"Why is that date familiar?"
the assassin asked, his brow furrowing in thought. Brewer shrugged.
"What did you do up till that point?"
The assassin watched as Brewer stole a glance at Duncan. The man still sat quietly stirring the fire, but listening intently. Brewer released a sigh into the night air, the sound disappearing as if by magic. The assassin stared at Rick, who nodded, realizing that one way or another the truth would come out. "It was about 200 years after my arrival, let's say around 1025, when I joined a second group of nomads somewhere near modern-day Turkey." Brewer stared into brown eyes and ran his hands through Layla's dark hair as he professed his love for her. She smiled, looking away before he cupped her chin and turned her face back toward him. She took his hand in hers and moved it away from her face. The two sat outside his tent in the early evening twilight on a bed of camel hair blankets. He sat cross-legged, the woman propped on his lap, with her legs extended to her left. Campfires dotted the landscape in the small village as the tribesmen prepared for night. The smells from cooking pots filled the small valley where the village lay. "My father will never permit it," she said. "You are a stranger in our tribe. You have not yet proven yourself." "But I've proven myself to you, haven't I?" Brewer asked. She blushed. "Yes, Sabah, but it is not me you must impress." She stared into his eyes. "You have an old soul, Sabah, a wise soul. Do not let my father deter you from what your heart desires." Brewer turned away, blushing. He turned back, staring into her almond-shaped eyes, and knew he had to tell her the whole truth. He steadied himself and took a deep breath before he spoke. "Layla, there are things you must know about me before we go further." His voice cracked slightly, and he fought back the pain and loss of hundreds of years of travel. "Things
that I have never told another soul. You must listen and believe." He saw curiosity and fear in her eyes, but she remained silent. He took a deep breath and began his tale. "My name is Rick Brewer. I have traveled the world for almost 300 years, and I love you." "I love you, too." She leaned in and kissed him. "No matter what name you use." Layla stretched out, getting comfortable under the stars, as the man she knew as Sabah told his story. She settled in to listen. "Her name was Farima," Brewer recited. "She was the sister of the man who saved my life when I first arrived. She died 10 years after our joining," he continued, sadness filling his voice. "We had no children. I left the group shortly after. I could not bear to see her brother, my friend, suffer from the loss of his sister, and I did not want to be reminded of her every time I saw my friend. I roamed the desert for 25 or 30 years. He shook his head, not remembering the exact amount of time. Traveling alone, sometimes with a caravan, I visited the remains of the Oracle of Delphi, ran from Marathon to Athens, and stood at the hot gates where Leonidas once faced Xerxes. I became a hunter and trader, working the Dnieper River and living a peaceful life until I was captured by a Norse raiding party. I fought my way to freedom and joined them as a conscript, serving Vladimir the Great for several years. I visited Constantinople and attended Emperor Basil II as one of the elite Varangian Guard. I left the Vikings after our victory over Bardus Phocas and traveled to Europe. I studied in Rome and in Egypt, learning all I could about alchemy, history, and philosophy. Eventually, I married an Egyptian woman while teaching in Cairo. She died a few years later, and I gave up everything, simply walked away. I found my way back to the desert, and now, here I am." Layla smiled. "You have traveled for 300 years. You studied and hunted and married." She punched him in the arm. "That part you could have left out of your story, Sabah." She shook her head. "If you wish to marry me, you must convince my father you are worthy. You must impress him with tales of bravery and courage. Tell me more about the Varangian Guard," she said as she snuggled up next to him. "That may be a story worthy to tell my father." He sighed, the corners of his mouth drooping into a sad frown. She did not believe him. She thinks it's a fairy tale to win her father's approval. He patted her leg contently and began his story. "It all started in 978 as I sailed the Dnieper River. The Viking Canar, single-mast merchant vessel, caught the wind, plowing through the dark blue water. Brewer, rudder in hand, smiled as the cool wind pushed the vessel further past the mouth of the Dnieper River and into the Black Sea. The entire world appeared to open before him as the gusts pushed him closer to Constantinople. The European landscape shrank behind him as the open sea stretched before him to the distant horizon. The sea grew rough compared to the calm waters of the Dnieper. Waves crashed over the hull, flooding the bottom of the boat. Brewer reached down to secure the pelts and trinkets that he had acquired over the last 5 weeks. He pulled his collar tighter against the cool air and the cold sea spray and adjusted the rudder to port slightly, turning the small sailboat into the oncoming waves. He constantly scanned the horizon. These were the dangerous waters, especially in late afternoon, when the sea anticipated the night. He knew that within a few hours the sea would grow angry, the wind would howl, and humans would begin to hunt their prey. The stories were too fantastic to be true, of course, tales of ghost ships, giants, headhunters, and sea monsters. Brewer adjusted his rudder a little more to port. Those stories still have some basis in fact. It was not the sea or sea monsters that concerned the stranded time traveler. Brewer smirked at the thought. Bandits and thieves searched these waters, slave traders that took everything and left the weak to die on the sea. Those were the real threats, and Brewer's eyes scanned the horizon, although he doubted that he could outrun the bandits if they set their sights on him. This was his 4th trip down the Dnieper River from Kiev, and the first one where he felt nervous. He could feel the perspiration on his face and his wet, clammy hands on the rudder. He shook his head. "Maybe I'm just getting old," he said aloud, his voice quickly carried away by the wind. Or maybe it was the stories in Kiev of entire merchant vessels being attacked. A new development that had even rival sea captains talking of protective convoys. It was a sobering thought, especially when all alone in a small boat. Brewer stole a glance to his right, measuring the height of the sun. Thoughts of turning back to camp at the mouth of the river infiltrated his mind. He turned to see only a featureless dot of land. "No, better to ride through the night," he assured himself. "The sooner I deliver these goods to market, the better." He glanced behind him again, and his heart sank. 3 longboats were visible on the horizon, growing steadily as they approached from the still shrinking landmass. Each ship stood tall with single mast, moving across the sea quickly without the use of sails. A dozen oars extended from each side of the long, low, sleek vessels. The oars moved in unison, propelling the craft across the sea and closing on Brewer's smaller boat. Brewer instantly recognized the ships, pirates, and knew his choices were limited. Without a second thought, he turned the rudder to starboard, into the sun. The sail flared as it filled with the wind, and his tiny vessel picked up speed. He nodded his approval, his mind stuck on the thought that maybe his smaller vessel could outmaneuver the slave ships, at least long enough for them to grow weary of the chase. The vessel split into a 3-pronged pincer movement and attempted to intercept and block his escape. The larger vessel skimmed the waves, but Brewer had the speed. The wind died, his sail falling limp. The larger slave-powered vessels gained rapidly. Brewer grabbed an oar and began paddling. The cold forgotten, he stroked until sweat covered his body and his arms burned with fatigue. He heard oars slashing through the water and turned to look behind him. The 3 vessels loomed directly behind his canard, towering above the smaller boat. Brewer sighed, stood on wobbly legs, and raised his hands in the air as the vessels pulled alongside. Brewer heard a voice call out and turned to see a man leaning over the rail. The bare-chested, muscular man smiled a toothy grin, his blond hair hanging to his shoulders.
Going somewhere, caper.
"Small boat?" Brewer translated.
Constantinople, Wiener,
he replied, addressing the captain as friend. He had one shot at surviving this ordeal unscathed. "I have goods for market. I would be happy to give you first look." The blond captain emitted a mocking laugh.
That is very generous, Wiener.
The captain replied with a touch of sarcasm. He waved his arms, and Brewer watched helplessly as the pirates dropped rope ladders over the hull of the larger vessels and began descending. The captain turned away, but his laugh echoed across the sea. Cold water splashed Brewer's face. He awoke sputtering, salt water dripping from his head and shoulders. Metal shackles pinned him to the mast of the wooden vessel by his wrists and ankles. The metal cuffs bit into his skin. Water sloshed a half-inch deep on the deck as the boat gently rocked back and forth. Brewer watched the rhythmic motion for a moment, following the movement with his eyes. His gaze rested on 2 men standing in the shadow of the mast, each smiling sadistically. The salt water stung his eyes, and he shook his head to get the water and wet hair from his face. He glared at the men, his face flush with anger.
"He's got some life,"
said a short and squat man with a scruffy, unkempt beard and a missing eye. He held an empty bucket to his side.
"He'll fetch a good price at the games."
The taller of the 2 men stepped forward, stopping in front of the shackled Brewer. His blond hair ended at his shoulders, above a brown cloth tunic and dark pantaloons held around his waist by a thin leather rope. His face bore the scars of many battles, and his breath made Brewer recoil.
"Perhaps,"
the Norseman said, showing a toothy smile,
"after he is broken."
Brewer continued to stare at the 2 men. Bucketman shrugged.
"Maybe he can't be broken."
The Norseman turned to face the shorter and flashed a malevolent smile.
"All men can be broken."
"I have a better idea," Brewer said. Amused looks coalesced on the 2 pirates as they turned to stare at their prisoner.
Silence hung in the air, and the taller man motioned for Brewer to continue. "I'll fight Scruffy here for my freedom," Brewer continued, nodding at the shorter man. The man looked confused before rubbing his scruffy face in obvious offense. "He wins, you sell me to the games. I win, I have my freedom." Scruffy took a step forward, but the man in charge held out an arm to stop him. His smile grew larger.
If you win, you become part of my crew, working and fighting for me. If he wins," he leaned in close, "then you die on this boat today."
Brewer smiled. "Deal."
"Release him,"
the tall man said, with a flourish of his arms and a grandiose smile. He heard Scruffy mutter something under his breath and paused, talking over his shoulder.
"Unharmed." "Aye,"
Scruffy said. Rough hands released the shackles, and Brewer felt the pressure release from his ankles and wrists. He heard the shackles fall to the deck. Brewer rubbed his raw wrists and took a few tentative steps to make sure his legs still worked. Unsteady, but functional. Bright sun, about halfway up the horizon, cast shadows across the 20-foot expansive deck. Around a dozen crewmen, each tall, muscular, and blond, stopped whatever they were doing and turned to watch. Shouts in support of Scruffy filled the air. He definitely has home field advantage, Brewer thought, as he shook his arms to restore full circulation. Brewer stretched, listening to his vertebra and joints pop in the still morning air. He snapped his neck to the left and right, the crack of his neck louder than it had been in centuries. "Oh, for a chiropractor," he mumbled. The cacophony of shouts for Scruffy drowned out the flapping sails and rolling waves of the sea. The leader approached, and Brewer realized how tall the man stood. He may have stood a foot taller than Scruffy, but he was also at least half a foot taller than most of the crew, and Brewer. He held up his hands, and the noise subsided. "Begin," he commanded, with a slight shrug and a smug look on his face. Brewer ducked as Scruffy swung a jab at his head. Brewer dodged the attack, spun inside Scruffy's reach, and delivered an elbow to the solar plexus. Scruffy grunted, and Brewer grabbed Scruffy's arm. A quick backstep, a twist of the arm, and Brewer pulled the man forward. The bearded man flew through the air, landing flat on his back on the hard deck to a chorus of "Oh" from his shipmates. Brewer straightened up and stood patiently, while Scruffy regained his breath. The man struggled to roll over, gasping and wheezing. The pirate stood shakily and pulled a dirk from a sheath at his belt. Scruffy flipped the blade from hand to hand and advanced on the time-traveler. Scruffy launched a quick left-handed attack at Brewer's head. Brewer dodged backwards, avoiding the blade that almost mystically appeared in Scruffy's right hand. The right-hand attack aimed at Brewer's midsection. Brewer stepped away and smiled. "You're quick," he taunted, "but not quick enough." The pirate attacked again, the dagger nicking Brewer's already tattered left sleeve, before the former assassin lashed out and hit the radial nerve. The dagger fell from numb fingers, and Brewer let his guild training take over. A 1-2 punch turned into 3-4, and then 5-6. Brewer's fist hammered the stomach of the man, driving Scruffy toward the railing of the ship. The guild exile allowed Scruffy to open a little distance between them before Brewer delivered a front jump kick to the man's head. Scruffy staggered backward from the impact, arms flailing before falling over the rail. A splash echoed in the still morning. Brewer turned to face the captain, amused by the astonished look on the Viking's face. Brewer slowly rotated his body, seeing the same befuddled look on all of the crew. He forced himself to relax and smiled. Brewer watched the slack-jawed captain regain his composure, replacing a look of astonishment with that of admiration. He nodded slowly. "Welcome to the Hellblindy." Chapter 8. "I sailed with the Vikings for a decade," Brewer told Layla. She lay snuggled next to him on a camel fur rug, her brown eyes locked onto his face. She held his hand, enjoying her bedtime story, but too mesmerized by the adventure to sleep. "We patrolled the rivers of Europe, sometimes guarding merchant vessels, other times pirating. We were mercenaries for hire, and we were good." "So why did you leave?" Layla asked. "Politics," he replied. He received a confused look from the woman lying next to him. A few years later, the Emperor of Byzantium, Basil II, needed help to quell a series of rebellions.
He called upon the Viking prince Vladimir for men and arms. Vladimir was reluctant, even though they had a mutual defense treaty, until Basil offered his sister, Anna, in exchange for the troops. Vladimir accepted the terms and ordered 6,000 Varangian mercenaries to Basil. I happened to be one of them.
"So you left because you were sold to another master?" she asked. "That doesn't sound very mercenary."
"No, not sold. We were not slaves. We were paid to fight, and paid handsomely," he replied. "We crushed the rebellions, all of them. Basil made us the core of his imperial bodyguard, the Varangian Guard. It was a year later, at the Battle of Abydos in Hellespont, that I left the Guard."
"Why?" she asked, excitement filling her voice. "What happened?"
Brewer took a breath, exhaling slowly. "A massacre." A strong wind tangled his hair as Rick Brewer sat near the rail of the Viking longship. He paused from sharpening his double-bladed axe and stared across the ship at the man leading him into battle. Emperor Basil II stood tall on the bow of the ship, his brown hair and crimson cloak flapping in the breeze. Basil stroked his close-cropped beard as his hawkish eyes scanned the horizon. Brewer followed the emperor's gaze and saw their destination on the horizon. The time-traveler's pulse quickened. He knew that the battle would soon be joined, and ran the sharpening stone over the axe-blade again. Brewer turned his head, looking aft, and watched as 36 ships bobbed on the heavy surf. The cool April air pushed the fleet quickly across the Aegean Sea. The sea had cooperated this time, and the fleet had suffered no major losses on the crossing from Europe. Brewer finished with his blade before standing and scanning the horizon. A landscape took shape under an overcast gray sky. Distant mountains sat shrouded by fog. Brewer turned his gaze to his right, to the flatlands to the south of the island chain, the destination of the fleet. Emperor Basil barked an order, almost lost to Brewer over the roar of the wind, and the flotilla gently changed course toward the southern tip of the Greek island of Hellespont. Brewer recalled a lesson on ancient Greece from his days as an assassin's apprentice. The island took its name from a young girl named Helle, so the legend went. Slated for death as a human sacrifice, a ram with a golden fleece swooped in and rescued the girl before her execution. She fell off the ram's back and into the sea, hence the Sea of Helle, Hellespont. The island connected the Aegean and Black Seas, an island of strategic importance for Basil, or the rebels. Details of the island chain came into focus. The mist-shrouded mountains appeared not as tall as Brewer had imagined. The mountains dropped into an open plain, and Brewer stood on his toes to get a better look. The fleet was close enough now, and Brewer could see the future battlefield. An open forest flanked the plain and the knee-high grass. He closed his eyes and slowly exhaled. Salt air stung his face. The heavy, cool breeze tossed his hair and beard. The splash of the water as the waves crashed against the hull of the wooden ship drowned out the rest of the world. The sun bore down on him, warming his scarred face. He opened his eyes and surveyed the island chain again, soaking in the details. A dozen ships bore down on the island ahead of him. Another spread out to either side and behind. He exhaled another long breath. This was the part he truly hated. The anticipation before the fight. No matter the time period or the weapon, the pre-combat anxiety was always the same. Nervous energy made his leg twitch while his palms grew slick with sweat. He placed the double-sided axe on the deck and rubbed his hands on his cloak. "We will be landing with the second wave," called the taskmaster, a man he knew as Eric. "Hopefully it won't be over before we get there." The men surrounding Brewer laughed, and he joined them despite the knot in his stomach. The answer to the question Brewer had been struggling with hit him like a thunderbolt. He was tired, traveling for over 100 years, again. He simply wanted it to end. The fighting, the killing. He had had enough. He had to make his opportunity, and this field was as good as any. With any luck, this will be my final battle.
A cheer drifted over the water as the first vessels met the shore. Battle cries filled the air as Basil II led his army across the sandy beach. Brewer raised his head to watch and saw the emperor disappear over the horizon. Dozens of men followed. The first wave of boats filled the beach, blocking all of the best landing spots. Brewer sighed as Eric waved them forward and his contingent went over the side. The brief drop was not as bad as the bone-chilling water. Gripping his axe in both hands, Brewer jounced toward the shore, his momentum aided by the steady tide. He stumbled, trying to run in the water, and plunged headfirst into the surf. He emerged from the water and screamed in rage and anticipation. The other mercenaries followed, emitting their own battle cries as the cold water engulfed them. The Vikings ran as quickly as they could through the waist-deep water to the shore. The semi-solid sand of the beach allowed the men to pick up speed. The ground solidified into the grasslands, and they ran, wet and chilled, toward the sounds of defiance. Brewer ran to the front of the crowd and caught Eric as the Varangian Guard taskmaster crested the small hill Basil had traversed only minutes before. Brewer paused, as did the men around him, as the battleground spread before them. "Damn," Brewer muttered, his enthusiasm suddenly dampened by what lay ahead. He proceeded at a much slower pace toward the mass of warriors. Basil II stood at the head of his horde of mercenaries. Hundreds of men stood behind the emperor, yelling and taunting the army sitting across the plain. Battle cries filled the air, and Brewer felt the adrenaline build as the fervor swept over him. He raised his axe, shaking it at the opposing army. Bardas Phocas, an older Byzantine general banished from Basil's kingdom for his part in no less than 3 different rebellions, sat atop a black stallion a few hundred yards away. His back straight, he wore a black tunic with a flowing red cape. His army stretched out behind him, outnumbering the Varangian Guard at least 2-1. Phocas let out his battle cry, a deep, throaty roar that echoed in the early morning. He shook his graying mane of shoulder-length hair, unsheathed his sword, and circled it around his head. The motion stopped with the sword pointing straight at Basil. His warhorse reared on its hind legs before the rebel commander spurred it into a gallop across the field. Basil smiled and drew his own sword. "Victory!" he bellowed, and charged across the field on foot. The horde of mercenaries stood quietly for several moments before someone toward the front yelled, and the mass of men surged forward, following the emperor. The thunder of hooves filled the air, and Brewer moved toward the flank. He made it to the outskirts of the formation, and, now out in the open, could see the battle unfold. Phocas, atop a horse, leaned forward as he closed the distance to Basil. Both men swung their swords in anticipation, and both, with Phocas being slightly louder, let loose their war cries. Brewer estimated they were still 50 yards apart when Phocas dropped his sword and grabbed his chest. His war cry strangled in his throat as he slid unceremoniously out of the saddle and off the horse. He landed hard, arms and legs flailing, and rolled across the field before coming to rest on his stomach in the middle of the grassy plain. The horse continued its gallop to the battlefield and beyond, disappearing over a nearby ridge. Basil stopped his advance, moving cautiously forward, expecting a feint. The mercenaries stopped running, their gulps for air disrupting the sudden quiet of the field. The emperor prodded the prone figure with his sword before crouching. He rose quickly, and turning toward his troops, exclaimed, "He's dead!" Brewer barely suppressed a chortle at the absurdity of the scene. The rebel leader was dead without a single blow. The emperor victorious without the bloodshed. He felt the tension start to ebb away until Eric ordered them forward. The mercenaries moved en masse across the field. With their leader dead, the rebel army began to disperse. Their retreat enraged the Varangian Guard, and the Vikings began sprinting across the battlefield. "No prisoners!" Basil called as the army passed around him. One mercenary stopped and, with a maniacal laugh, cut off Phocas's head. He presented it to the emperor as tribute. Brewer saw all this out of the corner of his eye as the formation carried him across the field and into the ranks of the rebels. I found myself suddenly at the forefront of the Viking army, Brewer continued.
Layla was almost asleep. She stifled a yawn as he finished his story. I fought, but I did not want to participate in a massacre. The rebels were fleeing and being cut down for sport. So when the opportunity presented itself, I took it. At the height of the battle, I made my way to the nearby forest, where I watched as the Varangian Guard mercenaries hacked the rebels to pieces. I waited until nightfall, then made my way to the nearby mountains. I stayed there several days, and then made my way to the coast. His voice grew tired and a little sad. I found passage on a merchant vessel bound for Constantinople, and from there I found my way to Europe. He smiled, running his fingers over the woman's soft skin. I've had enough of death and destruction. For 300 years I've traveled, fought, and watched those around me die. I want peace in my life. I want to be with you. Layla's soft breathing was his only response. He smiled, laying his head back against a stack of camel skin rugs. I pour my heart out, and you fall asleep. If that's not peaceful, I don't know what is. Rick Brewer closed his eyes and drifted into a peaceful sleep with his soon-to-be wife in his arms. The thunder of hooves reverberated in Brewer's sleep and dreams. The sound stirred memories of Abydos and the Vikings. He twisted and turned in his sleep, but the sound grew louder. Screams filled the air, men, women, and children running in fear and dying as spear and sword found them. Women and children? "Sabah!" screamed Layla, shaking him from his dream. Brewer left the dream world only to emerge in a nightmare. The far side of the village burned. Nomads stumbled out of tents as masked riders invaded the village. Brewer looked past the riders to see men, women, and children lying dead and dying in the early morning sun. Men on horse and foot, with faces covered in cloth and steel, stampeded through the village, headed toward Brewer and Layla. Swords glinted in the dawn as they slashed at unarmed villagers. Torches flew through the air, igniting the thatch and cloth huts on contact. Brewer saw a spear arch through the air, and he rolled, grabbing Layla as he did. The spear stuck solidly in the ground where he had been. "Run!" he ordered, shoving her away from the fighting. He retrieved the spear and hurled it at its owner. The man fell, the long pike lodged in his chest. Brewer reached under the pile of camel rugs he'd been lying on and produced 2 swords. Without a second thought, he attacked the nearby marauders. A slash to the back brought down one attacker, while Brewer parried a blow from another. Brewer used the momentum of the blow to reverse the sword in his hand and stabbed the metal blade through his victim. The man crumbled, and Brewer moved on to the next marauder. A double thrust impaled the man as he prepared to spear a young child. The man collapsed, and Brewer moved on. Another structure erupted in flames, and Brewer moved in that direction. He saw a man on horseback, swinging a lit torch in his hand, preparing to light another hut on fire. The guild exile felt the heat from the fire as he hurled one of the swords into the man on horseback and watched him fall from the horse, landing on the lit torch. The attacker's clothes immediately caught fire. He screamed in agony as the dried cloth quickly engulfed him in flames. "Sabah!" Brewer turned to see Mukabe, Layla's cousin, as 3 marauders cornered him against a large boulder. The time-traveler broke into a run, grabbing a spear from the back of a dead villager and hurling it in one fluid motion. The spear arched in the air, missed its intended victim by inches, and impaled itself deep into the desert sand. 2 of the 3 men attacking Mukabe turned to see who threw the spear. Brewer was on them seconds later. He jabbed at the man to his right before turning and beating down the man to his left with a furious attack. Brewer ended the attack with a front kick that sent the man reeling backwards before turning in time to block the downstroke by the second marauder. The force of the blow knocked Brewer to his knees, and he felt the cold metal of the sword touch his face. Brewer rolled onto his back and with both feet kicked his attacker in the stomach. The man staggered backwards into the third man attacking Mukabe, and they tumbled together. Mukabe took full advantage of the distraction and stabbed both men through the heart, 1 stroke for each. Blood covered the young man from a missing left ear, but he still managed to smile at Brewer as he pulled his bloody sword from the second man. Brewer stood as Mukabe's smile changed to fear, and he pointed past Brewer. "Sabah!" Brewer dropped to one knee and spun. His eyes locked onto his attacker. His sword lashed out and found its target, slicing the marauder from waist to shoulder diagonally.
Brewer let his momentum spin him completely around to face Mukabe. He nodded, and the two moved out to defend the village. But the battle was over. Marauder horses thundered into the distance, sending great plumes of dust into the air. Fires crackled as the scrub brush and cloth huts burned, sending thick smoke into the blue sky. The thatch popped and sparked, sending red-hot embers floating into the wind. None of the dozen structures that formed the tiny village survived the attack. Bodies, both human and animal, littered the desert sand, blood staining the wasteland red. "Layla!" he cried, and went off in the direction that he had pushed her. Rick Brewer sat on his knees as the world burned around him. He wept as he held Layla in his arms, blood caking the woman's hair to her head. Brewer silently brushed the hair from her face, his hands shaking in anger and grief. He closed his eyes and turned his face toward the sky. Brewer did not want his last image of Layla to be this one. He wanted to find a happier image and burn that into his brain. Tears washed streaks through the blood and dirt on his face. Footsteps approached, and Brewer reached for the discarded sword in the sand at his side. The footfalls stopped as his hand found the hilt of the blade. He opened his eyes to see Mukabe and two other men, each armed with bloody swords, a few feet away. "We must leave," Mukabe said, fear in his voice. "They may come back." Brewer gently laid Layla's body onto the soft sand. He folded her arms across her chest and fought back tears. He stood, grimacing with the effort, using his sword as a support. Blood flowed from a gash on the left side of his torso, while his scar from Japan, reopened by a marauder's blade, bled down his face. Brewer stared at Mukabe, fire in his eyes. "Let them come," he hissed, his voice low and deadly. "What further damage can they do here? Everyone is already dead, the village destroyed." His voice caught, and he choked back a sob. "What more can they do?" "They can kill the rest," Mukabe said, pointing to the dozen or so survivors. Men, sobbing women, and children stumbled around in a daze. The emotional toll was as high as the physical, and Mukabe knew they needed a strong leader. He pressed the point. "You are the eldest survivor. You are now elder. You are now responsible for the village." Brewer let the words sink in and turned his head to watch the people, his people, as they began picking through the village, scavenging for anything of value, and crying over the dead. He lowered his head, nodding in silence. It was several seconds before Brewer raised his head. The cold, emotionless expression on his face made Mukabe take a step back. "Send out a few of our men as sentries," Brewer ordered. "I want a warning in case we're attacked again. The rest, we will bury our dead." He surveyed the destruction, his eyes catching the smoke and following it skyward. Desert scavengers already circled overhead, ready for a hearty meal. "Leave their dead for the buzzards." "And then?" Mukabe asked. An evil grimace filled Brewer's lips. "And then we find the marauders and kill them. We kill them all." Brewer stopped his story, tears welling in his eyes. "I'm sorry," the assassin offered. "I didn't mean to dredge up bad memories." Brewer dismissed the apology with a wave of his hand. "You didn't know. Couldn't know." The assassin nodded, stretched, and felt a wave of pain shoot through his ribs. He closed his eyes against the sting and let out a long, slow breath. When he opened his eyes, Brewer's tears were gone, replaced by a simple look of sadness. The time-traveling rogue smiled at the assassin. "Get some rest," he said. "Tomorrow is another day." "You haven't finished your story." Brewer nodded reassuringly. "Tomorrow. Rest now. The last thing I want is your wife coming after me. Again." The assassin nodded and lay prone on the hard ground. "Thanks, Rick." He closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Brewer turned to see Duncan had already bedded down for the night. Brewer stood and stirred the fire for a moment, tossing another log into the makeshift pit before he sat back down
his back to the fire. He felt the heat as he stared off into the darkness and let out a big sigh. It's only a matter of time before they discover what I have done. He stared up into the night sky. What happens then? The stars were silent. He received no answers. Chapter 9. The sun hung low on the eastern horizon, the blue sky hosting a few white, wispy clouds. Smoke from the campfire drifted lazily upward, disappearing into the clear morning air. Assassin 101 awoke to the sun in his eyes and the air filled with the heavenly scent of breakfast. The crackling fire and sizzle of meat drew his attention to the campfire as his belly rumbled with anticipation. Duncan, hunched by the fire, cooking. The assassin sat up, holding his sore ribs in place. His movement caught Duncan's attention. The young man turned, smiled at the assassin, glanced to the other side of the campfire, and placed his fingers on his lips. The assassin returned the smile, followed his gaze, and saw Rick Brewer asleep on the other side of the fire. Assassin 101 nodded his understanding.
"Good morning,"
Duncan whispered. Assassin 101 returned the salutation, his voice low. "Morning. Smells good. What is it?"
"Bat,"
the cook replied.
"I relieved the master before daylight and went in search of something to eat. The bat was kind enough to offer itself for our sustenance."
"That was very kind," the assassin agreed. He smiled, admiring the man's attempt at flowery, aristocratic speech. He glanced at the sleeping brewer, then back to Duncan. "How is it you've come to travel with Rick, your master?" Duncan shrugged, flipping the roasting animal over.
"About 6 months ago, I was in France, fleeing the English after the Battle of Flodden," Duncan said. "I was conscripted into service by King James and stood with him at Braxton. But when the English struck us from behind, a lot of us fled."
He shrugged.
"As the English hunted us down, I made my way to France. I had no money. I did not speak the language, but at least I was free," Duncan continued.
He smiled and tossed a nod toward the sleeping brewer.
"Master Brewer found me on the outskirts of Calais. He took pity on me, saved my life, he did. He offered me food and shelter and a job as his apprentice."
Duncan nodded to himself.
"The master saved me, and I'll follow him till I find a way to repay him."
"I've told you 100 times that you owe me nothing," a groggy brewer mumbled. He rolled over, facing the other 2 men across the fire. "You are free to leave whenever you want." Duncan nodded.
"Once my debt is repaid,"
he turned to the assassin.
"a debt that now extends to you, master."
The assassin sat, stunned speechless by the sudden revelation. He had no idea how to respond, and Brewer, sensing the assassin's uneasiness, answered for him. "Jason," Brewer offered. The assassin rewarded the admission with a harsh glare, which Brewer ignored with an early morning smile. "Master Jason." Duncan nodded.
"Master Jason,"
he repeated.
"I am in your debt."
Assassin 101 shook his head in disbelief and shot another glance at Brewer. The time traveler simply smiled in return. "Welcome to Puerto Rico," Brewer said. "Let's eat." Duncan wandered off to clean the tin plates after the morning meal. Brewer took the opportunity to sit beside the assassin and examine his friend's wounds. He ran his hand along the assassin's ribs, receiving several sharp intakes of breath and more than a handful of painful grimaces for his trouble. The examination complete, Brewer told the assassin he would not be going anywhere for a few more days. They sat in awkward silence for several minutes, listening to the waves bombard the rocky shore in the distance. Duncan returned with more wood and tended the fire before sitting down opposite the fire from the 2 men. The mid-morning air stirred, cool and breezy. Assassin 101 broke the prolonged silence. "Did you find the marauders that attacked your village?" Brewer smiled, nodding quietly. "Well," Assassin 101 prodded, "what happened?" "We did what needed to be done," he stated matter-of-factly. "Rick," Brewer sighed, "is your data crystal recording all of this?" The assassin involuntarily reached for the crystal that hung from a cord around his neck. The 2-inch-long data crystal recorded everything around the assassin: environment,
conversations, heartbeat, movement, stress. The list went on. Once the assassin returned to the 23rd century, the uploaded data would be added to the database of events for the current timeline. Every apprentice learned about the crystals, and every assassin wore one. The guild assassin nodded. We traveled for months, following the marauders' trail of destruction through the desert, Brewer began, and when we caught up with them, we attacked. Rick Brewer lay prone at the crest of a ridge overlooking a small camp. The rocky outcropping of the ridge cut through his tattered clothes, but he ignored the scratches. He focused on the 3 large cloth tents set on the perimeter of a series of small campfires. Smoke drifted into the air from the fires as sentries moved in lazy circles around the perimeter. It took Brewer less than 2 minutes to detect the pattern and timing of the patrols. Predictable and exploitable. He heard Mukabe and the others as they crawled up behind him. The men, despite their best efforts, created small rock slides down the slope. Brewer pushed his right palm toward them, arm extended. Halt! The time-traveling renegade checked the camp. No alarms. He pointed at Mukabe and motioned for him to continue up the slope. Brewer had spent the last month training the survivors of his tribe the skills of war. There were 27 survivors of the camp. 15 of those were men old enough and well enough to fight. Those men, 3 children, and 9 women were all that remained of the village. The dead of the village lay many miles behind them in unmarked graves at the base of a sprawling desert rock formation. Brewer and the rest spent hours burying their dead, including his beloved Layla. The day after the massacre, the survivors set out in search of their foe. Brewer began training the men in hand-to-hand combat, swords, bows and arrows, and tracking. Anything and everything that the former apprentice could remember from his days at the guild, he crammed into 30 short days. The women took over the day-to-day routine of their new camp, adding hunting and gathering to their list of specialties. Brewer taught them that every tree yielded a bow or arrow, every rock a potential projectile. He instructed the women in the art of making bolas from sheep fleece. A couple of the women surprised him during the test of the weapons, hitting the target almost every time. Rick separated them for additional training and honed their natural skills. This did not sit well with the men, especially when the women proved to be more accurate with the weapon. The men earned the title of battle-tested 3 days prior to finding the marauder encampment. A small 4-man scouting party, led by Mukabe, encountered a much larger 10-man force of marauders. The skirmish quickly ended, with the marauders' bodies baking in the desert sun, and with one of the villagers requiring any medical attention. When that scouting party had not returned, the raiders had sent out another party to search for them. Their bodies roasted in the sun as well. The men gained confidence in themselves, and Rick knew that his men could handle what lay ahead of them. Although hate still raged within his heart, Brewer was no fool. His guild lessons on tactics flooded his memory, and he knew better than to simply launch a blind frontal assault on the marauders' camp. He needed intelligence and a plan. He inched his way down the rocky slope to join his troops. Brewer looked into the eyes of the warriors gathered around him and saw determination, confidence, and something far more meaningful, the longing for revenge. He turned to Mukabe as the man slid down and joined him at the base of the ridge. "How does it look to you, Mukabe?"
"About 70 people,"
Mukabe reported.
"A dozen bored sentries walk in predictable circles."
He looked at Sabah and smiled.
"They are full of food and drink, sluggish and sleepy."
Rick looked at the darkening sky in the east, nodding his approval of the report. "There is no moon tonight," he said. "Darkness will be our guide. Gather 3 of your quietest and deadliest, Mukabe," Brewer instructed. "We attack tonight." Faiz noisily sat onto the sandy desert floor and leaned back against a small stone facing. He adjusted his sheathed sword, moving it out of the way as he stretched out.
Rubbing his full belly, he belched and allowed his head to drop back and rest on the rock. He had been walking around the camp for weeks, and nothing ever changed. Get up in the middle of the night, walk around for 2 or 3 hours, and, depending on if his relief woke up on time, go back to sleep until sunup. Faiz shook his head. He hated sentry duty. He closed his eyes and, with a smile on his face, drifted to sleep. A noise to his left startled him awake. Standing, he rubbed his eyes and wondered how long he'd been asleep. Not that long, he thought. He heard the approach of footsteps and saw a dark shape move in the almost pitch black of night. He squinted into the night and watched as a shape morphed into the shadow of a man. "Tariq?" he called, his voice low. "No," came a whisper from the night, followed by the twang of a bow. Mukabi released the arrow at 20 feet. The 2.5-foot-long projectile sliced silently through the air, impaling Faiz in the throat. The arrow severed his spine, killing the man instantly. The sentry's body fell to the ground as Mukabi and his small band of warriors materialized from the darkness. Mukabi kneeled by the body and retrieved his arrow. He notched the arrow on the bowstring while counting the number of sentries he and his men had killed so far. He smiled when he reached 10. Satisfied that his part of the plan was complete, he dispatched a runner to find Sabah and update him on the attack's progress. As the runner disappeared quietly into the darkness, he silently positioned his men around the perimeter of the camp. Sabah had designed the assault in 3 phases. First task, take out the sentries. Mukabi had led his men to the perimeter of the camp and found the sentry asleep. Using that location as a starting point, Mukabi left one man to watch the sleeping guard and moved the rest of his group counterclockwise, allowing the sentries to come to him. Mukabi saved this man for last. Neutralizing the sentries heralded the second phase, distraction. Sabah, with 2 men and 2 women, would create a distraction to rouse the camp. Sabah did not share the nature of the distraction, and Mukabi was excited to see what his mentor had in mind. Once the camp was up and moving, Mukabi and his men would start Phase 3. Quiet footfalls announced the return of the out-of-breath runner. The man nodded to Mukabi and assumed his place along the perimeter. The men stood less than 5 feet apart, barely visible in the dark. Each man unloaded his quiver of arrows, putting a dozen arrowheads into the soft sand. Preparations complete, the men passed word from the outside of the formation to the middle. They were ready. Mukabi crouched and studied the camp. 6 small fires, arranged in a rough circle, replaced a traditional single cook fire. The low flames would provide little heat or light against the chill of the darkness. Several dozen men slept on the desert sand in between the small fires. The gentle snoring confirmed the camp remained unaware of their attackers on the perimeter. The flickering of the multiple fires cast an eerie blanket on the tents and bedrolls that littered the desert. Movement caught his eye, and he ducked reflexively, but reclaimed his crouch moments later as he recognized Sabah and his 2 men. Mukabi looked into the darkness for the 2 women with bolas, but saw nothing. He nodded his approval and turned his attention back to Sabah. The threesome skirted the edge of the camp, keeping to the shadows as they made their way to the largest of the 6 tents of the camp. Sabah and his 2 escorts, armed with shamshir swords, crept quietly past the sleeping marauders. The one-handed curved blades glinted in the dim firelight. Mukabi saw Sabah pause and produce a small dagger in his left hand before quietly entering the first tent. Phase 2 was underway. Minutes passed like hours as Mukabi watched for Sabah to exit the tent. He gripped his bow tightly, reassured by its presence. The still night air made the upcoming barrage somewhat easier. No adjustment for wind needed. The nomad smiled as Sabah and his men emerged from the tent, their swords covered in blood. No alarms, no sound. Mukabi bent toward the man on his right. "Pass the word. Get ready." He turned his eyes back to the camp in time to see Sabah ease his way inside the sleeping mass of marauders and remove a burning log from one of the fires. His 2 escorts followed slowly, gracefully avoiding the sleeping bedrolls. The 3 men spread out, each taking their flaming log and setting it at the base of a tent. The 3 men disappeared into the night as the tent burst into flames. Mukabi jumped as panicked shrieks ripped through the still night. Bedrolls flew in every direction as marauders leapt from their slumber and fought through the confusion to make sense of the burning tent and the screams. One man stood near a burning tent, his bedroll tangled in his legs. He paused for a moment, assessing the situation, before he began issuing orders. He pointed and shouted before bending over to remove the tangled camel skin blanket from his legs. Mukabi had his first target and pulled back on his bowstring. Horses whinnied in the darkness opposite the flaming tents, and several men headed in that direction. Their progress stopped as a cry echoed out of the darkness. The unmistakable feminine scream gained the attention of every marauder in the camp. All eyes turned toward the sound. Fireblind, they saw only darkness beyond the blazing tents. The flawlessly executed distraction phase complete, Mukabi released his arrow at his perfectly silhouetted stationary target. The man who had been issuing orders screamed in agony as the jagged point of the arrow hit him between the shoulder blades. He fell to his knees, grasping blindly for the wooden shaft protruding from his back. Those men closest to the man saw the arrow and instinctively turned to see where it had come from. Mukabi's attack force unleashed a barrage of arrows into the marauders. The crackle of the burning tents added to the cacophony of screams, almost drowning out Mukabi's orders. "Again!" Another volley of arrows soared into the camp. The marauder force fell to the unending onslaught as wave after wave of arrows flew from the darkness. Several times a group of bandits moved toward Mukabi's voice, only to fall to a volley of arrows. The roar of the fire fought the screams of the wounded for noise supremacy. The cries of the dying won. The panicked marauders ran in every direction. Flames blocked one avenue, the horse pen another. Mukabi's assault group endlessly launched arrows from a third direction. The marauders had only one avenue of escape. They turned their backs to Mukabi and made a break for the shelter of darkness. Mukabi watched a group of 4 marauders take shelter behind a small dune on the far edge of the camp. He turned to issue an order to the runner when the 4 bandits behind the dune screamed. Mukabi turned to see 2 of them stumble back into the camp, arrows sticking out of their backs. Whirling bolas leapt from the darkness, wrapping themselves around the 2 unwounded. Bones and noses broke as the rope and rock weapons wound themselves around the men's heads. Additional arrows soared into the light, finishing off those stunned by the bolas. Sabah and his small force had joined the battle. More arrows streaked from the darkness, and marauders fell, one landing in a fire pit. He thrashed around on the ground, screaming as the flames engulfed him. Another arrow, fired from the darkness beyond the camp, ended the man's agony. The light began to wane as the tents burnt themselves out. The remaining 24 marauders took that as a sign to advance. They made it a few steps before another volley of arrows cut down 4 of their number. Panic replaced rational thought, and the remaining marauders massed in the center of the camp, squatting between the 6 small fires that continued to light the battlefield. Small stationary targets, Mukabi thought, as he reached for his arrows. His hand found only air, and he looked down. The nomad-turned-warrior found that his quiver lay empty, and his arrow supply depleted. He laughed. He did not remember firing 24 arrows, but it did not matter. He dropped his bow and drew his sword, stepping out of the darkness and into the camp. Mukabi closed with the marauders. He could see the marauders' eyes widen at the sight of his small band of men emerging from the darkness. He could also see them realize that the size of the attacking force was now equal to their own. Confidence replaced panic as the survivors bent to retrieve weapons to repel the attack. He did not realize he ran until he had to slide to a stop to engage the survivors huddled within the circle of campfires. Time seemed to slow as he entered the circle of light. Mukabi felt the weight of the weapon in his hand, the heat of the flames, the sweat on his brow. He heard the slap of his sandals on the sand as he ran. None of it compared to the smell of death and desperation from the marauders. Mukabi waded in among the bandits, swinging his scimitar with confidence, hacking and slashing at the marauders. Grunts of exertion and the clang of steel on steel filled the air as the two groups fought around the small fires. The nomad parried a thrust, blocking the marauder's sword with his scimitar and twisting to his right. The action was unexpected and proved fatal to the marauder as Mukabi completed the move with a downward slash of his blade. He spun again, blocking an attack from another marauder. He lashed out with a front kick as Sabah had taught him, and his attacker staggered back 3 steps. Mukabi smiled momentarily before a biting pain in his left foot wiped it from his face. He looked down to see his sandal on fire. The lightweight clothing he wore fueled the flame, and it quickly spread over his entire leg. Adrenaline coursed through his body. He turned his head at a shout and saw Sabah running toward him. Mukabi felt the air leave his lungs as Sabah tackled him. Sabah rolled him in the sand, dousing the flames. Mukabi felt the heat subside and saw Sabah stand, draw his sword, and engage 2 marauders moving toward the wounded nomad. Mukabi watched in fascination as Sabah whirled, twisted, and slashed with his shamshir in one hand and his dagger in the other. The tribe leader moved through the marauders in a dizzying dance, the gleam of his blades flashing in the firelight. The clang of metal on metal ended, replaced by the moans of the wounded and the smell of burning flesh. The occasional twang of a bow would end one of the moans. Mukabi watched his men finish off the wounded marauders as the 2 women with Sabah began tending to the wounded. The nomad let out a sigh of relief and laid his head back on the sand. Daylight changed the cloudless sky from black to orange to clear blue. A light breeze brought the promise of a hot, oppressive day. Sabah smiled and welcomed the dawn as he helped care for the wounded. He sat beside Mukabi, gingerly wrapping the burn on the nomad's left leg. The attack force left the marauder camp before daybreak, traveling several miles toward the rising sun and the remaining villagers. Mukabi's force suffered 1 dead and 3 wounded, including Mukabi. His wound turned out to be the most critical, to which Brewer was grateful. Mukabi limped away from the battle with Sabah's assistance. 1 man carried the dead over his shoulder, while the rest carried anything of value from the marauder camp. The bandits were left to rot. "You are very lucky, my friend," Brewer said, tying off the bandage. The warriors paused in their trek back to the rest of the villagers. "The sandal protected the bottom of your foot, and your cloth leggings burned so quickly that the damage is minimal. You'll be fine in a few days." Mukabi stared into the eyes of his leader for a moment before Brewer turned away to examine the nomad's right leg. The time-traveler felt the prying eyes on his back before Mukabi broke the early morning silence. "Who are you?" Mukabi asked. He continued before Brewer could respond. "You know about healing, but you are not a healer. You know battle, but do not call yourself a warrior. You know our ways and customs, but you are not one of us by birth. Again I ask, who are you?" Rick Brewer sat quietly for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "My name is Sabah. No, I am neither a healer nor a warrior. I'm simply a man who has traveled the world and learned and loved and lost. A man who wants to live." His voice trailed off. "For?" Mukabi asked. Brewer offered a confused look. The nomad restated, "Live for what?" Brewer sat up straight, his face an emotionless mask. His eyes trailed to the sky, watching the vultures circling as they headed for their feast. He focused on one of the large birds, moving his head and eyes as he followed the animal as it lazily floated through the sky. In over 300 years of travel, he had never contemplated the question of what he lived for. The time-traveler let out a deep breath, smiled, and patted Mukabi on the leg. Mukabi winced slightly at the touch above his wound. "Just to live, my friend," Brewer said. "To live in peace." "There is no peace," Mukabi spat. He gestured to the carnage behind them. "Not with men like these roaming the desert. We must fight to preserve what we have. There will never be peace as long as there are men who prey upon the weak." Brewer stared at his friend,
What do you suggest, Mukabi? We travel the desert, protecting the innocent?
No, he replied. For Layla, we will train them to protect themselves.
Brewer spread his arms wide. So that's what we did. We traveled from village to village, teaching the art of defense. The sun stood high in the sky, and Duncan had already begun preparing the midday meal. Smoke wafted gently into the sky, blending with the growing clouds. Off to the east, storm clouds gathered with the promise of an eventful evening.
How long did you train villagers? The assassin inquired.
Brewer smiled.
Always with the questions. He nodded. Months, almost a year.
Lightning flashed in the distance. Duncan offered a small plate of food to each of the men and then returned to the fire.
Both men nodded their thanks.
Let us eat and then seek shelter, Brewer offered.
I will continue the story when I'm sure we're safe from the upcoming storm.
The assassin nodded his agreement as a rumble of thunder echoed in the distance. Chapter 10. Leanne watched the stars against the first light of day. The distant mountains stood majestic, their snow-capped peaks reflecting the dawn in a myriad of colors. She had not watched a sunrise in quite some time, but another restless night had kept her up, and she had nothing else to do. She blew the steam away from her coffee before putting the cup to her lips. The warm liquid did little to lift her spirit. Her bloodshot eyes and slouched shoulders punctuated her fatigue as she took another sip. After her husband had left in the middle of the night, she'd been unable to go back to sleep. He had tried to dress quietly, but her embedded training woke her at the slightest sound. She lay quietly while he dressed in the dark. She did not even respond when he kissed her forehead before leaving their apartment. Another half-hour passed before she acknowledged she could not go back to sleep. She dressed and left the apartment. A quick trip to the galley for a cup of coffee, and then on to the dojo where she now stood, preoccupied and tired. She knew it was more than exhaustion. She was worried about her husband and the council's reliance on him. For every mission he completed, the guild seemed to have 2 more waiting for him. They kept him away more than he was home. Yes, she thought, I resent it. A group of light blue-robed apprentices entered the dojo, and she took that as her cue to leave. They bowed to her, and she returned it, before leaving the room and entering the maze-like corridors of the guild. Leanne walked quietly, taking her time as she headed back to her apartment. Lost in thought, she did not notice when Administrator Donovan appeared beside her, walking alongside her in silence through 2 corridors before she noticed him. She jumped, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Good morning," she smiled, red-faced. "Good morning, Leanne," he replied, ignoring the flush of her face. "You're up early." "Couldn't sleep," she shrugged. "Thought I'd catch a sunrise." "Ah," Donovan said with a knowing smile. "Nothing else?" She stopped and turned, facing him. "What do you know?" "About?" he said innocently, a slight smile lifting the corner of his mouth. "Don't play games with me, Donovan," she warned. Her piercing eyes bore through the older man. "Even when Jason is home, he isn't here. You've got him researching, planning, and skipping all the time these days." She let her frustration show as she motioned toward the mahogany-paneled corridor of the guild. "And I am very tired of these walls." "And you're pregnant," Donovan nodded. "How did you—" "The infirmary notified me yesterday," he responded. The duo began walking again, entering the residential wing of the guild. "They told me to start finding a replacement for one of my history teachers, as she would be on maternity leave before the end of the curriculum year." "Does Jason know?" he asked. "No." She shook her head. "I haven't had the chance to tell him. With this new assassin arriving and all of the upheaval, I haven't had the time." "I know, and I'm sorry," Donovan said, turning down the corridor to her apartment. "His missions are vital to the survival of the guild, especially this one." Donovan gave her a brief overview of what little they knew as they arrived at her door. He carefully avoided the DNA results. She nodded occasionally as he talked.
Hopefully we will have a few answers soon, he concluded.
Don't tell Jason. Her eyes filled with hope. I want to be the one to tell him.
I wouldn't dream of it, he said, and kissed her on the forehead. Get some rest. I'll assign someone else to your classes today.
No, I'm fine, she smiled. Besides, it's a big day. I get to sit back and listen to them for a change.
The familiar sensation of ants crawling over his body fell away as Assassin 101 stepped from the time vortex into the time-skip control room. A bone-numbing chill replaced the tingling, and he began rubbing his arms from the cold that embraced his body. He sighed, wondering how many more years he would put his body through this much abuse. If I remember my history right, another 3 years before I take a desk job. The thought made him smile, even though his ribs felt like they were on fire. The room bustled with activity. A full contingent of techs, a rarity, monitored all of the control stations. 2 uniformed guards stood inside the door, stoic behind their darkened visors. A team of medics stood over the bloody body of a cleaner named Wilkes. His recovery did not look promising to the assassin. Administrator Donovan and Treon Marr stood nearby, their faces registering concern as the assassin hunched over in pain. They instinctively closed in on the assassin, but he waved them off. A couple of shallow breaths, and he stood straighter, although still presenting a man in pain. "Welcome back," Donovan said. "You look like hell." "Thanks," he replied. He raised an eyebrow and nodded toward the cleaner on the floor. "Bad intel," Donovan replied. That's all he said. He gave a long, studious look at the assassin. "How are you?" The time-traveler nodded. "I'm fine." Councilman Marr led Donovan and the newly arrived assassin past the guards, out of the control room, and into the familiar halls of the guild. The hallway was as crowded and bustling as the control room. Apprentices moved in every direction, heading for their next period of instruction. The trio passed an assassin and a 2-man cleaner team, heading for the time-skip control room. Assassin 101 wondered if they were the backup for Wilkes. "Did you find Brewer?" Donovan asked, breaking the train of thought. "Yes, we had a nice, long chat." Treon Marr stopped the procession and stood before the assassin, examining the man's facial lacerations. The assassin recoiled slightly as the councilman touched his arm. Marr and Donovan saw the rope burns for the first time. Marr looked into the assassin's eyes. "Care to explain this?" Donovan reacted with a bit more vigor. "Did Brewer string you up?" The assassin shook his head with a smile. "No, actually, he saved me from pirates." "Pirates?" Donovan asked, glancing at Marr before returning his gaze to the assassin. "You must have one hell of a story." The trio continued walking as Assassin 101 relayed the events of the last week. He did not go into a lot of detail about Brewer's past, only detailing the events in Puerto Rico. The group arrived at the infirmary as the assassin finished his briefing. "What are your thoughts on his story? Did he tell you the truth?" Assassin 101 turned to the councilman and nodded. "Yes, sir. I think that he has no idea how he has changed history." There was hesitation in his voice, which both Donovan and Marr noticed. "But," the councilman prompted. "But there is more to his story," the assassin replied. "There always is," Councilman Marr nodded. "Get yourself cleaned up and then go find Leanne," Donovan said. "I know she'll be glad to see you." Donovan clapped the assassin on the back, instantly regretting it as the man groaned in pain. Donovan mouthed, "Sorry," before leaving Assassin 101 at the door to the infirmary. Treon Marr paused, opened his mouth as if to say something, and then turned to walk away. The assassin, holding his sore ribs, limped into the infirmary in silence. Rick Brewer watched Assassin 101 enter the skip bubble and vanish. The bubble collapsed in on itself, disappearing with a barely audible pop. Brewer stared at the empty space for several moments. The sun hung high overhead, beating down on the time-traveler. The salty breeze across his face cut the heat slightly. He closed his eyes and listened to the waves crashing against the rocks below. He motioned for Duncan, and the young man moved silently to stand beside Brewer.
"Yes, master?"
Brewer wore a forlorn look as he stared out over the ocean. He had told his story. Well, most of it. He knew that Assassin 101 would return to the guild and research his tale. He knew that the assassin would eventually discover what Brewer did not tell him. He sighed, feeling the weight of the world upon him. It was time to leave the Caribbean. "Prepare the horses, Duncan," he said. "I feel my days are numbered." He shifted his gaze to the bright, cloudless sky. "And we have a very long way to travel."
"Good afternoon, class." Leanne smiled. "I know I promised you a quiz today on the accomplishments of cleaner teams, but I think I'm going to delay it. Some of you still think that you," she used her fingers to air quote, "go it alone and it all revolves around you. So we're going to discuss a mission where there was no assassin." This particular mission involved a two-man cleaner team and how they changed the guild's view of the early 20th century. Amelia Earhart was an American woman who attempted to fly around the world in 1937. She, along with her co-pilot Frederick Noonan, disappeared over the Pacific Ocean after completing 22,000 miles of a 30,000-mile flight plan. An exhaustive search of the area revealed nothing. No plane, no survivors. Leanne paced back and forth at the head of the class as she spoke, making eye contact with several of her students. She stopped in front of Apprentice 17. "Why?"
"Her plane sank to the bottom of the ocean," he responded mockingly.
"Partially correct," Leanne said with a nod before moving off. She began a winding path through the desks as she continued the lesson. "The plane sank, yes. It was discovered in the late 21st century by a team of scientists investigating a fissure on the ocean floor. But do you know what happened to Amelia and her co-pilot?"
The entire class shook their heads.
"Neither did the guild, until 30 years ago," she continued. "The cleaner cadre at that time wanted to develop a new training curriculum that included real-world situations. The guild council agreed and dispatched 22 teams all over the world and throughout time to catalog events and explore mysteries. 3 of those teams skipped to the Pacific Ocean in 1937 to search for the missing pilots."
A knock on the door interrupted her speech. She moved toward the door, weaving her way around the desks.
"Do you know what they found?"
"The pilots," Apprentice 17 stated, his tone both mocking and bored.
Leanne twisted the doorknob, opening the door without looking, her eyes locked on the apprentice. "That will cost you a 10,000-word essay due tomorrow on the circumstances of the—" "Jason!" Leanne leapt into her husband's arms, all thought of decorum and the class forgotten. She gripped him tightly, trembling with excitement, barely holding back tears of joy. "When did you get back?"
"About an hour ago." He offered a tired smile. Her smile faded as she noticed his painful expression.
She took a step back to examine him. One spot drew her immediate attention, and she ran her hand along his wrists. "What the hell happened?"
"I'll tell you tonight," he said, and nodded to the class behind her, raising an eyebrow to remind her of her surroundings. She nodded and took a moment to compose herself. Her smile returned, and her joy flooded into the classroom. Taking him by the hand, she dragged him into the middle of the class with her.
"Class, this is my husband," she said, her eyes beaming with delight. "Assassin 101. He has returned from another successful—"
She shot him a questioning glance. He nodded, and she continued.
"Mission."
Her mind was a flurry of questions, and her thoughts jumbled together.
Did he find Rick? Was he okay? What happened to his wrists?
She lost interest in the class. She wanted to be alone with her husband. Assassin 101 recognized her dilemma, smiled, gripped her hand tightly, and took over the class. "I can't really discuss the details of the mission at this time, but perhaps I can come back in a day or two and discuss another mission?" His tone and easy smile brought a chorus of approval. He nodded. "Did I overhear you discussing Amelia Earhart?" "Yes, sir," responded the class. "Who's the lucky apprentice that drew the essay?" he asked. Apprentice 17 timidly raised his hand. "I'll give you the short version. You can expand on it for class tomorrow," the assassin stated. "The cleaner team found Miss Earhart on a small island about a week after the crash. Mr. Noonan had died, and his body sank with the plane, but she survived. She drifted for 2 days, hanging on to pieces of plexiglass and aluminum from the fuselage. She was rescued from the island and brought to the guild by the cleaner team. The mission validated the new cleaner curriculum, and Miss Earhart became the guild's subject matter expert on the early 20th century, as well as the early days of aviation. She died 3 years ago at the age of 78. The assassin moved to stand in front of apprentice 17. That should give you a good start on your essay. He smiled and leaned forward, staring eye to eye with the apprentice. His voice was low and menacing when he spoke, almost nose to nose with the young man. My wife has told me about you. You may want to lose the sarcasm and attitude and learn what she's teaching. Your life may very well depend on it one day. He saw the boy gulp and nodded. Assassin 101 made his way back to stand beside his wife at the head of the class. Leanne noticed the limp and offered a questioning look. He smiled. I'm fine. Old wound, he lied. She nodded and checked the time. I have one more class. Tell you everything tonight, he said, kissing her on the forehead. We have time. I'm not going anywhere for a few days, I hope. Assassin 101 turned to face the class. And I owe you a case study, yes? Another affirmative chorus echoed in the classroom. Provide your teacher with a few suggestions, cases you're interested in, and I'll come back in a day or so and provide some more information. Deal? Deal, the apprentices said in unison. He turned back to his wife and gave her a wink. See you tonight. She watched him leave, staring at the closing door, until the silence in the room became unbearable. Finally, she took a deep breath and turned back to the class. Where were we? Oh, yes. Apprentice 21 owes us a presentation on the Second Battle of Little Round Top. Apprentice 21 felt the sweat slide down his face, and he resisted the urge to wipe it away. His sleeve was already drenched from wiping away the sweat twice before, and now he felt faint. Public speaking was definitely not in his comfort zone. Professor Lassiter had been encouraging, offering him a moment to compose himself and 2 glasses of water, but it did not help. The butterflies in his stomach were the size of pterodactyls. He took a deep breath, succumbing to the urge, and wiped the sweat away again. His light blue robes clung to his body as he gripped the podium, his knuckles white with the pressure. His heart pounded in his chest. He cleared his throat, found it parched, and drank more water. The apprentice sought out and found the face of the only friend he had at the guild. The boy nodded his reassurance, and Apprentice 21 began. The Battle of Little Round Top was a decisive battle during the American Civil War, the apprentice stammered slightly as he began. He felt his face flush, and he knew his apprehension and embarrassment shone brightly. The apprentice checked his notes and committed himself fully to the presentation. Colonel Joshua Chamberlain sat tall in the saddle as bullets hissed by. He stroked his dark, bushy mustache and surveyed the battlefield. The bodies of hundreds of men littered the battlefield. Blood-soaked uniforms of both blue and gray completed a macabre obstacle course up and down the hillside. The rumble of cannon fire punctuated the almost constant crackle of firing rifles. The echoes of distant explosions and the screams of the injured provided the backdrop to the sounds of war. Colonel Chamberlain and his 350 men of the 20th Maine composed the left flank of the Union Army. Dozens of his men lay dead or dying, thanks to the sharpshooters of the Confederate Army only a few hundred yards away. The forested terrain gave way to rocky outcroppings as the rebels moved up the hill. The colonel could see the gray uniforms moving from tree to tree, rock to rock, taking advantage of the landscape as they advanced toward his line. A runner approached from the left flank, and Chamberlain moved his steed away from the front. He galloped behind the double line of Union riflemen, the almost continuous barrage of fire drowning out the thunder of his steed's hooves. The runner, a young man wearing a uniform 2 sizes too big, placed his hands on his knees, his chest heaving as he gulped for breath. Sweat dripped from his face in the July heat. Chamberlain dismounted as another round whizzed by his ear, this one close enough to move the brim of his hat. He ducked behind his horse and watched as the runner took 2 big breaths before addressing the colonel.
Sir, General Weed, Colonel Vincent, and Colonel O'Rourke are all dead, the boy reported. Sharpshooters from the trees over yonder.
He pointed to a clump of trees a few hundred yards away, known as the Devil's Den. Muzzle flashes lit the trees, punctuating the boy's statement.
Certainly living up to its name,
Chamberlain thought, as the boy continued.
Colonel Vincent's last command was to hold and not give an inch,
the boy concluded. More shots hissed by Chamberlain as the Confederate forces advanced up the hill, now 100 yards away. Colonel Chamberlain dismissed the runner and turned to find Sergeant Andrew Tozier, the color-bearer, standing in the center of the line, holding the colors high. Men fell around him, and bullets buzzed by his head, but the sergeant stood firm.
"Reinforce the center," Chamberlain ordered. "Rally the colors."
Men of the 20th Maine responded to the colors waving high in the breeze and did as ordered, reinforcing the center line to halt the Confederate advance. The cost was high as more men fell and ammunition supplies began to dwindle. The blood-soaked ground grew slick and men fell as they shifted positions. Chamberlain helped one of his soldiers to his feet, received a nod of thanks, and watched helplessly as the man took a round to the chest. The man fell backwards, his blood adding to the crimson grass. Chamberlain paced the line, encouraging his men and receiving reports. Ammunition grew low, yet the Confederates still advanced, even under blistering fire. The gray-uniformed rebels were only 30 yards away. The colonel paused, looking up and down the line. Another man fell backwards in front of him, a red stain spreading across the man's blue jacket. A ricochet echoed, and the colonel felt a sharp pain in his right foot. He looked down to see a small hole in his boot. He smiled and shrugged it off. He had to do something, as more of his men fell to the Confederate advance. He limped over to Sergeant Tozier and drew his saber. "Bayonets!" Chamberlain called over the din of the battle. The line paused, unsure if they had heard the order correctly. Lieutenant Holman Melcher, the commander of Company F, heard the order and sprang into action. Drawing his saber, he leapt out in front of the line. Tozier followed with the colors, and the entire line surged forward. The 20th Maine ran down Little Round Top toward the Confederate line 30 yards away. Swords, sabers, and bayonets replaced the rifle fire. Steel flashed in the July sunlight, and the grunts and groans of men wounded by sharpened steel filled the air. The Union Army continued its advance, disrupting the Confederate lines and pushing the rebels into the sights of the 2nd U.S. Sharpshooters. The sharpshooters had positioned themselves behind a stone wall a short distance down the slope. They opened fire, firing into the rear flank of the retreating Confederate army. Apprentice 21 concluded his presentation. That ended the fighting for the day and secured the lines. The young man took a deep breath and looked up from his notes. He saw a sea of confused faces. "Are there any questions?" A nervous shiver coursed down his spine as he turned to look at Professor Lassiter. Her face held the same confused look as his classmates. She stood and moved to stand beside the apprentice at the podium. She picked up his notes and reviewed them before smiling politely. "What was the Guild's involvement in the battle?" she asked. A cold sweat combined with the chill in his spine. His mouth moved, but he had no words. He gulped and took a quick drink of water, draining the glass. "I couldn't find any Guild involvement in that battle, ma'am. I looked through all of the library archives, but—" he pleaded. Leanne smiled. "I'm sure you did, Apprentice, but the Guild had no influence on that particular battle." Apprentice 21 felt his knees buckle and grabbed the podium for support as she continued. But I was assigned the Battle of Little Round Top." "Your assignment was the 2nd Battle of Little Round Top," she corrected. The apprentice gulped audibly. He knew he was already treading on thin ice with marginal grades and lack of attention to detail. He feared for his future, and the professor's next words gave him no comfort. "The 2nd battle occurred in the 22nd century, some 300 years after the Civil War. It was a good and accurate report." Her voice held no comfort as the apprentice shut down. But the statement remained unfinished as the end of the day bell sounded. Chapter 11. In their small apartment in the residential wing of the Guild, Assassin 101 sat across the small dining table from Leanne. 2 candles provided the only light in the room. The plates of food sat partially consumed as the two spent the evening silently staring into each other's eyes. The candles flickered, casting eerie shadows on their faces and the mahogany walls of their apartment. Leanne watched her husband as she slowly cut her steak.
He looked tired and worried. She placed the steak in her mouth, chewing as he stared at the candle's flame. "Penny for your thoughts?" she asked after she swallowed. He smiled, taking a sip of red wine before responding. Thinking about Rick's story. What did he not tell me? He nodded, flashing an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry. I know you don't want to hear about all of this again." "He never tells the whole story," she stated, "although I think he confided in me more than anyone else at the guild." "Wine?" He held up the almost full bottle, deftly changing the subject. She smiled. "I'd better not." He refilled his glass and took another sip. "Maybe it'll help clear my head to be home for a few days." "You're grounded for at least a week," she reminded him. "That will give you time to heal. How are your wrists, by the way?" Assassin 101 pulled up the sleeves of his robes, revealing the healing rope marks. "It feels fine. Doc said there's no permanent damage, and the scars will vanish in a few months. The scars could actually prevent me from some assignments." He smiled, offering a small shrug. "Maybe I'll be home even more." Leanne opened her mouth to say something but paused. Adding another distraction to his plate could be disastrous. Her thoughts raced. "Should I tell him?" "He's going to know soon enough," a little voice replied in her head. "You're already the size of a cow. He is going to notice." "What is it?" "What?" "You've got that look." He eyed her suspiciously. "That I've got a secret look. What's going on?" I... She paused for a moment before finally saying, "My class is starting the terror war tomorrow," she stated. "Would you mind dropping by and listening? Maybe answer some questions with me? It's something to do in your downtime other than mope around this apartment." Assassin 101 offered a skeptical look. "Sure," he said, cutting into his own steak. "Be nice to get back into the classroom. Like you said, beats sitting around here." She stood and made her way over to her husband, sliding his chair away from the table with a scrape on the hardwood floor. She gently lowered herself into his lap and placed her arms around his neck. She kissed him passionately on the lips. "There is one more thing." She smiled but said nothing. "What?" "Do you remember what you told me about the future?" "Which part?" "About your family tree?" she asked. "Do you remember the family tree?" Assassin 101 looked confused. "Most of it. I was a little thrown off when it said that you had died in 1509. Everything after that is a big blur." Leanne shook her head. "That's too bad." "Why?" he asked. "What is going on?" She smiled and kissed him again. "I just hope we get the name right." "The name?" His brows narrowed in confusion. "What name?" "The name of your firstborn, of course," she replied, kissing him a third time. "Jason Lassiter," she said, her eyes beaming with delight. "You're going to be a daddy." "Good morning, class." Professor Lassiter smiled as she entered the room. Apprentice 17 looked up from his notepad and turned off the sketch he'd been working on. He quietly watched as she placed a couple of leather-bound books and half-dozen hollow crystals on the old wooden desk at the head of the class. She wore a wide smile as she made eye contact with him. "I believe that Apprentice 17 has the privilege of starting us off this morning?" He tossed a sarcastic smile back at the woman. She hated him, he knew that, and wanted him to fail and get kicked out. He was not worried. His dad would own this guild before he left. He opened his mouth to offer a response when the door opened, interrupting his retort. Assassin 101 walked in, his scarlet robes billowing as he entered. His face held the scars of several missions as he walked with the authority of a veteran, albeit with a slight limp. Several of the scars were fresh, and the bandages on his wrists would become the topic of the day at lunch. Apprentice 17 forgot his reply to the professor. "Class, as promised, we have a special guest today," the professor began. "You remember my husband, Assassin 101? He led the team that conducted the mission that you will learn about today. He will be here to answer any questions that you may have after the presentation. Apprentice?" She directed her comment at Apprentice 17. "Are you ready to begin?" The apprentice watched as the assassin walked to the back of the class and sat quietly on a three-legged stool. Assassin 101 had not uttered a sound, and yet the class was enthralled with him. Apprentice 17 remembered the assassin's words.
and gulped. "Apprentice, are you ready?" she repeated. The young man stood, straightened his robes, and gathered his notes before making his way to the podium at the head of the class. He arranged his notes and took a deep breath, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. He slowly released the breath, his eyesight trailing back to the assassin in the back of the class. The assassin smiled and offered him a reassuring nod. Somehow, the assassin's smile did not fill him with reassurance. There were many signs that war was on the horizon, but the Western powers in the early 21st century ignored them, the apprentice began. The leaders, especially of the most powerful nation at that time, felt that no one would dare attack them. They thought themselves untouchable, invincible. There had been regional conflicts, of course, but the world had never known a war on a global scale. On September 11th, 2001, that changed. The events of that day were the catalyst of a long series of campaigns and battles that eventually plunged the entire world into the Terror War, or the Great One, as it is sometimes called. The people of that time called it 9/11 for the month and day of the attack, he continued. More than 3,000 people died that day. What they did not know is that without the assistance of the Assassin's Guild, that day would have been a lot worse.
Say that again.
"This is Clancy Prevost," the man repeated, "at the academy here in Egan." He wiped the perspiration from his brow, wondering for the 1,000th time what was going on at his flight school. "I got a guy out here that's taking lessons, but something ain't right. He's acting strange. Says he just wants to learn how to fly, not take off or land." The skeptical voice on the phone offered little reassurance to the retired pilot, now instructor.
Did he pay his tuition?
Prevost shook his head. "That's management for you." "Yes."
"Then teach him what he wants to know,"
the voice replied on the phone.
"We don't care what he learns."
"You'll care when there's a hijacking and the lawsuits come in," Clancy retorted. Clancy cupped the receiver as another student leaned over and whispered something in his ear. The instructor nodded and removed his hand from the receiver. "One of my other students said the guy has been sitting with other students in the simulators, asking some really troubling questions." The woman on the phone sighed.
"What do you suggest we do?"
"I think you should maybe call the FBI or something," the instructor replied. He was tired and wanted this problem gone.
"What is the student's name?"
she asked. "His name is Moussaoui, Zacharias Moussaoui. He says he's a French businessman who just wants to learn to fly. But you don't learn to fly on jumbo jets. He has a few hours on a single-engine prop, but that's it." Clancy pulled out his office chair and sat down. He made a spot in the clutter on the desk and propped on his elbows, the receiver to his ear. Flying paraphernalia adorned the walls of the tiny office. Pictures from his military days, various aircraft he had flown, and one picture of President Gerald Ford. Over the phone, Clancy heard the scribble of a pen on paper before the woman responded.
"Okay, Clancy, we'll look into it and let you know."
The receiver clicked. "Thank you," Clancy replied to no one, and hung up the phone. He stood and turned to the student still standing nearby. "Was there anything else I should have mentioned?" Assassin 101 plastered a grim look on his face, hiding the smile underneath. "No, sir," he replied. "I just hope they will call the FBI and they stop him before he does something foolish." Clancy Prevost clapped the assassin on the back. "It's out of our hands now. Come on," he said with a nod of his head. "Let's get back to the simulator. I don't believe you quite got the hang of the landing yet." Moussaoui was arrested 3 days ago in Minnesota, Assassin 101 said into the phone, just like the archive said. He held up his newly printed pilot's license and smiled. Although the name was wrong, the face smiling back at him on the laminated card was undoubtedly his.
"You're done there?"
came the feminine query. "Yes, I'm done here." He put the license away and began tossing clothes toward a small travel bag on the bed of the hotel. The FBI is still running in circles trying to get a warrant to search his residence, but that's out of my hands.
"Where are you heading now?"
"East," he replied. "I'll be in New York day after tomorrow."
"I'll see you then."
Assassin 97 smiled.
"We can continue our honeymoon that was so rudely interrupted."
Assassin 101 laughed. "I might have chosen Hawaii, but you are the one who chose Pearl Harbor in 1941, and we are on assignment this time."
"Doesn't mean we can't have a little fun, too,"
she responded,
a hint of mischief in her voice. "Besides, we have 3 weeks before the attack, plenty of time for sightseeing." He shook his head in defeat. "See you in 2 days. I love you." "I love you too," she replied, and hung up the phone. She took a sip of her coffee as she sat in the patio outside a Starbucks in Manhattan. Hundreds of people passed her on the sidewalk. Most of them held cell phones to their ears on the hot August day. People wore everything from shorts and T-shirts to 3-piece suits, to one man wearing nothing but a diaper. She suppressed a grin as her eyes followed him until he disappeared in the distance near the Empire State Building. The sight of the tall buildings reminded her of the mission, and her burgeoning smile disappeared. "How many can we save?" she wondered. Assassin 97 had arrived several days earlier, her skip bubble dropping her in Battery Park in the middle of the night. She had eased her way from there, moving through the city surrounded by more people than she anticipated for that time of night. She found a hotel and checked in using the name Jane Smith. The hotel clerk had given her a sour look. "Jane Smith, really?" The young man's attitude caused a surge of humor in the assassin. She shrugged as she produced 2 identification cards. "My mother had a wicked sense of humor," the assassin smiled. "At least I didn't get my brother's name." "John?" he asked. "No," she smiled, taking back her identification and signing the guest book. "Sue." She left the clerk scratching his head. Apparently he is not a Johnny Cash fan. The room was nothing fancy, but it suited her and her husband's needs for the mission. She threw her small travel bag on the floor and crawled into bed. She closed her eyes, thinking, "I hate time lag." She took another sip of coffee as the memory faded. The Guild Council had recently begun to toy with the idea of preventing many of the tragedies that had shaped human history. The Guild dispatched dozens of cleaner teams throughout time to catalog fatal disasters. The Hindenburg, Chernobyl, the London flu epidemic of 1973. In each case, hundreds or thousands of people could be saved. The data collected so far indicated that in some instances it might benefit the Guild to alter events. The Council opted to start changing events with the 9/11 attack. Assassin 97 stood and began walking the streets of New York. The jostling of the people on the sidewalk and the cacophony of noise pushed her thoughts inward to the mission and the consequences of failure. The archives showed that terrorists used 4 planes in the attack of 2001, 2 in New York and 2 in Washington, D.C. Although all were devastating in their own way, United Flight 93 was by far the most destructive. No one had considered one of the buildings that comprised the Smithsonian a prime target. Nevertheless, with more than 2,000 dead and decades of history lost, it was the most devastating. All of those school children on field trips. Assassin 101 had completed Step 1 by notifying the authorities on the one true lead that the archives had provided. She doubted they had enough information to find, infiltrate, and bring the other 3 plots to the attention of the authorities, especially when the archives were vague on the whereabouts of the other people linked to the attack. She found her way to the Manhattan Public Library, found a vacant computer terminal, and began searching for the remaining men in the plot. Her search turned up nothing that the archives had not already provided. Assassin 97 sighed and returned to her hotel room to wait for her husband. Assassin 101 arrived on schedule, and the two spent the next week exploring New York City. They took a sightseeing bus tour and a helicopter tour. Assassin 97 had never experienced the rough buffeting of a helicopter. She swore that when she retired, she would purchase one. Assassin 101 simply smiled. "Yes, dear." They toured the Empire State Building, the United Nations Building, Carnegie Hall, and on the 4th of September, 1 week before the attack, they visited the World Trade Center buildings. They spent the day standing on the observation deck, staring out at the city below. Hundreds of people visited the building. Most were tourists, and made a spectacle of themselves, taking photographs and video of the skyline. The time-traveling couple left for a final night of carefree living together, dinner and a Broadway show. The week turned into the honeymoon they needed after the Hawaii fiasco. The next morning, they began their final plan. They arranged the archive data on the bed of their hotel room. Once organized, they added the more recent data including what little they discovered about the remaining hijackers. Pictures of the suspects dominated the walls, printouts littered the floor, and the one chair in the room lay under an avalanche of dirty clothes and takeout boxes. 4 days later, an Assassin 97 scoffed at the plan. "Too many variables," she said. "We are basing everything on what people from the 21st century thought happened on the flight." "I'm simply there to instigate," he said with a smile. "I'll be gone long before the flight explodes. You just make sure you skip out on time." Assassin 97 shook her head slowly. She wagged her finger at her husband. "I don't want to have to defy the council to come back and save you." His smile was genuine as he kissed her on the forehead. "I'll be fine. One of us defying the council is enough." He gathered his small case and they rode the elevator in silence, holding hands as the floors ticked by. The day was clear and bright as Assassin 101 hailed a cab. The two time-travelers embraced for several moments before he slipped away with a wink. "See you in the future." She shook her head, offering a sigh at the old joke. She shut the door behind him and stood silently on the curb as the yellow taxi disappeared into the sea of congestion. Assassin 97 returned to the World Trade Center and spent most of the day there, observing and cataloging every aspect of the building and the view. She returned to her hotel room that night and prepared for the events of the next several days. Assassin 101 stood in line at the Newark airport, ticket in hand, mingling with the other soon-to-be passengers of United Flight 93. He politely smiled as he assisted a young woman lift her bag on the scales before handing his boarding pass to the man behind the ticket counter. The man passed the slip of paper under the scanner, heard the approving beep, and handed the document back to the assassin. "Enjoy your flight." The line to board the plane moved slowly. He inched his way onto the aircraft, listening to snippets of conversation from those around him. A large man with a large carry-on jostled the assassin and offered an apology as the line plodded on down the gantry. The flight attendant greeted him inside the plane door, checked his seat number, and pointed him toward the back of the plane. The assassin thanked her and slowly made his way through the plane. The first-class cabin was half full, and the assassin recognized one of the soon-to-be hijackers. He continued through the cabin and spotted 3 other terrorists before reaching his seat near the rear lavatory. He took a breath as he buckled in, forcing down the pre-combat jitters. He checked his watch. He had about 30 minutes. His thoughts drifted to his wife and her doubts about the mission. He could skip now, and thousands of people would die. Or he could wait and minimize that number. He wondered, in the grand scheme of billions dying, would he really make that much of a difference today? The plane rolled away from the terminal bridge, and he checked his watch again. It would not be long before the first plane would hit the World Trade Center towers in New York. Assassin 97 rose early. It was still dark as she made a cup of coffee and stood on the balcony of her room. The city lights obscured the stars, leaving a hazy glow over the city. The noise, even so early in the day, was almost deafening. "Truly the city that never sleeps," she said aloud. She shook her head. She knew, in a few hours, a different type of noise would consume the city. She left the hotel at daybreak, moving through the crowded Tuesday morning streets. She wore jeans, a Phantom of the Opera T-shirt that she had picked up at the Broadway show, and a pair of cheap sunglasses. She carried a small backpack of equipment over her left shoulder, leaving her right hand free to reach the small pistol in her waistband if needed. She thought of the changes the Guild wanted to make in the timelines. How would humanity develop if all of the horrible events in history were rewritten? Would humanity be better off or worse? Would history be changed so much that the Guild itself would vanish? I wonder if the Council ever thought of that. Those were questions for another day. Her winding trail led to a building a dozen blocks away from the Twin Towers. She entered the lobby, removing her sunglasses and placing them on her head. The lobby was crowded, and she blended in with the crowd, edging her way to a bank of elevators. She boarded the elevator with 4 others, riding in silence to the 8th floor before climbing an additional 4 floors, where she came face to face with a door sign that read, "Roof access, authorized personnel only." She smiled, expertly picked the lock in less than 30 seconds, and stepped out onto the roof. She squinted against the glare of the bright sunny morning and slid her sunglasses over her eyes. She sat down with her back to an air conditioning unit, opened her pack, and took out a holo recorder. The assassin dug into her pack again, removing a small tripod. She affixed the recorder to the tripod and aimed it down the open avenue toward the twin glass and concrete buildings 12 blocks away. The equipment set up and operational, she pulled the last item from her pack, a thermos of coffee. She poured a cup and relaxed against the air conditioner. A quick glimpse at her watch told her that her husband's flight would soon be airborne. A chill shivered down her spine at the thought of him on the flight. What if something went wrong? What if the hijackers got to him first? What if the beacon failed and he could not skip? She shook her head to clear it as the sounds of an airplane grew in the distance. She looked around, but saw nothing in the clear morning sky. The roar of the engines grew louder, and she checked her watch. "It's time," she sighed. The assassin activated the holo recorder and plugged her ears as the first aircraft flew nearly overhead. She flinched, almost curling into a ball from the concussion of the low-flying aircraft. She turned her head to avoid the residual heat of the engines, the smell of jet fuel assaulting her nostrils. The initial onslaught over, the assassin raised her head, her eyes following the jet all the way to its impact on the North Tower. The plane seemed to move in slow motion, but the holo recorder showed it was mere seconds for the aircraft to travel the 12 blocks, hit the tower, and explode. Assassin 97 felt a pit in her stomach and closed her eyes against the blinding eruption of fire. The image of the plane exploding remained in her eyes, even closed, and chills covered her body as the echo of the explosion reached out for her. The city went quiet for a moment. Time stopped. The assassin opened her eyes to see the remnants of the explosion and the expanding field of glass, concrete, and smoke from the tower. The city erupted in sounds of terror. Sirens wailed. "Jason, you had better get off that plane." Assassin 97 sat motionless, mesmerized for several minutes, unable to pull her eyes from the point of impact. She pulled her hollow crystal from underneath her T-shirt and began a narration of the scene. The assassin catalogued the sight of the building on fire, the sounds of sirens, and the screams of people. She gasped, adding her own terrorizing testimony as the first person jumped from the upper floors of the North Tower. The sound of a second plane in the distance brought her from her reverie, and she adjusted the holoreader, shifting the focus to the South Tower. She looked to her left and saw another jet flying low. She braced herself and watched the plane collide into the second tower. The sound of scuffling and yelling from the front of the plane was the assassin's cue. He checked the locations of the 3 Muslim men and confirmed that their seats were empty. Most of the other passengers turned their attention toward the front of the plane, and a chorus of "What's going on?" echoed throughout the aircraft. The noise subsided after a couple of minutes, and a thickly accented voice came over the intercom.
"This is Captain. Sit down and keep seated. We have bomb on board, so sit."
Several of the passengers edged out of their seats until 2 Middle Eastern men emerged from the first-class partition. Menacing glares from the 2 men sent most of the passengers back to their seats. The bloody box cutters in their hands sent the rest. The assassin remained in his seat, calmly assessing the situation and looking his fellow passengers in the eye to see who might have the fortitude to rush to the cockpit. He saw many faces in panic, but few with the resolve to fight. He needed a catalyst to bring the passengers together. He started to open his mouth when a quick ascent of the plane interrupted his thoughts. The aircraft leveled out, and the intercom came back on.
"Ladies and gentlemen, this is the captain,"
a different voice said with forced joy.
"I would like you all to remain seated. These men say there is a bomb on board. We are returning to the airport. Please remain seated and quiet."
Whispers between 2 men caught the assassin's attention, and he strained to listen in. Assassin 101 glanced at the 2 hijackers, saw their focus was elsewhere, and quickly changed his seat to get closer to the 2 men. "I just heard that 2 planes have crashed in New York," the first passenger reported, holding one of the aircraft's pay-as-you-go phones in his hand. "One more in Washington," chimed in the second passenger. "Crashed into the Pentagon." The assassin looked around and saw other people had phones in their hands. Their faces relayed the news they were receiving. He felt the tension level rise. If that's true, there is no bomb, the assassin interjected. The two men, along with several others in earshot, turned their attention to him. They plan on using the plane as a bomb, crashing it into something. "How could you know that?" asked a nearby woman. Tears of fear and panic streamed down her face. "He's right," replied the first passenger, before the assassin could answer the woman. Fear and shock laced his voice. "2 planes crashed into the World Trade Center towers in New York. Hundreds of people are trapped in the buildings. So what do we do?" asked the second passenger. He appeared calmer than the rest, but the assassin noticed the stress in his body language. They felt the lazy turn of the jet and the brief turbulence as they flew through their own wake. The 5 people involved in the conversation quieted. The assassin let the silence linger for several seconds. He opened his mouth to interject when the first passenger nodded. "We take back the plane." "Take back the... how?" asked the woman. "It's either that or die sitting here when the plane crashes into something," the assassin confirmed. "We have to do something," the first man said. "If we're dead either way, then I say we go down fighting." He reached out his hand to the assassin. "I'm Mark Bingham." Another man chimed in, "Tom Burnett." The assassin shook his hand and found a third offered, "Todd Beamer." Silence reclaimed the group, but only for a moment. "We take back the plane," Burnett said, mulling the statement over. "How?" asked the woman who had introduced herself as Cece, one of the flight attendants. "Try to keep everyone calm," the assassin suggested to Cece. "The last thing we need is a panic on our hands. These guys are jumpy enough." She nodded and retraced her steps up the aisle. The assassin watched her for a moment, her calming effect on the passengers. Todd Beamer and Tom Burnett withdrew to call their wives, while the small group discussed their options. One man wanted to feign a heart attack to draw the hijackers into the back of the plane. Another wanted to start a fire in the galley. Cece returned and offered to boil some water to use as a weapon. The assassin nodded from time to time, but said nothing. Tom Burnett leaned back into the group's conversation. "My wife says the Twin Towers in New York have collapsed." He listened intently to the phone for another moment before leaning in again. "Intentionally crashed the planes. Suicide mission. I'm not just going to sit down," he said into the phone. "We're going to do something." The group grew, as did the plan. They knew that time was running out, so Assassin 101 volunteered to make the first move. He would attack the hijackers, the rest would storm the cockpit, and he would join them to assist the flight crew if needed. The plan approved, the assassin leaned over to get the attention of Todd Beamer, still on the phone with someone. The assassin touched him on the shoulder. "It's time." Todd looked up from his phone. "Are you ready?" the assassin asked. Beamer nodded grimly and dropped the phone onto the seat. "Okay," Todd said. "Let's roll." Mark Bingham, Tom Burnett, Todd Beamer, and Jeremy Glick moved up the right side aisle of the plane, while the assassin moved up the left with Cece. The remaining passengers recoiled as the two groups traversed the length of the plane. 3 hijackers saw the mass of people moving toward them and raised their weapons to repel the rebellion. Assassin 101 reached his target first, blocking a thrust of the hijacker with a box cutter, and lashed out with a punch to the throat. The man dropped the box cutter, grabbing his throat and gasping for breath. The assassin grabbed the man's head and twisted violently. The man went limp in the aisle as Assassin 101 turned to see the progress of his impromptu team. A second hijacker held his face, screaming in pain from the coffee decanter of hot water that Cece had thrown at him. She stood off to the side as Bingham's group of men stepped over the screaming hijacker, with Beamer kicking the man in the head as they proceeded toward the third hijacker. The bearded man swung his box cutter defensively, trying to hold the group at bay. The blade nicked Bingham on the left arm, opening up a large gash along his bicep. Bingham grabbed his arm and stepped back, allowing Glick to step inside the hijacker's slashing and punch the man in the face. The hijacker went down, and the 4 men pounced on him with a barrage of punches and kicks. Satisfied he was out of the fight, the passengers continued on to the cockpit door. The assassin heard them beating on the door and the screams of the pilot for them to get away from the door. Wood splintered and glass broke as the door gave way, granting access to the cockpit to the 4 men. The plane pitched violently up and down as the pilot tried to throw the attackers off balance. More shouts as the plane pitched again and then rolled side to side. Assassin 101 nodded his approval
and allowed the pitching of the plane to carry him to the rear of the plane. He saw the panic in the remaining passengers, but forced himself to continue forward. Several overhead bins opened, spilling their contents into the aisle. The assassin grabbed the nearby seatbacks and stepped over a suitcase. He was halfway through the cabin when the plane rolled to the right and continued to roll until the aircraft was upside down. Assassin 101 lost his balance and landed hard on the ceiling of the plane, as did a dozen other passengers not buckled into their seats. More than half the people in the cabin had remained buckled in, sat upside down. Frightened passengers offered up prayers. Cries of panic filtered through the chaos. The assassin walked on the ceiling toward the back of the plane. He swayed from side to side, holding his arms out for balance. He felt a tug at his sleeve, paused, and looked into an old man's eyes as he hung upside down, begging for assistance. Screams echoed from the cockpit, and the aircraft lurched again, throwing the assassin off balance. He patted the old man on the shoulder before moving on to his destination at the back galley. The assassin activated the retrieval beacon, and a familiar hum filled the plane. The nearest passengers turned toward the noise, their panic turned to curiosity at the sight of the opaque bubble forming in the galley. The aircraft was losing altitude fast, and he felt the effects of weightlessness as he began floating back toward the economy section. He grabbed hold of an open lavatory door and stopped his drift away from the beacon door. He heard a gasp and turned to see Flight Attendant Cece staring at him and the vortex oval. "I'm sorry," he said as he thrust himself toward the oval with a hard push. He felt the tingle of the time stream overcome him as he entered the vortex. He closed his eyes, and the vision of the attendant, with tears in her eyes, vanished. Apprentice 17 rubbed his sweaty hands on his robes, his throat dry, his body exhausted from giving the report. He took a drink of water from the glass hidden in the podium. He glanced and saw the professor staring at him. She nodded approvingly as she rose from her desk. "Excellent job, apprentice," she said. "Excellent job." She ushered the young man away from the podium and turned to face the class. Assassin 101 left his perch in the back of the room, weaved his way through the desks, and stood beside her. "Are there any questions?" An apprentice in the back row raised his hand. "What happened to Flight 93? Assassin 101 fielded the question. "It crashed into a field about a minute after I skipped. All 44 people on board, including the 4 hijackers, died." "Does that number include you?" the apprentice responded. The assassin smiled. "I've never thought about it." He rubbed his chin. "Yes, I would be included as one of the 44. Leanne nodded. "Another question?" She pointed to a young woman in the front. "What was so important about the Smithsonian to make it a target?" the apprentice asked. "Good question," Leanne said. "Congress was not in session at that time, and the president was in Florida on a trip. There were no," she used her fingers to air quote, "high-value political targets, so they went for mass casualties. The buildings of the Smithsonian were always packed that time of year with school field trips," Assassin 101 chimed in. "From the archives and information gathered from an alternate timeline, we've learned that over 2,000 people, mostly children, died in the Smithsonian attack. While every death that day was tragic, the death of the children traumatized the nation. The United States used nuclear weapons in response to the attack. In the end, 3 billion people died, all because of the day's events. By sparing the Smithsonian, we eliminated the nuclear response," Leanne completed. "It became a conventional war that eventually expanded into a world war that lasted more than 3 decades. Leanne checked her watch. "That ends today's lesson. Apprentice 17, please stay for a moment. Everyone else dismissed." The class exited quickly and quietly, leaving the apprentice alone with Leanne and her husband. She watched as the apprentice shuffled nervously, his usual sarcastic and rebellious demeanor washed away in the presence of the assassin. Leanne nodded to the apprentice. "I wanted to tell you that I thought that was an outstanding report, the best so far this year." The apprentice smiled and let out a sigh of relief. "You are improving," Leanne continued, "but you've still got a long way to go." "Yes, ma'am," he replied. "You have the potential to be an assassin," Assassin 101 interjected. "But she tells me your attitude is wanting. Fix it." "Yes, assassin." "Dismissed," Leanne said, and watched the apprentice scramble out of the room.
Chapter 12. Assassin 101 straightened his scarlet robes for the 100th time, still not satisfied with the drape of the fabric. The assassin stood in his bedroom, opposite a full-length mirror, dressing for a special dinner hosted by the Guild Council. He ran his hand through his thick brown hair, remembering Leanne's comment that she liked the shaggy, unkempt look. He wiped the sweat from his brow before moving his head side to side, examining his clean-shaven face. He admired the jagged scar on the left side of his face. He held up his wrists and offered silent thanks that the rope burns were barely visible. He began to rearrange his robes again when he felt soft hands touch his shoulders from behind. The hands slid down his back, around his waist, and finally into his hands. Assassin 101 felt her hands take control, and he succumbed to Leanne's touch. Her breath on his neck tickled as she deftly guided the folds of the robe into their proper place. Her hands returned to his shoulders, lingering for a moment, gently massaging, before she stepped back. She nodded her approval. Her husband stood ready to greet the council. "Are you up to this?" she asked. He'd been back little more than a week and still walked with a slight limp. The doctor had cleared him, but she knew her husband better than the doctor did. "I don't have much of a choice," he responded, turning away from the mirror and taking her into his arms. "Careful," she warned. "You'll ruffle those robes, and I'll have to fix them again." She gently pushed away. He smiled. "And yes, I am up for this," he responded. "It's about time you met Assassin 12 and the new councilman. Besides," he said, touching the not-yet visible baby bump, "we can celebrate the news with Donovan." "He already knows," she replied. "The infirmary notified him after my test results." She looked sad and a little embarrassed. He mocked insecurity in his voice. "So, I am the last one to know?" She shrugged. Sarcasm filled her voice. "I don't think Assassin 12 knows." "Funny," came his downhearted retort. "I wanted to tell you sooner," she said, "but you were in and out so fast." He nodded, offering her a genuine smile that he knew came off as half-hearted. "I know. Sorry." "Comes with the job," she responded with a kiss on his cheek. "Give me 2 minutes and I'll be ready." She disappeared into the adjacent bathroom, and the assassin, not wanting to wrinkle his robes, turned and simply stood before the mirror. True to her word, she appeared by his side a couple of minutes later. She wore a curve-hugging, off-the-shoulder black dress and black heels. Her dark hair draped down past her shoulders, creating a dark, lovely vision. A modest pendant, reminiscent of a data crystal, hung from her neck, suspended above the line of the dress. Assassin 101 grinned. "You look fantastic." She bowed in a half-curtsy. "Thank you, good sir." She adjusted his robes one last time. "You look pretty damn good yourself." The assassin extended his arm. His wife adjusted a few loose strands of hair before accepting the offered arm. "Are you sure you're ready for this?" "I don't have much choice," he repeated as he plastered a grin on his face. She kissed him on the cheek, immediately wiping the lipstick off. "Let's go meet this new friend of yours." Assassin 101 had been to the Guild's ballroom twice before, but had never seen it like this. A group of tables sat near the large bay windows on the far side of the room. The windows revealed a spectacular view of the distant mountains, as snow-capped crests reflected the setting sun in a myriad of colors. Assassin 101 and Leanne paused in the doorway to absorb the decor. This was the one room in the entire guild not covered in mahogany. Instead, the couple saw expensive tapestries and artwork by Da Vinci, Van Gogh, and Renoir. Half a dozen chandeliers hanging from the vaulted ceiling provided ample lighting. He counted dozens of people dressed in blue, scarlet, gray, and black robes. Mixed among the robes was a myriad of other colors, from the assembled teachers and technicians in their civilian attire. Black armored guards stood at various intervals along the opulently decorated walls. The two took a few steps into the room and paused to look at a bust of one of the first council members. The assassin's first visit to the ballroom occurred before his graduation from the academy. The guild hosted a small banquet to mollify representatives of the government after the Mayweather debacle. His first skip had come the next day, killing the businessman before he could conscript the guild to do his dirty work. The assassin, an apprentice then, killed Mayweather, erasing the timeline and, technically, his first visit to the ballroom. His second visit was for the wake of Mr. Tomlinson, the time-skip control room master technician. His will had requested a small gathering of friends and family in the ballroom to celebrate his life. The council, after his death at the hands of Sebastian Cain, had agreed. The guild fulfilled Tomlinson's last wish less than a year earlier. That memory brought a well of emotion that the assassin immediately clamped down. Not the time, he thought. He turned to see Leanne staring into the distance. Tears welled in her eyes, and she quickly dotted them away with tissue from her pocket. "I miss him too," the assassin soothed, knowing that his wife had actually witnessed his death in a separate timeline. She looked into her husband's eyes, drawing strength from his gaze, and nodded. "I'm all right." Donovan interrupted her thoughts as he appeared by her side, edging his way between them and putting an arm around each of them. The administrator had foregone the traditional robes of his position for a tuxedo with a large black bow tie, his graying hair slicked back and his teeth almost glowing white. He carried a drink of something alcoholic in his right hand. "No crying tonight," he cautioned, pointing toward the far corner of the room with his right index finger. He never spilled a drop. "This is a festive occasion, and the boss," he nodded toward the chief councilwoman, slowly making the rounds toward them, "wants everyone to be happy." "How much have you had to drink, Donovan?" Leanne asked, smiling despite the flood of emotions moments before. He gave her a wink and in low voice whispered, "Actually, none. But I discovered at the last shindig like this that if I act intoxicated, the less I have to talk to people. So," he placed his finger on his lips, releasing her from his embrace. "Shh!" Without another word, he disappeared into the crowd. Leanne and Assassin 101 smiled and submerged themselves deeper into the room. Word was out about Leanne's pregnancy, and a barrage of congratulations greeted them as they mingled. They had made a complete circuit of the room before they met up with Assassin 12. After a brief introduction, the trio sat at one of the tables near the windows. Darkness now blanketed the world beyond the glass. "How are you feeling?" Leanne asked. "Better," the young assassin replied. She wore traditional scarlet robes, and her hair pulled into a tight ponytail. Her bandages were gone, leaving red irritated spots on her otherwise pasty white skin. "Still sore, but I'll be ready to skip in another week or two." "Do we have a destination?" Assassin 101 asked. "I didn't find anything in Puerto Rico that could have affected the timeline, other than Brewer himself. Have there been any new developments?" Assassin 12 shook her head. "Nothing definite. Administrator Donovan and I discussed Alex the Great this morning. We still haven't narrowed down what exactly his death could have triggered. I think that Donovan and Councilman Marr were talking about sending a cleaner team to 1867 to scout the World's Fair. According to the library archives, that's where Alex the Great was killed." Assassin 101 inhaled sharply. "I hate being out of the loop." He turned his attention to the room, scanning the faces until he saw Donovan. The assassin caught his eye and motioned with his head. The administrator gave a curt nod in reply, excused himself from the conversation he was having, and made his way to the table. "Still pretending to be drunk?" Leanne asked with a wink. "I'm thinking very hard about not pretending much longer," Donovan confessed. "Some of these government people really irk me." He received a chorus of reaffirming nods. "So, what's up with you three?" Assassin 12 quickly and quietly relayed their conversation about Alex II and the World's Fair. Donovan nodded his agreement. "We actually launched the cleaner team about an hour ago. By the time you two are healed, we'll have the time and coordinates for you to skip and figure this out." Leanne frowned, grabbing Donovan's arm. "Jason just got home," she whispered. "Can't you find someone else?" Councilman Marr insisted that these two, Donovan pointed to the two assassins sitting at the table, be the ones to conduct the mission. "Why?" "What?" Donovan asked. "Why must it be these two?" Leanne expounded. "They're both still recovering from their last skip. Is this Councilman Marr trying to get them killed?" Donovan held up a hand to stop the sudden onslaught. "We don't have all of the information about the situation, Leanne. Let's not speculate on mission parameters." He paused, leaning in close. "And let's not accuse the newest council member of trying to get assassins killed." Assassin 101 saw a confusing array of anger, fear, and desperation on her face. Leanne closed her eyes, constructing a forgotten emotional wall around her. Her breathing slowed, and the flush faded from her cheeks. She opened her eyes to see 3 people staring back at her, all wearing a look of concern. She smiled, embarrassed. "I'm sorry. I think the hormones are getting the better of me. Can we change the subject?"
"Of course," Donovan replied, checking his watch. "Perhaps we should find Councilman Marr and introduce you."
She gave a small laugh. "I don't know if meeting new people is the best thing for me right now. What kind of impression will I make?"
Assassin 12 assured her that she looked lovely, and it would be a great evening, while Donovan stood and scanned the room for the councilman. The administrator found him across the room talking with a group of instructors from the combat curriculum. "Excuse me, I'll go get the councilman." Donovan disappeared into the crowd. Leanne tried to follow his erratic movements as a means to take her mind off the idea of her husband skipping again so soon. She kept her eyes on Donovan as he stopped before a tall man with brown hair and an easy smile. Leanne's eyes narrowed in concentration as she studied the man from across the room. An uneasy feeling filled her. She recognized the councilman. His gait, his smile, his eyes were all familiar. Assassin 101 noticed her tense. "What is it?"
"That man that Donovan is talking to," she asked, steeling her nerves. "Is that the councilman?"
Assassin 101 rose from the table, making eye contact with Donovan and the councilman as they headed toward them. "Yes, why?"
"You don't recognize him?" she asked, incredulously.
"That's Councilman Marr," the assassin replied.
Leanne stood, pointing to the man halfway across the room. "You don't see it, do you?"
"See what, Leanne?" The assassin turned his gaze to the councilman. The man turned his attention from Donovan and saw Leanne pointing in his direction. He stopped in mid-stride. Donovan continued on several steps before realizing the councilman no longer accompanied him. He turned to see Marr standing still, dread in his eyes. Donovan turned to see Leanne pointing. Donovan motioned for Treon Marr to continue, and with a sigh, took a hesitant step to finish his journey to the table.
"You really don't see it, do you?"
Leanne asked. The tone in her voice was both accusatory and bewildered. Donovan and the 2 assassins shook their heads in unison. Everyone turned their attention to Treon Marr as he arrived at the table.
"That man,"
Leanne continued to point as she stared at her husband,
"is Rick Brewer."
Chapter 13. "What?" asked Assassin 101. Leanne turned to gaze at Donovan, mouth still open in astonishment.
"That man is Rick Brewer," she repeated, still pointing at the man. "I traveled with him for months."
She turned to stare into Treon Marr's face.
"I'd know those eyes anywhere."
Marr flushed bright red, pausing to gather his thoughts before speaking. He knew his secret was out. He sighed and offered a sheepish grin. "Hello, Rachel. It's been a long time." Donovan and the 2 assassins gasped at the admission.
"It's Leanne now."
She shook her head.
"At least now we know why the timelines are jumbled."
A big smile covered her face, and she embraced the councilman, holding him tightly.
"What are you doing here?"
Assassin 101 cleared his throat, and she released Brewer from the hug. The man, known as Councilman Marr, stared at the bewildered faces before him. He smiled again and offered his hand to the assassin. "How are the wrists?" Assassin 101 took the hand and nodded. "Getting better, Rick. Why, how are you here?" "Rick?" Donovan asked, still in shock at the sudden turn of events.
"Wait," Assassin 12 chimed in. "This is the man who disrupted my mission in Sarajevo?"
Brewer ignored both assassins for the moment and shook Donovan's hand. "It's been a long time, Administrator. No hard feelings for the banishment." Donovan downed his drink in one gulp, staring at the councilman. Brewer turned to address the female assassin. "Yes, I knocked you out of the path of the motorcade almost 400 years ago. It was the only way I could save your life at the time."
"You didn't save my life?"
Her voice began to rise with each word, drawing the attention of nearby guests. They stopped their conversations and turned to see the young woman yelling at the councilman.
"You caused me to fail my mission and disrupt the timeline."
Donovan stepped in between the female assassin and Brewer. "Perhaps we should take this discussion elsewhere." He motioned to the doors of a nearby private office, and the group, led by Leanne, moved in that direction. The guests dismissed the event and returned to their conversations. The chief of the council stopped the group a few steps from the chosen sanctuary. "What is going on here?" she demanded, her face red with anger. Her gaze focused on the young assassin. "Why are you yelling at a sitting member of the council?" Donovan opened his mouth to explain, but Brewer beat him to the punch. "Chief, perhaps you should join us in the office. What is about to be said should not be made public knowledge. At least, not yet." An uneasy silence filled the quintet as guild guards formed a semicircle around the group. The chief of the council stood in thoughtful silence and acquiesced. "This had better be good." She waved off the guards, turning her back on the group and entering the office. Donovan looked at Brewer and nodded. "You'd better have a good story for the councilwoman, or we are all dead." Brewer smiled and offered a wink. "It's a story for the ages," he said, before disappearing into the office. Donovan sighed and followed. Leanne, her mood somewhere between excited and furious, tightly gripped her husband's hand as they made their way into the office. Alone, Assassin 12 clenched and unclenched her fists as she fought her anger. She finally had the chance to settle the account with the man who had turned her world upside down. She took a deep breath and heard a voice in her head tell her to keep an open mind. She grabbed the door and entered the office, letting the door shut to leave the festive atmosphere behind. You can always kill him later. The chief of the council sat in the sole chair in the sparse office. The small room was crowded with the 6 of them, the chair, and the small table sitting next to the chair. The councilwoman leaned back in the leather chair, her fingers intertwined, as she stared at the people arrayed before her. She shifted her gaze to each person in turn, from left to right. Donovan, Assassin 12, Assassin 101, Leanne, and finally to Councilman Marr. She let the uneasy silence build for almost a minute before she finally spoke. "Someone explain to me what in the hell is going on here." Everyone turned to look at Rick Brewer. He opened his mouth to speak, closed it again. He stood quietly, his mouth opening and closing a second time. Her frustration grew at the hesitation. "Fine, let's try the direct approach," the chief grumbled. "Councilman Marr, why was this assassin yelling at you?" "She was yelling at me because she thinks I ruined her mission in Sarajevo in 1914. "You did," Assassin 12 interjected, drawing a menacing gaze from everyone in the room. "How did you ruin her mission?" the councilwoman said. "Perhaps I should start at the beginning," he said. "My real name is Rick Brewer. I was banished from the guild almost 20 years. I know your history," the woman smiled. "And I've also known your true identity for the last decade." Brewer's face went slack, taken aback by the confession. "You knew?" "Yes," she confirmed. "And it was my vote that put you on the council. Since you disappeared in Puerto Rico in 1515, you have accumulated a wealth of knowledge and insight. I thought that would be very valuable to the council. Some on our council have forgotten about the guild's mandate to catalog history and make changes in the best interest of mankind. I hoped your first-hand knowledge of events and a lifetime of experience would bring some perspective to the guild and the missions we undertake." "I was not mistaken," she smiled. "You did exactly as I had anticipated. You brought fresh life into the council and the guild." The councilwoman sat back in the chair, crossing her arms. "But that doesn't answer my question. How did you ruin the assassin's mission?" Brewer stood silently for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts. The chief of the council seemed to read his mind and offered a solution to his unspoken quandary. "I know your history, councilman, so you might as well tell the entire truth." Brewer nodded. "I knew what was going to happen in Sarajevo. That's why I was there. I wanted to see the start of the First World War firsthand. Then I recognized Assassin 12 and knew something was wrong." "You recognized her?" Donovan asked. "Had you met her before?" "In a way, yes," Brewer acknowledged. "On another mission?" Donovan continued. "Actually, Administrator, it was here at the Guild." Brewer rubbed his hands together. "Do you remember the DNA results from Assassin 12? They were a 95% match for Jason, correct?"
Donovan nodded. Leanne and Assassin 12 looked confused. What? They asked in unison. Leanne turned to see her husband's confused look and turned her wrath to Brewer. Explain. I don't know. He shrugged and pointed to Brewer. Brewer looked at each person in the room, but no one made the connection. Brewer moved to stand behind the two assassins, pushing them together shoulder to shoulder. He paused another moment before speaking. Do any of you see the resemblance? The chief of the council compared facial features and slowly nodded. They look similar, yes, but... And from a distance, they're almost identical, Brewer explained. The last time I had seen Jason before that moment was almost 400 years earlier in Puerto Rico. Curiosity got the better of me, and I wanted to say hello. Curiosity? Donovan inquired. Ah, you thought Jason, Assassin 101, was in Sarajevo on a mission, Donovan mused. Was this Jason before Puerto Rico or after? Did he have the scars from the pirate attack or not? Brewer explained. Imagine my surprise when it turned out to be Assassin 12 standing in the path of the motorcade, and not my old friend. But it wasn't him, it was a woman, and she was hurt because of my actions. I knew something was amiss, so I activated her beacon, gave her a message to find Assassin 101, and pushed her into the vortex, hoping that she would end up here and not back in her timeline. Why here? Assassin 12 asked. I have lived for over 1,200 years, he explained. I have witnessed pivotal events in history that have created and ended timelines. The death of Ferdinand is one of those events. In this case, it created an alternate timeline with amazing similarities to ours. Brewer allowed a quick tangent to his story. That's why I've been asking her so many questions, to catalog the two, trying to find a way to send her home. You've lived 1,200 years? Assassin 12 asked incredulously. Donovan leaned in close. I'll explain later. Anyway, the death of Ferdinand is a creation point of a timeline. When I recognized, or thought I recognized, the assassin, I knew that the future was similar in both timelines, so I sent her forward, here, to get the care she needed, and I hoped that I would live long enough to meet her again, which brings us to today, Brewer finished. What is this about DNA? Leanne asked again, annoyed. Donovan explained. When she arrived, we ran a DNA test to determine who she was. Her exact DNA was not in our system, but it was a 95% match to your husband's. Leanne moved to stand before the two assassins. Same height, same eyes, same color hair? Her eyes widened as she turned. Her stare burned a hole through Brewer. Are you suggesting? Brewer nodded. Assassin 12 and Assassin 101 are the same person. What? Asked the two assassins. Think about it, Brewer offered to Assassin 101. Do you think you are you in every timeline? You don't think that your DNA could alter? You don't think you could be a woman in another reality? Assassin 101 stood in stunned silence. He turned to stare at the woman standing beside him and saw the same disbelief. I never thought about it. Not many people have, Brewer agreed. But then no one else has my perspective on things. He offered a nod to the chief for her foresight. So, Assassin 101 hypothesized as he walked around his female doppelganger, she is me, and I am her? At a molecular and genetic level, yes, Brewer confirmed. Physically and emotionally, because you are from two different timelines and have had different experiences, you are two individual people. How do we send her home? The chief asked, assuming she wants to return to her own guild. Assassin 12, still staring at her counterpart, nodded. Yes, please. The elder woman nodded. Councilman, continue. Well, he began, we need to send her back to complete her mission. Won't that adjust our timeline to hers? Donovan inquired. Won't that defeat the purpose? Brewer nodded. Yes and no. Yes, I believe that the timelines will merge, at least initially. Assassin 101 snapped his fingers, nodding enthusiastically. Momentarily, we will be on the same path, he explained, holding his hands parallel to each other as he explained.
But each mission that we've conducted since that moment fractures the timeline. He spread his hands apart, resulting in two distinct futures. Donovan crinkled his eyebrows in confusion. Reverse temporal archaeology, Assassin 101 explained. Peel back the layers to find the catalyst event, remember? Well, in this case, we have the event, so we just need to add the layers to create our own future. Present. I'm confused, Assassin 12 chimed in, fatigue in her voice. Can you get me home if we complete my mission or not? Yes, Brewer and Assassin 101 said simultaneously. I thought you said that the Archduke did not exist in this timeline. We just need to find or create an event to bring him into our timeline. Assassin 101 made it sound like a very simple proposition. Oh, Donovan replied sarcastically. Is that all? The chief councilwoman stood. Her face wore an emotionless mask, but her voice betrayed her frustration. Make it happen, she ordered. Both assassins need at least another week to heal, so you have some time to plan. She headed to the door, stopped short, and turned to face Brewer. You and I need to have a talk, she said, menace in her voice. You have hidden your tracks well. I almost missed your entrance into the guild. I would have, until your DNA showed up after your last mission as an assassin. You brought evidence of your own existence to the guild, Mr. Brewer, and now I want to know why you are here. She waved her hand at the quintet in the office. Figure this out and get the assassins on their way. Then you come see me. I want answers. With a huff, she disappeared into the party still going on beyond the door. Silence filled the room, while the steady rhythm of jazz music seeped through the walls. That's a story I'd like to hear, too, Leanne broke the silence. You owe me that much, Rick. He nodded reluctantly. Let me get your husband on his way, and then I'll come and tell you everything. She nodded her approval before a bright smile lit her face. She touched her slightly bulging belly, and her smile grew. What? Her husband asked. The baby kicked, she exclaimed. It's the first time I've felt him. Tears welled in her eyes. Donovan took her by the elbow. Let's go get you some food and rest, he suggested. They have work to do, and you need to take it easy. I think we've all had enough surprises and excitement for one night. Assassin 101 hugged his wife and whispered, I love you, in her ear. Donovan opened the door, and the loud chatter and music of the party filled the office. He escorted her out into the ballroom, and they disappeared into the crowd. The door shut behind them, silencing the raucous noise of the party. How far along is she? Brewer asked. 5 months. Well, Brewer said, we have 4 months to get this all cleared up and get you back home for the birth. He clapped his hands and then rubbed them together. Let's get to work. Chapter 14. Rick Brewer nervously stood outside the door to Leanne's classroom. His heart pounded as he wiped his sweaty hands on his black robes and ran a hand through his hair. He had dreaded this moment for 3 weeks. The fallout of Assassin 12 yelling at him and Leanne identifying him were not as bad as he had anticipated. His identity as Rick Brewer had not been released to the guild, maintaining his persona as Treon Marr, guild councilman. The chief even kept his identity a secret from the council, allowing the charade to continue unabated. Careful not to change his routine lest he raise suspicions, Brewer had continued his normal schedule after the chief of the council issued direct orders for him to assist in getting Assassin 12 home. Rumors disappeared. He adjusted his robes and checked the digital timepiece embedded in his left wrist for the 100th time. Professor Lassiter's class would be out in moments, and he wanted to time his entrance to coincide with her dismissing the apprentices. He listened through the door and heard her issue her final instructions. Brewer took one more deep breath and entered the classroom as the students rose from their desks. Perfect. The students froze in mid-movement at the sight of a council member entering the room. One apprentice dropped his books, immobilized at the sight of a man in black robes holding the door open. Silence gripped the room. This can't be good, Apprentice 17 murmured under his breath. Actually, it's good news, Apprentice, Councilman Marr corrected, his tone humorous yet cautionary. But it is not your concern. His voice took on a harsh tone. I believe, she said, dismissed. The students scrambled out of the door, offering a chorus of,
Good afternoon, as they filed past. He smiled, nodding to each student, until he grabbed Apprentice 17 by the arm, halting his progress. He waited until the rest of the students were gone before he offered an evil grin to the young man. You need to learn when to offer an opinion. Brewer leaned in close. And when to keep your mouth shut. Dismissed. Apprentice 17 gulped. Beads of sweat appeared on his bald head. Brewer released the boy's arm, and the apprentice disappeared down the corridor at a run. Brewer chuckled as he entered the class and allowed the door to close behind him. His smile grew as he spied Leanne sitting back in her chair, holding her bulging belly. Were we ever that belligerent as apprentices? I was, before I was an apprentice, she mused. I believe you became that way after. He nodded. Point. I take it Jason and his partner are away? Leanne asked, as Brewer commandeered a nearby chair and pulled it to the side of her desk to sit down. Yes. He told you the plan? She nodded. Well, Jason skipped an hour ago, Brewer acknowledged. His cleaner team returned about 15 minutes ago, stating that everything was in place, and he was staying to ensure the mission succeeded. And Assassin 12? She asked, crossing her arms. Her voice conveyed a hint of envy, jealousy. Brewer could not tell. She's skipping now to join Jason. The chief was briefed on the mission, but she's not exactly happy with the plan. When I informed her that Jason ordered the cleaner team home before the completion of the mission, well, let's say she is livid. So in order not to be the target of her impending rage, I thought I would take this opportunity to entertain you with a tale of great heroism, danger, and romance. She smirked. I thought you were going to tell me your life story. Brewer returned the sarcastic smirk and added a wink. That too. Let's eat dinner first, Leanne said, standing. Maybe we'll have some news from Jason by then. Besides, she patted her bulging belly, the baby's hungry. Brewer stood, pushing the chair back to the corner from which it came. You think Jason will return by the end of dinner? Well, if he's already sent the cleaner team home, then he's confident in the plan. She shrugged. So it shouldn't be too much longer, but if he isn't back by the time we finish dinner, then you can tell me your story. Brewer offered his hand. Leanne took it. This way, my lady. She curtsied, and the two left the classroom. Assassin 101 felt a chill course through his body as the morning dew seeped through his thick wool suit clothes. He stretched prone in the 6-inch tall grass on the side of a hill overlooking the outskirts of Paris, France. A rifle lay beside him, a spotting scope in his hands. He inhaled deeply and held it for a moment before slowly exhaling. He smiled as he watched his breath evaporate. His spirits soared as the clean, crisp morning air filled his lungs. Below him stretched the Longchamp racecourse, a dizzying geometry of tracks of green grass on the banks of the Seine River. The assassin's eyes traced the main elliptical course and then the several longer oblong courses intertwined with the center oval. He noted the broad outlines and shapes of the other buildings and parks in the distance. He spied several ponds and a botanical garden before putting his eye to the spotter scope to zero in on the details. There were a few people milling around the racecourse, greenskeepers and gardeners preparing the course for the day's upcoming races. He observed the workers going about their chores in the early morning sunlight. The assassin noted the positions of the immaculate gardens and used them as target points and range markers. The mission did not require the range markers, but the assassin took it as an opportunity to keep his skills fresh. He made it a habit to map out the target area, even if all he had to do was watch. The sun arched low to his left, casting large shadows as it rose into the clear morning sky. His preparations complete, he settled in for the long wait in the wet grass. Despite his efforts, his mind wandered, and he could not help but contemplate the last time someone from the guild was in Paris in the 19th century. Rick Brewer had once told Assassin 101 of his time in France, not far from the park below. Brewer, a traveling magician at the time, made a very large sum of money with his sleight-of-hand tricks. Rick had fled a few years later, a few steps ahead of the gallows, as the French Revolution began. The assassin ran his hand along the wet grass. Is this the hill that Brewer sat atop and watched the first manned balloon flight from the Montgolfier brothers?
Assassin 101 smiled at the memories of the man who now sat on the guild council and had saved his wife. Rick had told him of his adventures, but the assassin knew he did not have the entire story.
Why did Brewer rejoin the guild? What's his end game?
The assassin knew that Brewer left out some key elements of his history, and he vowed to find out what it was the man was hiding. Assassin 101 felt the tingling sensation of a skip before he heard the pitched whine of a bubble. He rose to one knee and checked up and down the ridgeline for anyone who may happen to see the skip portal as it opened, less than 10 meters to his left. Assassin 12 stepped from the bubble and immediately dropped into a crouch. Seconds later, the bubble closed with a barely audible pop. Assassin 12 stayed low, waddling over to where her dimensional double knelt on one knee. A light green corset encircled her abdomen and ribcage, barely discernible underneath the matching colored dress. A matching green bonnet adorned her head. Only a few strands of her hair streamed from underneath the head covering. She carried a small basket in her right hand and a blanket under her left arm. Her breathing came in ragged gasps thanks to the corset. She set down the basket and blanket before loosening the ties on the garment. She breathed a sigh of relief before she sat next to her companion. She gave a brief shudder from the cold of the skip. "Morning," she smiled. Assassin 101 offered a smile and a nod. "Morning," he said. "Welcome to Paris." "Thank you," Assassin 12 said with a shiver. "What's all this?" asked Assassin 101 with a nod to the basket. "Cover," she replied, setting down the basket in the damp grass. "If anyone looks up here, we're simply on a picnic to watch the races." Assassin 101 nodded his approval. He grabbed the edge of the blanket and began unfolding it. "How are you feeling?" "Healed," she replied with a smile. "It feels good to be on the move again." He nodded his agreement. "Did the cleaner team return?" "Yes," she replied. The task of unfolding the blanket complete, she picked up the basket and placed it down before unloading and distributing the contents. "They returned an hour or so before I skipped and gave a quick brief on the plan." She shook her head. "The council does not share your optimism for mission success. The chief sent me to assist." She smiled, "especially since I have a vested interest." She completed the picnic spread and admired her handiwork. 2 small plates lay empty on the blanket. Surrounding the plates sat half a dozen sandwiches, apples, pears, and 2 small carafes of liquid. "Do you really think this will work?" she asked. "Wine?" Assassin 101 asked with a wily grin, pointing to the carafes. "Water," she responded. "We are on duty, remember?" He nodded. "So, do you think this will work?" "Based on the historical research from your data crystal," he smiled, "this is as close as I could make it to the actual event. It'll work." "No," she corrected. "Do you think this will move the timelines together to give us a shot at Ferdinand?" "There is a 50-year gap between today and Sarajevo." He shrugged. "You know, according to your history, Alexander still dies 20 years from now." She nodded. "And those 20 years bring the timelines together and gives us the shot at Ferdinand that we need." It was his turn to nod. "We can potentially get you home and save billions of lives. That kind of thing is why I joined the guild." "I joined so I could study history up close." She smiled. Assassin 101 stared up at the early morning sky. "In a few hours, you'll get that chance." Jockeys, dressed in colorful green, purple, and red clothing, clung to sweaty horses as the animals tore up the grass around the track at Longchamp. Hundreds of spectators cheered their favorite horse and rider combination as the race progressed along the oval track. The winner won by several lengths, and the noise subsided. Assassin 12 watched as small figures traversed the racecourse below, with little interest as the next group prepared to race. She shifted her field of view to a large formation of soldiers outside of the racecourse. She raised a set of binoculars, and the scene jumped into focus. She turned the magnification dial on the device and zeroed in on Alexander II of Russia as he climbed atop a horse in the infield of the track. The assassin had had the Tsar under surveillance for the last hour, watching as he enjoyed the races and the hospitality of his French host. Alexander rode out of the VIP grandstand built for the day's visit, and in front of a formation of soldiers. The formation snapped to attention, ready for inspection prior to departure. Behind the Tsar rode Napoleon III, Emperor of France, and 2 of Alexander's sons, all 4 men resplendent in their uniforms adorned with medals. Behind the sons rode a small contingent of soldiers, also dressed in their finest uniforms. Long pikes, banners flapping in the breeze, pointed skyward. Her finger tightened on an imaginary trigger. "Bam," she said. She turned her head to her partner, his face buried in a book. He looked up at the sound and shook his head. "We are simply here to watch." "I know," she replied, bored. Her shoulders slumped as she returned the binoculars to her eyes. She let out a huge sigh. "When is this big event of yours supposed to take place?" Assassin 101 made an exaggerated effort of pulling out his pocket watch, opening the face and staring at the dial. He nodded his head and pursed his lips together in thought. He waited until the woman's impatience was palpable before nodding toward the racecourse below. "Not long." She scoffed and returned to observe the small parade on the perimeter of Longchamp. She watched as the assembled troops snapped to tight attention as the Tsar approached, each man standing tall and straight. The procession made its way along the ranks of soldiers, arranged in 6 rows of 20 men. The Tsar and his entourage rode between the widely spaced men. The woman watched the men relax once the procession passed. Assassin 101 marked his place with a small, thin piece of wire and put the book away in the nearby picnic basket. "Any sign of Berezovsky?" She shook her head as she slowly scanned the crowd of onlookers. "Not yet. She paused, focusing in on a man in the crowd. "Yes, got him," she said with a smile. Assassin 101 moved to sit beside her, raising a pair of binoculars to his eyes. Assassin 12 pointed. "Last row of soldiers, left side." She raised her head from the scope. "He's moving away, toward the civilian crowd." "Moving to a better vantage point," contemplated the veteran assassin, as he followed Antony Berezovsky shuffle through the crowd. "Watch." Berezovsky, a Polish metal worker with long dark hair and dingy clothing, stopped at the gate leading from the parade field to the horse track. The gate separated him from a small crowd of onlookers more interested in the Tsar and Napoleon than the race. He took off his bowler with his left hand and nervously ran his right hand through his hair. Sweat, a combination of nervousness and the June heat, streamed down his face. Berezovsky replaced the hat atop his head and reached inside his suit jacket. The weight of the pistol quelled a bit of his nervousness, adding a touch of resolve to the task he had assigned himself. With a hurried movement, the young Polish man moved the pistol behind his back. His eyes surveyed the area, looking for signs that he had been seen. Nothing. He nodded silently to himself before movement caught his attention. He turned slightly and spied his target. The Tsar finished his inspection. Alexander II said something to Napoleon III, and both men laughed before turning their horses toward the gate guarded by Berezovsky. 3 Russian cavalrymen took up position ahead of the procession while another dozen followed. The men, dressed in blue jackets and large feathered hats, carried the standard long lance and a sword sheathed at their side. The lead element passed Berezovsky with little scrutiny. The Polish national watched as his small parade approached and bowed his head respectfully, careful not to let the Tsar or his escorts see the object behind his back. He felt the sweat slide down his spine as he raised his eyes and looked directly into the eyes of the man he had sworn to kill. 4 years earlier, at only 16 years old, the Russians offered the young Antony a choice: conscript into the Russian army or be jailed. Berezovsky devised a third option and joined his fellow Poles in the Polish Revolution. Antony Berezovsky fought in several guerrilla campaigns against the Imperial Russian Army, but never won a true victory. The Tsar ordered public executions and deportations of dissidents to Siberia. Thousands disappeared, and the revolution died. Berezovsky had not forgotten the killing or the disappearances. Family and friends vanished in the night without a trace. Now, after 4 long years, he stood face to face with the architect of the oppression. A calm determination settled on the young man as Alexander II rode even with the Polish rebel. A smile flirted with his lips as Antoni Berezovsky raised his right hand, pointed a double-barrel pistol at the Tsar, and pulled the trigger. The pistol fired, shattering the barrel and sending the bullet off trajectory, missing the Tsar but hitting one of the escort's horses. The horse whinnied in pain and collapsed, throwing its rider to the ground. The horseman immediately turned toward the sound of the shot, while screams of terror from the gathered citizenry filled the air. Confusion reigned at Longchamp. Escape eluded Berezovsky as he stood, grasping his right hand in pain. His fingers were misshapen and bloody. The broken pistol, dropped after the misfire, lay on the ground at his feet. He collapsed to his knees, weeping. The civilian crowd, initially stunned by the thunderclap of the pistol, charged the shooter. They broke down the gate, closed in on the wounded man, and engulfed him. Assassin 12 lowered her binoculars and looked to her counterpart. Assassin 101 lay back on the blanket, smiling in the afternoon sunshine. "You sabotaged his pistol," she said matter-of-factly. "We did, yes," the assassin replied. He lay for almost a minute, staring at the clear blue sky, content in the moment. When he finally sat up, he found Assassin 12 staring at him, shaking her head. "The cleaner team and I ran into Berezovsky last night at a local tavern. The team leader, Joe, distracted him long enough for me to lift the weapon, insert a small metal filament to block the barrel, and then return it. That accomplished, we left the tavern, and I sent the cleaner team home." The assassin shrugged and stood. He placed the binoculars in a small pack and motioned for her to pack the rest of their belongings. "Simple." "Too simple," she responded, as she finished placing the remains of their picnic into the basket. The two squared off, folding the blanket. "The council thought that the blockage would be discovered and the Tsar would die." The blanket folded, she took the cloth and placed it under her arm. She stared at the man. "You were lucky." Assassin 101 smiled. Luck had nothing to do with it. He held out his hand, displaying a small cylinder 1 centimeter long. "I also put a small explosive charge in the barrel. If the metal filament didn't do the job, the explosive would have. From the look of his hand, I think both of them may have worked." He offered a wry smile. "Always have a backup plan." She nodded in agreement and handed him the blanket. "Especially when the real mission is still ahead." She stood holding the basket in her hand. "Do you think the timelines merged enough to get a shot at Ferdinand?" The assassin actuated his skip beacon, signaling the female assassin to do the same. "We will know soon enough." The two assassins stepped into their corresponding skip bubbles, leaving the bright afternoon sun of France behind. Rick Brewer and Leann Lassiter sat across the table from each other, eating in silence, and casually listening to the conversations around them in the dining hall. It was unusual for members of the council to eat there, but not unprecedented. With rumors running rampant in the weeks after the arrival of Assassin 12, the denizens of the guild were becoming accustomed to the unexpected, so no one paid attention to the councilman and the teacher. After dinner, the two retired to the library and found a cozy corner away from a few apprentices doing research. "I think you've waited long enough," he began with a smile. Leanne tucked a foot under her as she sat in the plush leather couch. She rubbed her pregnant belly and felt the baby kick. She was showing more now, with only 3 months to go. "It must be one hell of a story." "The first couple of centuries, yes," he agreed, sitting in a chair opposite the 2-cushion couch she occupied. She nodded, and Brewer began his story. For several hours he weaved his tale of adventure, danger, love, and loss. He recalled his fight with the marauders and Mukabe's inspiration to roam the desert, teaching villagers how to defend themselves. He left nothing out, telling her every small detail. He paused as Assassin 101 entered the library. Brewer rose from his chair, waving him over. The assassin still wore his 19th century attire and sported a huge grin. Leanne lifted herself from the couch, hugging her husband. "I take it the mission went well?" Leanne assumed, noting the smile. "Without a hitch," Assassin 101 responded, taking a seat on the small sofa beside his wife. "Alexander II was saved, and the timelines have merged as we had anticipated. We skip again tomorrow for Sarajevo." "Where's Assassin 12? Brewer asked. "She wanted to see just how much the timelines have merged," Assassin 101 answered. "Once I verified that Ferdinand was now in play, I wanted to come find the two of you." He smiled. "Am I interrupting?" "No," Brewer responded. "Actually, your timing's perfect. Do you remember Puerto Rico?" The assassin answered with a nod, rubbing his wrists. "Like it was a month ago." Brewer smiled, noting that it was only a month ago for the assassin. "Do you remember where we left off on my adventures?" Another nod from the assassin. "I was about to tell Leanne the rest." Brewer smiled at Leanne. "This is the part of the story I'm not sure I want to tell the chief," he said. "Why?" queried Leanne. Rick sighed. "It's a paradox, and a big one." "Just tell the story," she encouraged. "Don't leave out any details, and don't skip ahead. I'll let you know if you should divulge it to the council or not." He steepled his fingers and touched his nose with his fingertips. "After we had trained the desert villagers, Mukabi wanted to do more. So we set up a school to educate them. The school grew quickly, but having knowledge of alchemy, mathematics, and history wasn't enough. The marauders were gaining skill, and with that skill they became more aggressive. They ransacked dozens of villages, killing hundreds. So we added a curriculum of combat training." He smiled. "That's when things really changed." Chapter 15. Two lines of unarmed men stood opposite each other, right fists held low, left arms held high. The men stood shirtless, several displaying scars across their chests. Their lightly tanned, loose-fitting pants fluttered in the desert breeze. Each of the 30 students stood unmoving, staring at their direct opponent as Mukabi casually strolled between the apprentices. His dark clothing provided a perfect contrast to the surrounding students. His black beard hung below his neck, his face a jigsaw puzzle of scars. He paused, correcting one man's posture before continuing down the line. The two lines stood in the courtyard of the fortress, walls of rock and sand towering 20 feet high above them. The walls separated the courtyard from other areas of the sprawling fortress, which sat nestled in a waterless valley. Steep mountain ranges created natural boundaries on 3 sides. The mountain cliffs were steep enough to prevent an attack by anything larger than 1 or 2 men at a time. The ancient fortress had stood for centuries, repelling multiple attacks without falling. 4 large spires loomed above the fortress, providing the sentries on guard duty a clear view of the surrounding landscape, including the tops of the ridgelines surrounding the fortress. Brewer stood on the balcony of one of the spires, admiring the progress of his first class of students. He nodded at Mukabi's attention to detail before looking at the other groups scattered about the courtyard. One group squared off with long, curved shamshirs and scimitars. The other shot bow and arrows at distant targets. Black-clad instructors passed along those lines, carefully monitoring the actions of the students. Brewer heard Mukabi's command to move and watched as the 2 lines took a step towards one another. The nomad moved along the line, adjusting the position of 2 students. Mukabi presented a commanding presence that demanded respect, as he had proved to be an apt pupil for Brewer over the past year, volunteering to teach the hand-to-hand curriculum personally. Brewer, watching from above, saw why. Mukabi's movements were fluid and graceful as he paced along the line. Moving out of the line of students, Mukabi abruptly turned and issued another command. The students took another step, moving almost within arm's reach of each other. "Muster!" a voice called from the stone arch behind him. Brewer turned away from his perch to face Ghalib, an old warrior with a wrinkled face, scarred from many battles. The man smiled, and Rick could still see the fire in his eyes. He knew this man would die as he had lived, in battle. "There are 72 students on the grounds," Ghalib continued. "The first class will be ready for the trials next week. Our scouts have contacted 4 other tribes in the area. 3 of the 4 will be sending representatives within the week." "Thank you, Ghalib," Brewer said. "Please inform the instructors that I will be along shortly to inspect the test." The old warrior bowed slightly before leaving the balcony.
Rick returned to his perch overlooking the courtyard and watched each of the three groups for several minutes. Maccabe's group now sparred with one another. The two lines advanced toward each other, the men launching into a series of kicks and punches, hands and feet blurred in the fast, ferocious sequence. The students had come a long way from their slow, clumsy, almost robotic movements months earlier. Brewer smiled, turned, and left the balcony, heading down a stone stairway. He descended the spiral staircase deep in thought. For months they had roamed the desert, meeting with tribal elders scattered across the desert. Many of the elders agreed with the philosophy of a training academy. Others took it as a warning of future hostility. A slow trek across the desert brought them to the fortress of Alamut, under siege by an unknown force. Brewer's tribe turned the tide of the battle, and the occupants, grateful for the timely assistance, welcomed the tribe. The fortress defenders welcomed Brewer's tribe and became the first class of students, the first to subject themselves to the trials. 2 attacks in the last 3 months, and we still hold it, he said to himself, and his smile grew. And now our first class of graduates. He reached the bottom of the stone staircase and pushed on the heavy wooden doors. Bright lights spilled in from the open courtyard, and he squinted against the glare. He paused, allowing his eyes to adjust to the sunlight, and he found himself standing at the edge of the training courtyard. Brewer took his time moving through the courtyard. He stopped at the scimitar group, observing as the students executed their forms with great skill. He nodded his approval and continued through the training arena. Brewer followed the twang of bows and found his way to a long, open area. He watched the men release a volley of arrows before calling for a halt. He moved forward to inspect the stationary target dummies and nodded his approval, admiring the number of holes in the bullseye. He ordered the instructors to continue before leaving the range and making his way to a smaller area, hidden from the view of the men, where a small group of women trained. The women, wearing the same tan, lightweight clothing as the men, practiced their sword forms in the small section of the fortress. Whirling swords reflected the bright sun in a blinding mosaic of light. The handful of women moved from their forms to a formation for hand-to-hand combat under the watchful eye of their female mistress, a combat-hardened veteran of the Marauder campaign. Their attacks came swift, their hands and feet a blur. The graceful dance reminded Brewer of Rachel. He scoffed, admonished himself for digging up the ancient memory, and left the courtyard. He passed through a set of wooden doors and entered the interior of the fortress, moving with purpose now that he was within the torchlit stone corridors. It reminded him of the Tower of London, although it would be another 500 years or so before he would travel those halls. He stopped in mid-stride. It's not even finished yet, he thought. He broke into a hearty laugh, shaking his head as he continued down the hall. He pushed another set of large wooden doors open and strolled into another much smaller courtyard. A series of wooden and stone obstacles lay scattered about the open area, interspaced with squared-off combat areas. 4 nomad men moved racks of weapons, swords, bows, lances, near each of the combat areas. Rick took in the scene with a glance and nodded his approval. He moved to the first obstacle, a series of 3 stone pillars of escalating height. He tentatively pulled himself up onto the first stone ledge and studied the architecture. Satisfied, he leaped to the second pillar and then the third. He dropped 10 feet to the ground, rolled, and came to his feet in one fluid motion. He smiled. Not bad for a 400-year-old man. He moved slowly through the course, testing each obstacle. At each of the combat areas, he chose a weapon from the rack and performed a series of thrusts and parries before replacing the weapon. He completed the course, moving back to the 3 stone pillar obstacle, placed his hands on his hips, and nodded his approval. A smile crept on his face, and he stripped off his shirt, dropping it onto the sand. With a deep breath, he started the course again, this time at full speed. He bounded up the 3 pillars, dropping and rolling as before, but this time he came up running. The second obstacle passed in a blur, as did the third. The first combat area contained a collection of swords. Brewer picked two and began a complicated two-handed form. He spun the swords in dizzying figure eights, thrust them forward in violent yet precise movements, and dropped to a knee in a parry move before rolling under an invisible attack. He rose, slashing at his invisible enemy before dropping the swords and moving to the next obstacle. He continued around the courtyard, never stopping, never slowing. When Rick reached the end of the course, he stood with his hands on his hips, sweating and out of breath. He nodded his approval again before collecting his shirt from the desert floor. The guild would approve. The course will provide an excellent test for the students and their abilities. He redressed and made his way back through the fortress. His heart rate and breathing were normal when he walked up and stood behind McVey. The nomad, who had become Rick's right hand over the last year, gave crisp orders as his students executed their drills. He called the group to attention and, without turning around, addressed Brewer. "Something wrong, master?" "How do you always know when I'm behind you?" Rick asked. McVey dismissed his students and turned to face the man who had trained him. McVey shrugged and offered a grin. "I saw your shadow." Rick snorted, but did not doubt his former student. "What is your assessment of this first class?" The two began walking toward the shadow of the fortress wall. It was after midday, and the sun had begun its descent toward the distant horizon. They entered a small alcove, and Rick felt the temperature drop. Taking a set of stairs, they descended further into the darkness, and he felt the sweat on his skin begin to cool rapidly. He shivered slightly as they continued their conversation. "There are several talented students that will make formidable warriors," McVey said. But they have not faced an enemy in battle," the nomad finished. "You can train constantly, but nothing can prepare you for actual combat." Brewer nodded, remembering his own guild training. An apprentice's first mission was a skip, so they could understand what would happen to them physically. The second mission provided insight into how they would react when they actually took a life. "I've been thinking similar thoughts. The trials will be the first step," Brewer announced. "After that, we will assign them actual missions. Those that pass will become our elite corps. And those that don't?" McVey asked, dreading the answer. Despite his efforts, he had come to know and care for the students under his charge. "They will be remembered among the honored dead," Brewer replied, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Yes, master." McVey bowed slightly, disheartened. Brewer nodded. He, too, did not want to lose any of the students, but that loss was inevitable. "Anything else?" "Yes, 2 things. I have overheard some of the students. They know of the female students and do not approve. They do not want their daughters dying at the hands of a marauder." Brewer nodded. He had heard the same disgruntled talk. "And the second?" "We have filled the school with men and women from villages all over the land. A few of the local villages are not happy with our recruiting process." "Oh?" McVey nodded. "They feel that they are underrepresented, especially since some of the outlying villages are their sworn enemy." "They were offered the opportunity," Brewer said. "They chose not to participate, or send only a token force for the training." McVey nodded. "That has been explained to them." The flickering torches along the corridor cast eerie, ever-changing shadows on the 2 men, as Rick thought. Somewhere in the distance, a steady drip of moisture echoed. "Pick your most promising student and bring him to me. He will be the first test." "Yes, master." McVey complied and disappeared down the corridor. Rick stood silently for a moment, collecting his thoughts. He knew that he had been with the tribe for several years, and some, including McVey, began to suspect there was something odd about their leader. "I need to age," he thought. A smile crept across his lips. "No, not age. I need a rebirth." He began strolling down the corridor, retracing his steps toward the courtyard. A young woman awaited Brewer as he emerged into the sunshine and heat of the desert afternoon. She was dressed in overlapping brown robes, her face concealed behind a hijab of the same color. She carried a small dagger and a curved scimitar at her waist. She bowed. "I was told to report to you, master," she said, her voice low and respectful. Brewer stood confused for a moment. He looked past the woman to see Mukabi approach, smiling ear to ear. The nomad bowed. "Two birds." Rick's eyes widened in understanding. He nodded and looked at the young woman. "Yes, I have a mission for you." Brown eyes behind the veil brightened with excitement. "Yes, master." Brewer continued to nod, thinking 3 steps ahead in this life-or-death game of chess. If you succeed, you will be rewarded beyond your dreams. The woman bowed slightly. "I am ready, master." Brewer motioned toward a stone door, and the trio moved back inside the shadow of the fortress. There is much planning to do. A new world awaits. You understand why this has to be done? Mukabi stared at his friend and mentor in stunned silence. The trio, Brewer, Mukabi, and the young woman, sat around a large table in one of the fortress's twin spires. The room, bare except for the table and chairs, provided the secrecy and security needed for the plan. The sun was setting, and long shadows filled the room from one of the windows. Acolytes, lighting torches along the most traveled routes, had come and gone. 3 torches provided flickering light as sunset. The quiet of the desert darkness infiltrated the fortress. "Yes," Mukabi answered Sabah, "but the story you tell is unbelievable." "Yet every word is true," Brewer confirmed. "You have known me for several years. Your hair has gone gray, but I am unchanged. Others have noticed this too. I have heard the rumors. There are people, even among our own tribe, that are questioning my appearance. This is the only way that we maintain and grow this... He paused, pondering the right word. "League?" the young woman suggested timidly. Brewer turned to stare at the woman. He smiled, nodding his approval. "League," he repeated. "That will work. In order to maintain the trust and standards of the league we have put in place, I need to disappear." He pointed to the woman. "She will verify the story and then become your secret weapon. You said it yourself, the local chiefs and even our own students do not approve of women in the program. They will not expect a woman to be a warrior," he paused, "or an assassin. She will be a valuable asset." "And what becomes of you?" Mukabi asked. "After you graduate this first class, I will return as an apprentice." He nodded, smiling. "I have a feeling that I will rise through the ranks quickly. You can promote me to training master, and I will stay as long as you will have me," Rick said. Mukabi stood and moved to one of the stone windows and stared out at the desert. The sky was clear, and he could see the first of 1 billion stars. He breathed in the cool night air, exhaling slowly. "Yes," he said, without turning around. "Once the trials for this first class are complete, we will carry out your wishes." "Thank you, my friend." Rick smiled. He turned to the woman. "Do you have any comment on the plan, Fidai?" She shook her head. "No, master. It will be as you instruct." Brewer clapped his hands, rubbing them together conspiratorially. "Tomorrow the trials begin." Elder Jahan crouched on a ridge overlooking the Alamut fortress. Behind him, arrayed among the rock formations and natural cover, crouched dozens of his best warriors. The sun barely crested the horizon to his back. His breath fogged in the early morning chill. The quiet of the dawn gave him comfort and a feeling of security. No alarms from the fortress meant that he and his men were, so far, undetected. The village elder motioned for his men to settle into their positions with a flurry of arm movements. The desert dwellers melted into the mountainous terrain without a sound. Within moments, the men were invisible. Elder Jahan nodded his approval.
He was a towering hulk of a man, larger than his fellow villagers by a foot or more. He had close-cropped black hair, hidden under his chieftain headscarf, with large, bulbous eyes, pointed, elf-like ears, and a braided beard that hung down to his chest. Jahan took leadership of the tribe at an early age, thanks to his massive size and his high tolerance for pain. Many challengers had fallen to the elder over the years, but he knew that his days as the leader of the tribe were numbered. He was getting older, and therefore weaker. His 4 sons provided a tight bodyguard for him, but he had heard the rumors that his eldest thought it was his time to lead. Jahan needed a victory to quell that talk, and the fortress below would provide it. He lodged his tall frame between 2 large boulders, disappearing into the deep shadow. He knew that the afternoon sun would bake him and his men, but he did not plan to be there that long. If everything went well, he would gather the information he needed and be back at the village by late afternoon. Jahan had heard rumors of the Alamut fortress for months. Neighboring villages spoke of warriors and training and the future conquest of the surrounding desert. The elder wanted to see for himself, to probe the fortress for weakness, to better prepare his village for war and cement his leadership for several more years. The smell of cook fires drifted from the valley, alerting his men that the inhabitants of the fortress were awake. Strange sounds echoed through the morning area less than an hour later. Even at this great distance, the elder recognized the sounds of pounding, the clack of wooden training staffs, the clang of metal on metal, and the shouts of pain and exertion. Motioning for his men to remain hidden, the elder emerged from the shadow of the rock and ascended the mountain, looking for a better vantage point. Hand over hand he climbed. The sun continued to rise, heating up the rocks and bearing down on his back. He crested the ridgeline and lay prone, squinting into the distant fortress. The figures were small, but Jahan could see well enough to discern they were indeed training. The figures, one at a time, moved through a circular course, stopping occasionally to wield a weapon. Elder Jahan watched several repetitions before letting out a low whistle. His men materialized from the rocks below, and he waved them to the top of the ridge. They followed his path up the steep ridge. It did not take long for the 24 nomad warriors to ascend the mountain and lay flat alongside their leader. Every man felt the dread build as they watched the warriors run the trials. Fear permeated the air. They knew, every one of them, that they could not defeat that kind of well-trained force. Elder Jahan motioned for his men to retreat with a wave of his hand. The men rose, crouch-walking backwards, until the edge of the ridge masked their presence. It was only after he lost view of the fortress did he turn his back. The scouting party disappeared into the rising sun, unaware that Brewer and his female apprentice sat nearby, their bows cocked and ready. They both relaxed the tension of their bows as the figures disappeared beyond a sandy dune. "What now, master?" she asked. "Change of plans," he smiled. "Another thing that you will learn, always be flexible with your planning." He nodded toward the retreating men. "We will follow them and observe. If the opportunity arises, we will convince them that we are not the enemy." "And if they do not convince easily?" Brewer shrugged. "Then we will convince them the hard way."
The sun was setting at their backs as Jahan and his men arrived at their village. Fires sat before the mud adobe huts that littered the landscape. Shouts of welcome echoed in the early evening air. Exhausted from the day's journey, they sat down around the fires. The village women produced hunks of camel meat and camel bladders of water. The warriors ate and drank before Jahan informed the village of their discovery. The jovial mood at the return of the men quickly turned sour. Brewer and his Fidai apprentice smelled the fires and heard the village noise long before they arrived. The two stopped well outside the perimeter of the village and broke out their own supplies.
They alternated eating and pulling sentry duty well into the night, until the noise from the village died down. The young woman, refreshed from a quick nap, was anxious and filled with nervous energy. Rick motioned for her to remain calm. The moon rose and was high overhead before the two pulled scarves over their mouths and moved into the village. Brewer rendered a sleepy sentry unconscious with a knife-hand chop to the back of his neck. He caught the man and lowered his softly snoring form to the ground without a sound. He motioned for his companion and nodded his approval as she performed the same maneuver on the next guard. The two moved further into the village. They split up, advancing along the edge of the village, staying in the shadows. They explored each hut in turn, removing small trinkets or leaving the mark of Alamut fortress on the dirt floor of each hut, all without disturbing a soul. Twice the Fedai rendered a roving guard unconscious without a sound. By the time they arrived at the elder's hut, each had accumulated several pounds of trinkets, clothing, and food. They silently deposited the loot on the stoop of the elder's hut. Brewer nodded his approval, and the two entered the abode of Elder Jahan. Their prize lay on top of a stack of camel hair blankets, his body mostly uncovered on the warm desert evening. A woman half his age lay curled by his left arm. Rick nodded to his partner, who took up a position next to the sleeping woman. He bent down and rapped the elder firmly on the forehead with the flat of his dagger. The startled man tried to sit up, instantly awake. His eyes widened in recognition and fear as they focused on the shadowy figure towering over him. He opened his mouth to raise an alarm, but Rick clamped his hand over the elder's mouth and placed the cold steel of the dagger to the man's throat. The struggling elder froze and allowed Brewer to push him back down onto the camel-hide blanket. The Fedai held her dagger to the throat of the woman next to the elder. The woman's eyes were wide in panic, but she did not move. The Fedai looked to Brewer and nodded. "Quiet, if you want to live," Brewer hissed, looking at the young woman and then to Jahan. The elder stopped struggling and stared into the cold eyes. "You were spying on my league today. Why?" He removed his hand from the elder's mouth. "We have heard that you are going to conquer and pillage all of the villages," the elder stammered. I wanted to see for myself." "And what did you see?" "Your men training." "And?" The elder lay confused. "I don't understand." He paused. "Nothing. I saw nothing else." "Who told you that I intend to conquer and pillage?" "Other village elders," Jahan said. Brewer relaxed his grip on the elder, pulling down his cloth mask to reveal his face and the ancient scar. He let the silence simmer for several moments before speaking. "Tell your fellow elders that my academy teaches many things. Combat is only one small part." "I have no intention of conquering your village," Rick continued with a small laugh. "My league is here to teach people the art of combat in order to defend themselves." Elder Jahan shook his head. "You are not defending yourselves now, sneaking into my village in the middle of the night like an assassin." A cold, icy smile touched Rick's lips. "If I wanted you dead, Elder, you would be dead. The League is open to all who wish to learn. If you do not wish to participate, I will not force you." He pulled the dagger away from Jahan's neck. It disappeared into its sheath at his side. "But if you attack my academy, I will return in greater numbers. You can live in peace or live in fear. The fear of my blade on your neck again. Fear of the day that I return." Brewer touched the elder's neck, pinching the carotid artery and rendering him unconscious in seconds. He turned his head in time to see his companion do the same to the young woman. He nodded his approval. Rick checked the door. The camp lay quiet in the desert night. The two retreated, retracing their steps out of the camp and into the darkness. They traveled an hour in total silence before Brewer stopped. The waning crescent moon sat high overhead, providing ample light. "Now is the time to put the rest of the plan into action," he said. "Return, and tell them that I fell in battle. In a month, maybe 2, I will return. You must ensure that Mukabi has completed his task by then.
I am counting on you." She nodded.
"It shall be done, master."
"You did well tonight," he smiled. "You have earned the right to choose your warrior name."
"Khalida,"
she said instantly. "Khalida?"
"It means immortal, like you."
"I am not immortal," he protested.
"Perhaps, master, but what better way to instill fear into our enemies than with a leader who does not die?"
He thought for a moment before smiling. "You are very wise, Khalida. Now go. Tell the story of how Hassan-i-Sabah has fallen in battle, but vowed to return." She bowed and disappeared into the night. That was in 1124, I believe. Brewer rose from his chair and stretched. His stiff bones and joints cracked in succession. He looked at Jason and Leanne, still seated, staring at him in disbelief. "What?"
"You faked your death so you could go back into your league," Leanne said, with air finger quotes. "And do what? Teach?"
"Actually, yes," he confirmed. "I taught for about 20 years. His voice took on a softer tone, with a hint of sadness. "That is when Mukabi died, ironically of old age. He always thought he would die in battle." Brewer laughed lightly. "But he always survived, bruised, battered, but never beaten. After Mukabi's death, I decided to disappear. I traveled throughout the continent," he said with a shrug, "sometimes earning money as a magician, sometimes as an alchemist. When I grew bored, I would venture back to Alamut and enlist in the training. I would stay there until I wanted to travel more, and then I would disappear again. This went on," he paused, tapping his chin with his index finger in thought, "over 100 years.
"What happened to Khalida?"
Leanne asked incredulously. "Khalida died," Brewer answered solemnly. "It was right before I went back the first time. I learned about it from her son, Khalil, who was also going through the training with me. We became good friends and fought many battles together." "What made you stop going back?" Assassin 101 inquired. Leanne nodded her approval to the question as she stifled a yawn. Brewer checked his watch. It was almost midnight at the guild. The library was quiet, and the trio was alone. "That is a story for another time." He looked at the assassin. "Don't you have a skip in the morning?" The assassin nodded with a smile. "Yes, and early."
"Wait," Leanne protested. "You said there was a paradox. Nothing you have said so far equates to a paradox."
"It will have to wait," Brewer assured her. "I will tell you everything once your husband returns from his mission, but I will leave you with this. By the time I returned for the final time, the League was in shambles, and there were wolves at the door." Chapter 16. "Without a cleaner team in place, we will have to do all of the recon and planning," Assassin 101 explained as he verified the time coordinates. He stood beside Assassin 12 before one of the control stations in the time-skip control room. He was dressed in a dark suit, a bowler hat, and sported a rather large handlebar mustache, thanks to the wardrobe department. The intermittent beep of consoles and occasional burst of static echoed off the dull yellow walls surrounding them. He tapped a button and read the digital readout. Satisfied with the input, he turned to inspect his doppelganger. She wore a form-fitting dark crimson dress that accentuated her figure, expertly applied makeup, and a matching crimson hat with a small veil.
"So, because of my presence there already, the council doesn't want to send in a cleaner team."
Assassin 12 voiced her opposition as she replayed the conversation in her head again. "Yes," he confirmed. "We don't want any further interference with the timeline. Imagine if the team somehow disrupted your first attempt."
"Like Councilman Marr did,"
she interjected. "And made matters worse," he continued, ignoring her. They had already had this conversation, or one remarkably similar, no less than 4 times. Assassin 101 concluded that she was stubborn, another trait that they shared. "So we're going in alone. You're going to keep us out of your previous path and limit further interruption. I will execute the mission objectives. Questions?" She shook her head, but said nothing. "Good. Now, the target date is late June. We will arrive in April to give ourselves a couple of months to ensure that all of the players are in place." He smiled. "If we need to manipulate the situation, then we will have the time we need to adjust."
"In other words, plenty of time to sit around,"
she replied, her objection evident in her voice.
Assassin 101 watched her, anxious and impatient, and saw more and more of himself in her. He silently confessed that he did not necessarily like what he saw. She grabbed her handbag and rummaged through the contents before patting herself down, verifying the position of her weapon and retrieval beacon. Her actions brought a smile to his face as he conducted his own quick pre-skip inspection. He grabbed a leather valise, turned, and nodded to the lone technician nearby. The controller pushed a button, and the assassin could hear the skip door opening behind him. The man at the controls consulted his computer screen and gave the assassin a thumbs up. Assassin 101 turned and watched the swirling maelstrom beyond the time door. Plenty of time. He echoed the woman's sentiment. A vision of Leanne immediately filled his mind, and he sighed. If all went well, he would be back in plenty of time for the birth of his son. Plenty of time. Assassin 12 noticed the change in her male counterpart. "Everything all right?" "Yeah," he replied sheepishly. Just hoping that 2 months is enough time." She nodded, not quite believing him. She smiled. 2 months of sitting around will be more than enough time." She moved forward without another word and disappeared into the time stream. Assassin 101 took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He took 3 steps and felt the electric tingle of the vortex as it consumed him. Assassin 101 stepped from the skip bubble into a dimly lit loft. He crouched, allowing his eyes to adjust as the bubble closed behind him. His eyes grew accustomed to the low light, and he could make out the outlines of bales of hay stacked around him. He stood, and looking below, could see various farm implements hanging from the walls of what he assumed was a barn. He took 2 steps before the straw floor slid away and the assassin tumbled down a chute. He brought his hands up to cover his face, but his head smacked a wooden support for the loft, wrenching his neck and back. His arms flailed the rest of the way to the barn floor. He lay on his back, gasping for air, and felt something wet on his face. His first thought concerned reopening his jagged scar. "Shh!" a voice called to him from the darkness. Assassin 12 appeared from the shadows a moment later and knelt beside him. "Do you always make an entrance like that?" "When I can," the assassin groaned as he attempted to sit up. A twist of his back sent pain coursing through his body. He gritted his teeth, swallowed the pain, and stood with the help of his companion. He pressed on a spot on the right side of his back and felt only slight relief. He sighed and knew that the tumble would cost him at least a few days of recuperation. In the darkness, Assassin 12 produced his pack and handed it to him. She took a rag from a side pocket of the bag and dabbed his forehead. She could see the red fluid on the cloth and showed it to him. He glanced around the barn as the thought of infection crossed his mind. The building was a standard 2-story barn with a hayloft composing the upper level. The lower level contained stalls on either side, with a few pieces of farm equipment in the middle. There was only one animal in the barn, a very nervous horse that watched the intruders with a wary eye. Assassin 101 held the rag to his head to stop the bleeding and felt a tug at his sleeve. Assassin 12 motioned for him to follow her toward the back door of the barn. They passed the horse, which backed a few steps away from them, before reaching the door and lifting the wooden bolt. Seconds later, they were both crouched in the darkness outside the door. The bleeding stopped. Assassin 101 repacked the now blood-soaked rag and turned his head, somewhat painfully, to the heavens. His eyes unfocused for a moment before the star field coalesced into focus. He shook his head and hoped he did not have a concussion. A mostly clear night and a billion stars greeted his gaze, and that is when it hit him. The schedule called for a daylight arrival. "We may have a problem," he whispered. A hiss from Assassin 12 cut off his statement. She pointed, and the assassin followed her gaze to the farmhouse, where lights were streaming from the windows. A silhouette stood in the open doorway, a long rifle in its hands. "You have a knack for understatement," she hissed. The silhouette moved from the door to the edge of the porch, but remained at the house. "Follow me," Assassin 12 whispered, "and stay low." She hugged the shadows as she moved toward a distant stand of trees. Careful to keep the barn between her and the house,
She stayed in the shadows, melting into the deep darkness provided by the small orchard, without incident. With a grunt, he left the shadow of the barn and made his way toward the trees. His crouched walk produced stabs of pain in his back as he hobbled across the open field. He entered the grove and turned to see the porch empty and the house lights extinguishing. He breathed a sigh of relief as he sat down. "You were saying about a problem?" Assassin 12 asked, sitting beside him. Assassin 101 nodded, even though she could not see the motion in the darkness. "We were supposed to arrive during the day. The split in the timelines is playing havoc with the time vortex. Or maybe it's the paradox of there being two of you here at the same time. We need to verify where we are and when." "First, we need to dress your wounds and let you rest," she responded. Taking out a small kit from her bag, she paused, checking all around, before activating a low-level chemical light. The weak light lit the small grove of trees and gave her enough light to check on his injuries. "You've got a nasty cut on your forehead, but the bleeding is almost completely stopped." She smiled. "That's the good news." "What's the bad news?" he asked, as she applied a small bandage and tape strips to the head wound. "You'll have another lovely scar," she replied. She expertly checked his ribs, finding them intact, and told him to roll over. She felt his spine, saw him wince in pain. "You took a very ungraceful trip to the floor of the barn and landed hard." "This I know," he grunted. "I'm afraid you may have injured your back," she finished. She opened his valise and took a couple of pills from a vial in the med kit. "Take these. It'll help with the pain." He held up a hand. "I'll live. Let's just get moving." "We aren't going anywhere," she insisted. "Not until morning, anyway. So take your meds and get some rest. You're no good to me all banged up." Assassin 101 reluctantly took the medication and a drink of water that she offered from a small pouch from the med kit. He lay back in the grove of trees and watched the stars. He studied the leaves, but could not determine what type of trees provided his temporary shelter. He sniffed the air. "Apples," he muttered. His gaze eventually reached the stars above. He felt a warm glow fill his body as the pills entered his system. The world grew hazy, and he fell into the warm, inviting darkness. Assassin 101 awoke to bright sunlight streaming through the trees. He tried to rise from the ground and immediately regretted the movement. Intense pain radiated from his back and coursed through his body. He stifled a yelp and fell back, breathless, against the cold, hard ground. It took several deep breaths to conquer the sudden pain. With a final deep breath, the assassin propped himself on his elbows, careful to keep his back straight. He moved his head around the grove and discovered he was alone. Fear gripped him as adrenaline surged through his system, the pain momentarily forgotten. He craned his neck, stretching his back to verify he was alone. The pain and stiffness overcame the adrenaline, and he fell back again, gulping air. The pain and nausea subsided, and he stared up at the dawn sky. The sound of footfalls drifted over the soft rustle of the wind. The assassin's hand reflexively moved toward his holstered pistol as he craned his neck in the direction of the sound, but saw no one. Then he heard it, multiple footfalls. Assassin 101 forced himself to his knees. He attempted to make it to his feet, but a spasm stopped the attempt short. The intense pain made him nauseous, and he gulped down the horrid taste. Knowing he would not make it to his feet, he drew a short-barreled Colt Peacemaker from inside his suit jacket on his right hip. The revolver barrel wavered in the general direction of the footfalls. His vision blurred, and he grabbed the pistol grip with his hands to steady the weapon. "It's me," called Assassin 12 as she appeared from the trees. Dirt covered her crimson dress, her makeup smudged, and her hat was missing. He released a deep breath and raised his head to see 3 men with her. "Who?" he asked, pointing toward the new arrivals. She smiled, waving them forward. "Consider them our new cleaner team," she whispered. The men took Assassin 101 by each arm, supporting him on shaky legs. The assassin winced at the pain radiating from his lower back, but said nothing. "Let's go," the third man said in Eastern European accented English. The assassin noticed for the first time the man carried a small pistol in his left hand.
Assassin 101 tried to move his legs to walk, but found he could not match the speed of the men carrying him. After only a few yards, he let his legs drag, producing a new wave of pain. The group emerged from the shadow of the orchard, hit the bright sunlight, and the assassin went limp. He closed his eyes, squinting against the glare, and let the men drag him another few hundred yards. He opened his eyes when he heard their footfalls change from soft earth to hard gravel. The men opened the doors of a car and gently placed the assassin in the back seat. Assassin 12 slid in beside him. One of the men got in the back seat next to him, while the other two men sat in the front bench seat. The car roared to life, and the group left the farm behind. Assassin 12 took another 2 pills from her pack and offered them to the assassin. He took one and swallowed it without water. She gave him a sour look before reluctantly replacing the untaken pill back into her kit. "Who are these men?" he demanded.
"We are the Black Hand," the driver said over his shoulder. "Your associate sought us out after your accident. We are at your service, assassin."
Assassin 101 stared at the back of the man's bald head before shifting his focus to his partner. He looked at her with a look of disbelief and disapproval. The Black Hand was a political execution group with a penchant for collateral damage. They had sought an audience with the Assassins' Guild for centuries, but the Guild disavowed them and generally forbade contact with them except in dire emergencies. Although they had occasionally assisted the Guild a few times through the centuries, the Guild regarded them as undisciplined and largely untrustworthy. The Guild had ended the Black Hand's existence in 2075 in an explosive encounter in Southeast Asia. Thoughts of Assassin 12 compromising the mission came quickly. "It's all right," she said, as if reading his mind. "Our mandate aligns with their plans. You need medical attention, and they need a catalyst. It's a good fit." "How did you—" he muttered. "I researched them before we skipped." She caught the eye of the man in the back seat with her. "As you said, always have a backup plan." "I said that?" Assassin 101 asked. The car hit a pothole, and a wave of pain hit the assassin. "You are someone famous," she replied with a slight grin. "But we do have a problem. The delay of our flight has put us way behind schedule. That's another reason I sought out the Black Hand." "How far behind schedule?" the assassin asked. "About 2 months," she responded. "It's already mid-June." The assassin closed his eyes as the pain pill began to work. "No pressure." Assassin 101 spied his target as he and Assassin 12 entered the shade of the cafe's awning. Danilo Ilic, local leader of the Black Hand, sat reading the newspaper. He folded it along its creases and placed it on the small 3-person table as the ensemble approached. He stood, offering a friendly greeting and extending his hand. Assassin 101 grasped the offered hand and found a firm grip. The assassin sized Danilo up in a glance. Strong, confident, medium build, with close-cropped hair, big ears, distant eyes, and a thin mustache. The assassin gingerly lowered himself into the seat opposite the Serbian. "How are you feeling today?" Ilic asked, motioning for the nearby waiter for more coffee. The waiter came, poured hot cups for everyone, and left without a word. "Better, thank you," the assassin replied. His eyes followed a well-dressed woman as she strolled past the table. He smiled. A good night's sleep in a bed was a good start. Another few days and I'll be good as new. The Serbian nodded, but did not return the smile. "Unfortunately, we do not have a few more days." He pointed to the paper on the table. "According to the news, the Duke will be here within the week. If you wish to accomplish your mission, you must be healed by then." His voice assumed a mocking tone as he nodded toward the assassin. "I have heard rumors of the secretive Assassins' Guild and their mental and physical toughness, and now you find yourself in need of our assistance. Does this mean the Guild wishes to officially recognize the Black Hand, to begin negotiations for our membership into your organization?" Assassin 101 took a sip of the coffee and crinkled his nose at the bitter liquid. He set the cup down on the matching saucer and weighed his words carefully before he spoke.
I do not speak for the guild in those matters. It is simply an occasion where your goals and ours coincide. We can accomplish great things together, Mr. Ilitch, the assassin continued, noting that the Serbian had lost his smile and had moved his hand under the table. Assassin 12, sitting to the man's left, matched the move. Everyone heard the click-clack as she pulled the hammer back on her pistol. Assassin 101 stared into Ilitch's eyes. Or we can all die here, and Ferdinand will live. Danilo Ilitch slowly rotated his view between the man and woman. Both sat straight in their chairs, cold and unblinking eyes staring at the Black Hand operative. The assassin knew that the Black Hand wanted Ferdinand dead. The Austrian Archduke was in favor of reorganizing and combining Austria-Hungary with Serbian states to create a new kingdom. That venture would effectively dismantle any hopes for a new and free Serbian state. Ilitch nodded and slowly moved his hand back into view as a smile crept upon his face.
I have the personnel and munitions,
the Black Hand operative said.
What else do you need?
Assassin 101 smiled. Someone depended on. Assassin 101 and Danilo Ilitch gazed down onto a large wooden table in the Black Hand safe house. 2 lanterns illuminated the map of the city laid across it. The assassin studied the map. His eyes picked out the motorcade route, marked with a black quill pen. Miscellaneous arrows and pushpins marked various locations along the route. The assassin recognized several of them as checkpoints and range markers. "What are the security arrangements?" the assassin inquired. He stretched his back, alleviating the soreness. The one-size-too-small brown suit he wore, a gift from the Black Hand, made it hard to work out the tension. Ilitch moved into the light of a lantern, and the assassin noticed he wore a black suit that was one size too large. The operative tugged on the cuffs of his green shirt, obviously uncomfortable. A striped tie completed his ensemble. The assassin noticed the bulge of a pistol under the man's jacket, and adjusted his own weapon at the small of his back. Danilo Ilitch turned to face Assassin 101 with a combination of arrogance and confidence.
Security is lax. There are fewer security guards on the street than anticipated.
And your information is reliable? The assassin asked.
Yes, Ilitch replied. My men are already combing the streets, shadowing the local police force. There are no military forces present.
So far so good, the assassin thought, recalling the historical briefing he had received from Assassin 12's information. Only a few dozen police for the whole city. At least that part is right. Assassin 101 pointed to the map, a spot near the Cumbergia Bridge along the route. I will set up in this building here. That will give an excellent vantage point of the motorcade. Your people can align themselves along the route as a secondary plan. Have you issued them weapons?
Pistols,
Ilitch replied, but there was a hint of something in his voice. The Black Hand had something else planned. That's all? Assassin 101 pressed.
Cyanide pills,
the Serbian countered, still not the whole truth.
None of my people will be taken alive. Like your guild, the secrecy of the Black Hand must be preserved. You will have 2 chances at the Duke, the Black Hand leader acknowledged. One as Ferdinand's motorcade heads to the appointment at City Hall, and the second on the return trip. When will you take the shot?
On the way to the meeting, the assassin lied, following the marked map with his finger. If there are any problems, then I will have a second opportunity. Danilo Ilitch checked a pocket watch suspended on a chain around his waist.
We only have a few hours to get into position.
Assassin 101 nodded as the Serbian motioned to the door.
After you, assassin.
The black Austro cycle car rolled to a stop, and the pair of assassins exited toward the curb. Assassin 101, carrying a large brown valise and dressed in a dark brown suit, adjusted his fedora and moved off toward a 4-story building overlooking the Majaka River. Assassin 12, sporting a modest light green dress, followed him, her eyes scanning the street. A crowd was already gathering in anticipation of the Archduke, although his arrival was still over an hour away. A few horse and carriages still traversed the road, but Assassin 12 could see the police moving the wooden roadblocks into place up and down the route.
She noted that the nearest 2 police officers were almost 2 blocks distant. The two ascended the wooden stairs toward the 3rd floor of a 4-story office building. They bypassed the law offices on the 2nd floor, pausing briefly to allow a well-dressed man past them as he descended the stairs toward the lobby. They exited the stairs and quietly made their way down the carpeted hallway. Paintings depicting mountains and the seashore adorned the walls, while well-cared-for plants interspaced the art. Assassin 12 turned her back to the door and guarded the corridor as her partner bent to one knee, producing a lockpick set, and deftly unlocked the door in less than 20 seconds. He entered the empty office space, scanning to verify they were alone, and turned to close the door behind Assassin 12. She backed into the sparsely furnished office, keeping her eyes on the hallway until the door closed. Assassin 12 grabbed a hard-backed wooden chair and wedged the door closed. She patted the door under the doorknob and smiled, knowing it would not stop a determined intruder, but it did not have to. It only had to provide the appearance of security. Her task finished, she turned to assist Assassin 101. Assassin 101 set to work. He pushed a large wooden desk from the center of the room to the window overlooking the street. Under the watchful eye of Assassin 12, he took care not to strain his still sore back. The platform for his shot in place, he opened the valise and began assembling a vintage but well-maintained Mosin Nagant bolt-action rifle. He hummed as the barrel slid smoothly into place. He smiled and reached for the small scope. The assembly of the weapon complete, he loaded 5 rounds into the non-detachable magazine. He nodded approvingly as he cycled the bolt 5 times. The bullets clanked noisily as they fell on the table. Satisfied with the action of the weapon, the assassin picked up the bullets and reloaded the magazine. He turned to Assassin 12. Now we wait and see what little trick the Black Hand has up their sleeve. Assassin 101 brought the Russian-made rifle to his shoulder as the small motorcade approached. He easily identified each of the 6 vehicles through the scope. The first 2 were hardtops, mostly security. The third was a 1911 Graf and Stift double phaeton convertible, with Archduke Ferdinand and his wife Sophie sitting in the back, waving to the crowd of onlookers. The next 3 cars were unimportant, and the assassin ignored them. He lay on the desk well inside the window and followed the cars as they made their way down the roadway. He zeroed in on the 3rd car, and the crosshairs found the back of the Archduke's head. The assassin took a breath, let it out slowly, and squeezed the trigger. Click. The assassin reacted instantly, cycling the bolt and reacquiring the target, now a few hundred meters up the road. He pulled the trigger again. Click. The assassin pulled the bolt back, ejecting a second round that hit the floor and rolled toward the far corner. He examined the bolt, rolling the weapon around in his hand. Everything looked normal. He slid off the table and edged his way to the window, watching the motorcade continue up the avenue unscathed. He turned away from the window as Assassin 12 approached. She stopped an arm's length away from her partner, holding the 2 ejected rounds from the rifle. She studied them carefully, turning them over in her fingers several times before she shook them experimentally. Her face reddened with anger and betrayal. "No powder," she said. "The bullets are empty." A distant explosion brought his attention back to the window to see the 4th car in the motorcade on fire and the remaining vehicles speeding away. He could hear screams of panic and the local police shouting orders. A young man jumping into the river caught the assassin's attention. An enraged mob chased after him. Assassin 101 scanned the crowd and thought he caught a glimpse of a familiar face backing away from the scene. "They're setting us up," he mumbled. Assassin 101 turned to his partner. "The Archduke was shot by a sniper on his way to his meeting, right?" Assassin 12 ran a hand through her hair, lowering her head as she remembered her history briefing. "Yes, 1 bullet to the head. They never found the shooter, only a blocked door and an open window." "Brewer's presence, or your paradox, is changing history, again," the assassin muttered, moving back to the window. "The last time you were here," he pointed, "you were down by that cafe, weren't you?" Assassin 12 edged close to the window, following the man's direction to a corner cafe, now with overturned tables and chairs scattered across the sidewalk. She nodded. "Yes,
I was on my way here when the motorcade sped past. That was when Brewer, knocked me down, but I don't remember any explosion."
She stared out of the window, gazing at the crowd.
"Did you see Brewer?"
"No," he said. "Maybe. I don't know. I can't be sure."
"So now what?"
She moved to stand beside him as they watched smoke rise from the bombed car. "We wait." He released a long breath. "And we pray that the Black Hand has a backup plan." Two young men stood in front of the Mostar Cafe, anxiously waiting for the motorcade as it wove into view. The taller of the two men kept his hands in his pockets to hide the nervous shaking. His fingers found the small pistol in his pocket. The weight and grip of it calmed him slightly. The smaller man stood behind and to the right of his companion. Sweat dripped from his flushed face as he watched the approaching motorcade. The street was crowded with citizens, but void of vehicles. No one drove on these streets save for the motorcade. The noise level rose as the 6-car column wove into view. The onlookers pointed and talked loudly about the Archduke and his visit. The Black Hand operatives ignored them, looking past the crowd at the Maljaca River beyond the roadway. The taller of the two men nodded to the shorter, and then stepped back. The young man took a deep breath and took a shaky step forward. He wiped the sweat from his hands, and he felt his heart hammer in his chest. The first car was a half-block away when the stress became unbearable. Breathing in shallow gulps, the man panicked, turned, and disappeared, blending in with the crowd. The taller man stood at the edge of the crowd, still clutching the pistol in his pocket with a sweaty hand. He watched the shorter man disappear into the crowd and cursed loudly, drawing the ire of a group of women nearby. The first car slid past his position, followed by the second. He took a step forward as the third car in the motorcade came even with him. He stared at the Archduke and started to pull the pistol when he noticed Sophie, the Duke's wife. The sight of the woman stopped his motion, and the pistol stayed buried in his pocket. He watched the motorcade slip past, then he too slipped quietly into the crowd. Nedeljko Kabrinovich watched as his comrades let the motorcade slip past. He cursed as the two men disappeared into the crowd. "Cowards!" he spat, and waited for the motorcade. Unlike his fellow Black Hand operatives, he felt no fear or anguish about his mission. He welcomed death, if it offered the opportunity to kill the Duke. He coughed, raising a handkerchief to his lips as he did. He recognized the blood spittle of consumption as he removed the cloth from his mouth. No matter, not long now. Time slowed as the lead vehicle came even with the 19-year-old Kabrinovich. The purr of the engines overcame the chatter of the crowd and the trickle of the Maljaca River behind him. The smell of the exhaust overcame the stench of the unwashed man to his left. The race of his heart and flush of perspiration removed any thoughts of the heat of the June day. The Black Hand operative focused on the mission. Everything else became secondary. Kabrinovich stepped away from the crowd, standing on the edge of the motorway. His eyes never left the third car as he produced a small bomb from his pocket. The second car passed within feet of Kabrinovich, and a wicked smile crossed his lips. He thumbed the timer, tossed the bomb toward the car in a high arc, and moved back into the crowd, all in one fluid motion. The bomb landed on the convertible top behind the Archduke, bounced, and flew out of the car. The explosive landed on the street, rolled under the fourth car in line, and detonated. The ear-splitting blast disabled the car, blowing out the tires and disabling the engine. Shrapnel flew in every direction, striking several onlookers aligned along the street. The heat of the explosion washed over Kabrinovich, the shock wave propelling him toward the river. The explosion reverberated in his ears, but somehow he still heard the screams of the wounded, the screams of his own countrymen. He watched helplessly as the motorcade sped away. The yelps of pain turned into cries of anger, and the crowd turned on the Bosnian. A clean getaway out of the question. Kabrinovich swallowed his cyanide pill, hopped a small fence, and plunged into the Maljaca River. The would-be assassin landed hard in the ankle-deep water and began to run from the crowd that leaped to follow him. He made it only a few meters before he doubled over in pain from the suicide pill. He smiled, knowing that the Black Hand's involvement in the attempt would die with him.
What do you see?
Assassin 12 asked. Assassin 101 lay prone on the desk, peering through the sight on the Russian sniper rifle. He moved the rifle in an attempt to see through the smoke from the disabled car and the mass of people jumping into the shallow river. The crowd parted, and the assassin could finally assess the situation. "The crowd has the bomber," the assassin gave her the play-by-play. "He looks ill, vomiting."
"He swallowed his pill,"
the woman interjected. "The police have arrived trying to break up the crowd." The assassin paused as he watched the witnesses descend on Kabrinovich, beating him unmercifully. The police finally wrestled the bomber from the crowd, escorting the vomit-coated man toward an awaiting car. Assassin 101 lowered the rifle, slid off the table, and stood facing his partner. The crowd beat him pretty bad before the cops pulled him away. He sat down on a nearby chair, propped his elbows on the chair's arms, and rested his chin on the A-frame made by his enclosed hands. He sat quietly for several moments, lost in thought.
"I hate to ask again," she shrugged. "But now what?"
"Have you checked the remaining ammunition?" She nodded. He grabbed his pistol, tucking it into his belt under his shirt before he headed for the door. "Then you set up here for the shot on the return. Take the shot, confirm the kill, and then skip. Do not wait for me. Take the shot, confirm the kill, skip. Understood?" She nodded.
"What are you going to do?"
He opened the door and checked the hallway before turning back to her. He smiled a mischievous grin that she interpreted as, "I don't have a clue." "Execute Plan B," he said, and disappeared down the hall. Assassin 101 blended with the crowd outside of the town hall, waiting on Archduke Ferdinand's exit. Most of the crowd chatted about the attempted assassination 30 minutes earlier. The assassin smiled and adjusted his fedora as several officers snaked their way through the mass of people, scanning the crowd for any additional threats. The officers continued on, leaving the assassin to wait. The crowd cheered as Ferdinand, accompanied by his wife Sophie and Governor Podiorik, exited the town hall and entered the waiting car. The Archduke's face was flush with anger and frustration, but he smiled nonetheless. Sophie waved to the crowd before entering the third car once again. The motorcade lurched into motion amid the cheering of the crowd. Assassin 101 turned and left the scene, making his way to a side street with few people. As soon as he was alone, he broke into a slow jog, running parallel to the motorcade 1 block over. He felt a back spasm briefly, but ignored it. "The motorcade is moving." He spoke into the subcutaneous transmitter implanted behind his left ear. "Looks like they're taking the same route. Get ready." He heard a deep, relaxing breath echo from the communication device.
"Acknowledged. I'm ready."
The assassin picked up the pace. Another spasm, harder this time, but he pushed the pain from his mind. The timing for his hasty plan was critical, and he had to get in position. His breathing came in gasps, and sweat poured from his body, soaking his shirt and jacket as he ran in the late June heat. His fedora flew off, but he kept running. Someone shouted behind him, but he paid them no heed. He had to get into a position to assist Assassin 12 if necessary.
"I see the motorcade,"
he heard her voice in his ear. He was still blocks from where he needed to be, running like a maniac down the street.
"Something's wrong."
"What?" he asked, now sprinting.
"The first 2 cars have stopped," she responded. "The third car turned off onto Franz Joseph Street. They're off the main road. Some guy in the second car is now yelling at the third car. Looks like he's motioning the driver to turn around."
Gunshots echoed in the morning air, followed by a scream.
"What was that?"
Assassin 12 asked. He ignored the question as he came up to the alley. The assassin rounded the corner, and the scene unfolded before him. A lone gunman stood beside the open-air convertible, a smoking pistol still clutched in his hand. Archduke Ferdinand sat in the back seat of the car, holding his bleeding neck in one hand and trying to comfort Sophie with the other. She sat beside her husband, bleeding from an abdominal wound. The driver of the car reversed his direction, moving the automobile and its wounded passengers back toward the main thoroughfare. The car disappeared up the road. The gunman turned to escape up the alley when he saw the assassin. His eyes met the assassin's stare, and Assassin 101 recognized the young man as one of Ilitch's Black Hand operatives, a 19-year-old Serbian named Gavrilo Princip.
Princip's eyes widened in terror as he raised the pistol to shoot the assassin. The hammer fell on an empty chamber. Panic filled the young man, and instead of pulling the trigger again, he turned to flee. He ran headfirst into a hostile crowd that immediately began beating him. Assassin 101 backed out of the alley, gulping air and massaging his back. Uniformed police, many in full dress with sabers, arrived and wrested the teenager from the violent crowd. The assassin felt his heart rate slow as he peeked around the corner. The local constables broke into two groups, one holding back the crowd, and the other escorting the beaten Princip toward a waiting car. The assassin rested his back against the brick wall and wiped the sweat from his brow. He took a deep breath. "I have got to get back into the gym," he muttered. "What was that?" Assassin 12 asked through the communicator. "Nothing," he replied. He left the wall, limping back in the direction of the town hall. The Archduke and Sophie were shot. With that much blood, I doubt either will survive. "Sophie was supposed to live," Assassin 12 replied. He could hear her moving around the room, either packing the weapons for transport or wiping the room down. "How does that affect the timeline?" "I don't know," he replied, shaking his head. "We will find out when we get home. Skip now." "Which home?" she asked, genuine concern in her voice. "Your timeline or mine?" The assassin stopped in mid-stride. He paused, the variables of the multiple timelines running through his head. I don't know," he finally said. He reached to activate his retrieval beacon. He felt the pain in his back and wondered how angry Leanne would be this time. "So what happens?" The female assassin sounded despondent. "We skip," he said solemnly, "and hope we end up where we want to be." "See you in the future," she said. A brief burst of static, and the line went dead. "Let's hope," he said, and stepped into the waiting opaque bubble. Chapter 17. Leanne stood before her class feeling miserable. Her feet ached, her back ached, everything ached. "Such is life for a woman who's 7 months pregnant," she thought. She sat down in the overstuffed leather chair behind her desk. The class was quiet, in deep concentration for the second final examination of the day. Several empty seats stood as a reminder of those that could not maintain the curriculum. She took solace in the quiet of the class, and her mind drifted. She recalled her own days in the classroom, taking exams as an apprentice. Those memories morphed into flashbacks of her missions as an assassin. The snippets of memory finally fixated on Assassin 101 and the times they skipped together. She hoped that he was safe, his mission would be successful, and that he would be home soon. She contemplated the changes he would make to the timeline and knew that she would never notice. It would simply be history to her. She closed her eyes at that knowledge, fought off the headache that always accompanied those kinds of thoughts about timelines and paradoxes, and forced her mind onto a different topic. Rick Brewer's face appeared in her mind's eye, not the reconstructed face of today, but the face of the man who had saved her from the dungeon in the Tower of London. She remembered the story of his life, his self-imposed exile from the guild, presidential assassinations, Holly, the Middle Ages. She sat upright in her chair, startling the nearest of the apprentices. She turned red with embarrassment, knowing she had dozed off. Her embarrassment was short-lived, as a gentle chime filled the air, and the students stood and filed out, one by one, turning in their exams. The last to leave was Apprentice 17. "Are you all right?" he asked. Leanne smiled at his concern. He had improved over the last half of the school year, progressing to near top of the class. His attitude, especially after his last talk with Assassin 101, had completely turned him around. He still had a lot to learn, but she felt that he would someday make a formidable assassin. "I'm fine," she nodded. "This pregnancy is playing havoc with me." He nodded, but she read skepticism in his eyes. "Is that all?" The thought of Brewer in the Middle Ages leapt into her mind. Something about his story of his league resonated. A plan of action formed in her mind. Her smile morphed into an evil grin as she looked at the apprentice. The baby kicked in her stomach, and she knew what she needed to do. "No, apprentice, that is not all.
How would you like some extra credit work?" She stood up, walked around the desk, and stood face to face with the apprentice. He stood a half-foot taller, his bald head showing the first shadows of stubble. "I could use some help in the archives." "The archives?" She nodded. "Research, apprentice, research. One of the most valuable tools any assassin has." "What are we researching?" he asked, as she took him by the arm and led him to the door. "The origins of the guild." Assassin 101 stepped from the time vortex and immediately started rubbing his arms. He shivered and uttered a loud brrr that brought a chorus of grins from the assembled techs. His eyes scanned the room and found Donovan as he questioned a shivering Assassin 12. She turned, made eye contact, and nodded. He nodded back and continued his scan of the room. Everything appeared to be in its place. Assassin 101 moved slowly and painfully to join Donovan and Assassin 12 when the door opened. The chief of the council, followed by Treon Mar, entered the room. "Did everything go according to plan?" she asked without preamble. Assassin 101 shook his head and pointed to Assassin 12. "Apparently not. She is still with us, but the mission is complete. Ferdinand is dead." He explained the mission parameters and the details. The adrenaline of the mission, only minutes ago, began to subside, and he felt the pain in his back blossom. He gingerly stretched and rubbed his back as he spoke. When he had finished his impromptu briefing, Mar looked at him skeptically. "So, you did not actually kill the Archduke?" "No," he replied. Assassin 101 called to a male technician at the nearest control console. "Pull up the history archives on the monitor. Search parameter, catalyst for World War I." The tech nodded. "And his wife?" the chief asked. Assassin 101 shook his head. "I'm certain she died, too." The tech appeared at Assassin 101's elbow and produced an electronic pad with the requested information. He offered the device to the assassin, and, having completed his task, backed away towards his station. Assassin 101 read the information and nodded. Both of them died that day, an avalanche of events that led to the First World War. He turned to Assassin 12, who had remained quiet during the briefing. Disappointment filled her eyes. "It appears we started the war, but we did not get you home." He paused for a moment. "Either I've crossed over to your timeline, or the two lines merged into one." A spark of fear gripped him. "Where's Leanne?" "In class," Donovan reassured him with a smile. "She and the baby are doing fine." Assassin 101 let out a long sigh. "Thank you." The room fell into silence as everyone lost themselves to their own thoughts. A beep from Mar's datapad interrupted the silence. He read the alert message and bristled slightly. "Excuse me, please," he addressed the chief. He fumbled to put the datapad away. "There is an urgent matter I need to attend to." The chief dismissed him with a wave of her hand. Mar glared at the pair of assassins for a moment, turned, and disappeared out the door. The assassins glanced at each other, and both knew something was amiss. "I look forward to the written report," the chief councilwoman said, oblivious to the series of glances. She turned and left the control room, leaving the two assassins and Donovan. Donovan spoke first. "What was that all about?" "I don't know," Assassin 101 replied. But something spooked him. He motioned for Assassin 12. "Come on, we need to find out about this urgent matter." Rick Brewer arrived at the library archive and paused at the open door, evaluating the room before entering. A tall apprentice, the one from Leanne's class, was hunched over a table, his back to the door, deeply engrossed in researching something on the holoreader. Brewer entered the library quietly, pausing again halfway between the door and the apprentice. The boy shifted his body, writing something on a paper pad, and Mar got his first look at the research topic on screen. A flush of emotion warmed Brewer as memories of his days as an apprentice flooded his mind. He recalled his final day at the guild, when he had been researching something unauthorized. Donovan caught him and sentenced him to death. He exiled himself and spent the next 200 years seething in hatred. He had sworn revenge on Donovan. When he returned to the guild and got to know Donovan, those thoughts disappeared, replaced with a sense of belonging and purpose. His brief reinstatement as a time traveler and his mission with Assassin 97 were some of the happiest days of his life. He gave all of that up to save her. exiling himself a second time. Almost 1,500 years of love, loss, history, and conflict followed. And now, here he stood, almost precisely where it all began, watching someone dig into that past. "What do you think you're doing?" he bellowed. Apprentice 17 jumped, scattering data crystals and books across the table and the floor. He turned, his face red with embarrassment. He recognized the speaker, and the color drained from his face. He tried to recoil as the councilman approached, but the table stopped his retreat. "I asked you a question, apprentice. Answer me." I... Mar grabbed the young man by his light blue robes and pulled him nose to nose. "You what?" Apprentice 17 trembled in fear and panicked. He attempted to free himself from the grip of the former assassin, but Councilman Mar gripped the robes tighter. The apprentice thrashed around violently, landing one blow, then another into Mar's midsection. "Enough!" the councilman ordered, but the apprentice did not hear. He simply wanted to be let go. With a final recoil, the apprentice broke the grip. The boy's momentum propelled him backwards. The apprentice lost his balance and fell onto the table's edge. Mar heard the thump as the apprentice's head met the frame of the workstation. The former assassin watched in horror as the boy's eyes rolled to the back of his head and he slumped to the floor. "No!" Mar heard the scream and thought for a moment that he had uttered the long, drawn-out cry of pain. Grief and guilt swallowed him as he knelt beside the apprentice. He checked for a pulse, but could not find one. The apprentice was dead. Assassin 101 ran through the corridors toward the sound of a distant scream, the pain in his back forgotten. Assassin 12 matched his pace as the halls echoed with the sound. The assassin knew that voice, that anguish. Leanne. Apprentices, assassins, and others braced themselves against the wall as the two sprinted. Everyone they passed turned their heads toward the scream, bewildered. Assassin 101 slowed to a stop inside the door to the library. His heart skipped. Leanne sat on the floor, cradling the limp form of a light blue-robed apprentice. Even though her back was to him, Assassin 101 could tell she was crying as sobs rocked her body. Treon Mar stood nearby, wearing a look of concern, fear, and hopelessness. His disheveled robes told part of the story. The boy lying on the floor told the rest. Or so Assassin 101 thought. Mar turned his head toward the two assassins as they entered the library. "Leanne?" the assassin asked, taking a step toward his wife. "He's dead," she sobbed. She laid the body gently on the floor, and the assassin recognized the apprentice for the first time. Blood trickled from the back of the boy's head. Assassin 101 took a step toward Mar and felt Assassin 12 tug on his arm. "What did you do?" Assassin 101 shrugged her off and took another step toward the man in black robes. Leanne stood, stopping his advance. The sight of his pregnant wife removed any thoughts of revenge or retribution. When he had skipped, she was barely showing at 5 months. Now she stood with her protruding belly to confront the man who had just killed one of her students. "Leanne," Assassin 101 began, but she ignored him. Her focus stood directly in front of her. Her voice was low and icy. "Why? Why did you kill my apprentice?" Brewer recoiled from her voice. Leanne took another step toward the man and stopped when she felt the baby kick. She wrapped her belly in her arms. The councilman took another step back before holding up his hands to ward off any forthcoming attack. It was an accident. I caught him researching the guild and I only..." He gulped, realizing how stupid his argument was even as he spoke. "Wanted to scare him." "He was assisting me," she responded. "You killed him for assisting me." Leanne turned to Assassin 12. "Guard the door," she ordered. The female assassin glanced at her doppelganger, and Assassin 101 nodded his concurrence. The young woman closed the door to the library and leaned her body against it. She stared intently at the trio and watched as the situation unfolded. Satisfied the door was secure, Leanne turned back to the councilman, shaking her head. "Now, you are going to tell me what is worth protecting with the death of an innocent boy, and if I don't like your story," she hissed, "you will not leave this room alive." The first priority was to take care of Apprentice 17. Assassin 101 placed a vid call to Donovan, who in turn called the chief of the council. Councilman administrators, and medical personnel filled the archives within minutes. Assassin 101 stood to the side with his wife and Assassin 12. He held Leanne tightly as she trembled in rage. Treon Marr stood on the other side of the room, alone. The chief of the council attempted to sort out the situation, but everyone remained silent. Donovan made the rounds, but received the same response. The councilwoman fumed. The body of Apprentice 17 left on a gurney an hour later. The murmur of conversation died off as the doctors and medical techs left with the body. The councilwoman turned her gaze upon Leann Lassiter. The pregnant woman's stare at Marr spoke volumes. "Councilman Marr," the chief turned away from Leanne, each word weighed and measured. "Do you have anything to say about this?" He shook his head. "Then accompany me to the council chambers," she ordered. "We have other matters to discuss." Marr locked his gaze with Leanne and shook his head again. "Not right now." The chief raised her eyebrows. Her voice lowered. "That was not a request." "I have unfinished business here," he explained, turning away from Leanne. "I'm afraid it takes priority." The councilwoman stared at him for a moment before switching her gaze to Donovan, Assassin 101, Assassin 12, and finally to Leanne. No one would look her in the eyes except Leanne. The fire in Leanne's eyes warned of future violence. The chief finally nodded and raised her voice loud enough to address all present. "Resolve this issue. Whoever lives can then come and brief me." She turned and left in a huff. Donovan ran a hand through his dark, thinning hair as the door slammed behind the chief. He pulled up a chair and sat, but remained silent. His face was a mask of determination that let everyone know that he was not going anywhere. Assassin 12 resumed her position at the door, and Assassin 101 took a seat beside his wife at the research table. That left Brewer standing underneath the mural of the Wheels of Time. Leanne looked at the man she had once pursued through time, captured, and then partnered with. The man who had saved her life 8 centuries earlier. The man who had killed her apprentice, a boy she was responsible for. The man she knew did not have long to live. "No matter his excuse, he is a dead man." She motioned for the man to proceed. Brewer took a deep breath. He had rehearsed the telling of this story 100 times, but stood before these 4 people with a loss for words. "I am sorry about your apprentice," he began. "Save it," Leanne spat. "I want to know what you feared he would discover." She activated the holoreader and resumed the research that her apprentice had been conducting. "And I want the truth. You promised me a paradox." She motioned toward the man. "Proceed." Brewer inhaled deeply and slowly exhaled. He studied the holoreader on the table and realized that the apprentice's research was spot on. He touched a dial, and a holographic timeline appeared over the table. "After I left the League, I traveled to Europe. I led a quiet and uneventful life for almost 30 years. I was lucky enough to be in the area, and I witnessed the signing of the Magna Carta. I may even have said hello to Assassin 22 at the banquet the night he poisoned King John. I couldn't resist," he added, trying to bring a little levity to the moment. He failed. "Then I began hearing rumors of wars in Persia. I learned that the League had expanded in my absence, conquering territory and enslaving those conquered. That was not the intent of the League, so I left Europe and headed back to the desert." He paused, adjusting the hologram again, focusing the floating graphic on the Fort Alamut area. The local villagers enlisted the assistance of nomadic Mongols from the Far East, and a revolution of sorts had begun. By the time I arrived back at Alamut Fort in 1256, the League was already losing ground. "You mentioned 1256 earlier," Assassin 101 interjected. "Why does that date seem so familiar?" Donovan raised an eyebrow. "You don't remember your history?" Assassin 101 shook his head, and Donovan supplied the answer. "That is the year that the Guild was officially chartered." 4 sets of eyes turned to Brewer. "Are you telling me?" Leanne began. Brewer nodded. "The League I formed to defend the villagers became the Guild that we know today." Chapter 18. Brewer stood at the main gate of Alamut, the institution he helped create a century earlier. The stone fortress nestled snugly in a natural canyon. Tall, natural spires of rock and man-made towers of stone stood watch over the fortress. He watched as the large wooden doors opened slowly. He could hear the distant grunts and groans of men as they strained against the weight of the gigantic double doors. He looked to the parapet above, saw archers at the ready, and raised his hands in the air. The doors stirred up the desert sand as they slid apart. Dozens of men, armed with swords and spears, raced from the fortress, surrounding Brewer. The sun beat down on his neck and back. Sweat streamed down his spine. He squinted against the glare as a man, atop a majestic black steed, exited out of the fortress. The man, dressed in light, flowing robes with a white kufiya covering his head and his face, provided stark contrast to the sweat-soaked, darker cotton fabric that Brewer wore. The man stopped his horse a few feet from Brewer, dark almond eyes staring down. Brewer stared into the dark eyes. "Rukin?" "Nareen?" came the reply, addressing Brewer by the name he had last used. Brewer nodded and lowered his hands. Rukin dropped from the horse and embraced his former student. Rukin's second, a man named Nesaf, motioned for the warriors to disperse, leaving Rukin and Brewer alone outside the fortress gate. Rukin released Brewer, took a step back, and looked the man over.
"What has it been? 10 years?"
A nod from Brewer.
"You have not aged a day."
"Hardly," Brewer acknowledged, before abruptly changing the subject. He moved in close. "I have heard rumors." Rukin's eyes narrowed defensively as Brewer continued. "Of enemies at your door. I came back to offer my assistance, if you need me." A slow smile crept across Rukin's face.
"You were one of my finest pupils, and one of our greatest warriors. I welcome your counsel, old friend."
He clapped Brewer on the back.
"And your sword as well." "We've lost 2 outposts this year," Rukin explained, "and the Mongols continue to advance."
Torches lit the room. A large stone staircase leading to the main level occupied a far corner, while a long wooden table dominated the center of the room. One half of the table contained a crudely drawn map of the region, with League outposts indicated with a single circle. 2 of the circles, the farthest 2 from the center, were themselves circled, the lost outposts. The remaining half of the table was a replica, made of rocks and wood, of the Alamut fort itself. Guard posts, reinforced ramparts, obstacles, traps, and weapons caches were marked on the 2-foot-high 3D model. Brewer studied the layout while he listened to Rukin's briefing.
"Couriers have crisscrossed this land for the last year, while I have been in negotiations with them, trying to maintain the peace."
Rukin shook his head.
"But for every concession, they want another. War may be inevitable. I have sent some reinforcements forward," he continued, pointing, "but have ordered the bulk of the force to remain at Alamut."
Brewer nodded as he studied the ancient replica of a sand table. He moved his hand across the fine sand, measuring. "You expanded the League's influence almost 100 miles.
"Yes," Rukin confirmed. "We needed more students, more resources. Every able-bodied man in the area of Alamut had been recruited, the resources used. We needed to expand to ensure the League survived."
"Voluntary recruitment?" Brewer asked. Nesaf bristled from his station near the staircase, but Rukin silenced him with a glance. The number 2 man maintained a hand on the hilt of his sword as he glared at Brewer. Rukin turned back to Brewer, smiled, and shrugged away the question.
"Mostly."
"Female recruitment?"
"None,"
Nesaf responded. Another glance from Rukin.
"The men will not fight with women," he explained. "Women do not make good warriors."
"I've known a few," Brewer taunted. He returned his attention to the map table. "How long have you been expanding?" Rukin paused, rubbing his bearded chin in contemplation.
"Why do you continue to ask questions for which you already know the answers, Nareen?"
Brewer nodded.
"Finally."
In the 10 days since his arrival, Brewer had walked the grounds of the fortress he had once saved. He traveled along the ramparts, observing the training of the new recruits. The curriculum was similar, but the methods were brutal, not instructional. Discipline was harsh. Savage beatings followed the simplest of mistakes. Brewer had talked with the recruits and the instructors and received tales of entire villages enslaved or burned to the ground, indentured servitude, defections, and aggressive campaigns of dominance over the region. With his intelligence gathering complete, the time traveler had asked for a briefing from Rukin. "Yes, I know the answers," Brewer replied. "I knew the answers before I returned." He placed his hands on the table and leaned forward toward the Grand Headmaster. "Now, I want to hear it from you. I want to know why you deviated from the original teachings of the League." "What do you know of the original teachings of the League?" Rukin scoffed. "I have studied the library," Brewer countered. "This institution has to be a place of learning, growth. War and combat were secondary." "Those teachings are no longer valid." The words were defensive, quick. Rukin smiled. His voice was low, cold, and hostile. His dark eyes stared into Brewer's, neither man blinking. "I need soldiers, warriors, not scholars." "You needed warriors because you wanted a fiefdom," Brewer retorted. "The League was established to be a place of learning, which happened to include fighting skills. You turned that into a haven for brutality and ignorance." "I have done what I thought was necessary to ensure the survival of this League," Rukin retorted, slamming his fist onto the table. His voice reverberated off the stone walls. The need for diplomacy over, he let his aggressive nature take over. "And I do not need an old man who has been gone for almost 10 years to come back and offer his advice on how I should be leading." Brewer straightened himself from the table. "It is not me you need to be concerned with. It is the army that is massed against you." He pointed to the map on the table. "You have never before faced what comes for you, Rukin. It will be your undoing." "My warriors will fight to the death." "Yes, I'm sure," Rick interrupted. "They will die by the score under your leadership, and in the end, the League will fall." "This League will change the course of history and last 1,000 years, Rukin offered. Brewer nodded his agreement. "But not under your command." With a flick of his wrist, Rick launched a small 3-inch dagger hidden in his shirt sleeve. The dagger arched across the room and embedded itself into Nesof's throat. The man grabbed his neck, gurgling, and turned his eyes to Rukin. Nesof collapsed on the floor as Rick leapt onto the table and drew his curved scimitar. Rukin reeled backwards, drawing his own curved sword, a jeweled shamshir, as Brewer executed a flawless forward flip off the table and landed directly in front of the League leader. Both men stared unblinkingly at the other for several moments. "I'm sorry it has come to this, Rukin." Brewer spoke softly. "But the League will not survive under your leadership." Brewer deflected a lunge from Rukin and countered with a broad downstroke with the curved scimitar, which Rukin easily avoided. The two circled each other, swords reflecting the torchlight of the room. Brewer ducked under a slash from Rukin and blocked the next attack as the young man spun and slashed again. The swords crossed and the two men moved in close. Rick headbutted the man and followed that with a kick as Rukin staggered backwards. He pressed the attack with a downward slice of his own. Rukin, off balance, staggered into the map table. The 3-dimensional replica of the fort crumbled as the table swayed. Brewer moved in quickly, but Rukin raised his left leg and pushed Rick away. He took the opportunity to push himself backwards, executing a backwards roll over the rocks and sand of the map table. He landed shakily on the far side of the table and wiped the sweat from his brow. He nodded to his former pupil. "You haven't lost your skills," Rukin stated, breathing heavily. "And you fight like a man half your age." "If you only knew," Brewer replied. "Surrender now, and I'll spare your life. It's not too late." Rukin stood tall, defiant. "It is for you, Nareen." He turned and ran toward the distant winding stone staircase. "Guards!" Brewer hurdled the table, using his left arm as a fulcrum, and pursued Rukin up the stairs. They passed the main level of the fortress, ascending the stairs to the upper ramparts. He gained ground and was 5 steps behind when Rukin reached the parapet of the outer wall of the fortress. Rukin burst through the stone archway and instantly squinted against the setting sun. Realizing he had the advantage, he turned to face Brewer. As he emerged from the dim stairwell, Rukin lunged with his sword. Brewer felt the blade pierce his side, an intense, hot flash of pain. He stared into Rukin's eyes, only inches from his, and smelled the man's foul breath.
Brewer grabbed the sword, holding it in place, and stole a glance at the wound. The blade penetrated his body outside the rib cage on his left side, deep but not fatal. He looked up and saw the amusement in Rukin's eyes turn to bewilderment and panic. With the sword immobile, Rick rammed his own sword through the League leader's abdomen. A sword lesson he learned in Japan quickly resurfaced, and Brewer moved the sword side to side in a slashing motion. The fight instantly left Rukin. He released his grip on his sword and attempted to remove the scimitar protruding from his midsection. His strength faded, and he slumped to the stone parapet. A half-dozen men, swords drawn, raced along the rampart. The men stopped short and watched as their master exhaled his last breath. Several of them raised their swords to attack Brewer, but stopped when Rick pulled Rukin's shamshear out of his body without a grimace. He dropped the jeweled sword on the parapet without a word. A glint of light caught his attention, and he turned to his left, away from the setting sun. A large cloud of dust advanced slowly across the desert toward them in the fading light. Rick raised his left hand to shield his eyes and saw blood on his hand. He placed his left hand on the wound, applying pressure, as he sheathed his scimitar. He raised his right hand, staring at the growing dust cloud. "Mongols, return to your posts," Brewer ordered the men that surrounded him, "and tell the captain of the guard to report to me here. Prepare yourselves for battle."
"You are lucky that Rukin's blade missed anything vital, master,"
the fortress medic said. He was a short man with a short-cropped beard, missing one eye. He wrapped a cloth bandage around Brewer's torso. "Truth be told, I saw the attack coming and moved to avoid it," Rick lied. He needed to establish the premise that he was not only a great warrior, but a brilliant tactician. The outcome of the battle depended on the men of the fort trusting and believing in him. Rukin was a little faster than I anticipated. 3 hours had elapsed since the fight. It took an hour to convince Rukin's captain of the guard that Nareen was now leader of the League, ascending to the position by victory in combat. A rider arrived with a report that 3 other outposts had fallen to the horde. There were no more than a handful of survivors from those posts, and they were badly injured. With the new information concerning the Mongol strategy, the captain set about with battle preparations while Brewer visited the resident medic. Nareen nodded his thanks as the medic finished with the bandage and was in the process of getting dressed when a young woman, maybe 16, entered the room. 2 men followed her, taking up a position on either side of the door. Wrapped in black body-hugging cloth, she wore a dozen small throwing daggers arranged in a crisscross across her chest. A long, thin sword hung across her back, the hilt over her right shoulder. Her black hair pulled back in a long, braided ponytail. Her almond eyes demanded respect. The girl bowed. "Master." Brewer gulped and returned the bow. "Khalida?" The young woman's eyes widened as she looked up and shook her head. "No, master. Khalida was my great-great-great-grandmother. I am Najme, the daughter of Rukin." "You look exactly like her." Brewer's voice trailed off. Her eyes narrowed in skepticism. "How could you know that, master?" Descriptions I've heard told to me by your father." She dismissed the line of thought with a nod. "I was told to report to you, master." "By who?" "The captain of the guard," she responded. "He said you needed someone for a special mission." Brewer nodded. "Yes, I do. I was told there were no female warriors." "I am the only one," she confessed. "Personally trained by my father." He nodded, looking past the woman to the 2 men at the door. Both were large, wearing the same type of body cloth and armed with long swords and daggers. "Bodyguards?" he asked. "Loyal servants." Brewer stood in silent contemplation for a moment. "The mission I have for you is similar to the one requested of your great-great-great-grandmother. Do you accept?" "What is it, master?" "You must swear your allegiance to me first," Rick countered. Najme removed one of the daggers that lined her chest and opened up a small cut in her right palm. Without warning, she grabbed Brewer's hand and expertly made an identical cut in his right hand. The dagger disappeared as she intertwined her hand in his. "I swear that I am your loyal servant,
until my death."
She released his hand and took a step back. Brewer shook his right hand, wondering how many other little cuts he would endure before the night ended. No matter, he thought. We must protect the guild at all costs. He paused, realizing that it was the first time he had thought of it as the guild. "Tonight, we will fight for the survival of the League," he began. He chose his words carefully, staring into the dark eyes of the woman. "If we should fail, you must succeed. Here is what I want you to do." The long stone archway that housed the large wooden drawbridge to the castle stretched from one side of the canyon to the other. Archers loosed an almost constant barrage of flaming arrows, while leather-armored swordsmen moved between them. A few fires burned inside the walls as a handful of mostly older men attempted to douse the flames. Another flaming barrage arched into the darkness toward the attacking force, and dozens of arrows embedded themselves harmlessly into the base of a wooden catapult. Thousands of Mongols cowered behind a myriad of catapults and trebuchets as they advanced. Enemy archers stepped from the cover of the heavy weapons to release mostly ineffective arrows. One such archer stepped forward only to take an Alamut arrow to the chest. His arrow arched high in the air, falling into one of the two large trebuchet towers already engulfed in flames. He joined hundreds of men that lay dead or dying across the battlefield. Fires raged as another barrage of flaming arrows landed around them. The sound of a catapult launching filled the night, and Rick Brewer watched as a large rock hurled toward the stone archway only to bounce off with minor damage to the fortress. Brewer scanned the battle before him and let slip a rare smile. The enemy lay in shambles before him. Their heavy weapons, catapults, and trebuchet were at their maximum range thanks to several hastily placed obstacles. Hundreds were dead, thanks to the blockades that channeled the men into open fields. Fires ravaged the enemy's offensive weaponry. Smoke filled the sky. The League had suffered minor damage to the fortress and less than 50 casualties.
"Night arrows, release!"
The captain of the guard, a man named Muqaddam al-Din, ordered. Another barrage of arrows disappeared into the night, this one not aflame. In the distance, dozens of men screamed as the near-invisible arrows found their marks.
"Reload!"
the captain ordered. He paused briefly as the archers lit their arrows.
"Release!"
Brewer observed a Mongolian catapult launch its payload as the arrows flashed into the night. He watched as the stone projectile disappeared into the darkness, and he scanned the cloudless night until he picked up the dark shape hurtling toward the fortress. The boulder hit the castle wall 30 feet away, and he felt a surge of energy pass through the wall beneath his feet. He felt the archway sway under the impact of a second rock bomb, and for the first time heard the doubt of his men as they left their positions.
"Steady!"
he ordered, raising his voice above the panicked screams.
"Maintain your positions. Follow your training."
He picked up a bow and quiver from one of the few casualties and, leading by example, knocked the arrow to his ear.
"Ready!"
he called, and counted to 5.
"Release!"
More arrows arched into the night. He nodded his approval as he slid the quiver over his shoulder. Brewer made his way to where the captain of the guard continued to issue commands. The time-traveler sidestepped dozens of quivers. About half were empty, and the other half full. His men were well prepared and ready for a long siege, like the ones that had befallen other outposts of the League. The attacking marauders had managed to sack dozens of other fortresses before setting their sights on Alamut. Rukin, before his negotiations with the Mongols ended, had staged weapons and ammunition at strategic points around the fortress, preparing for this inevitable battle. Brewer added several additional layers of defenses, including the obstacles the Mongols currently traversed. He was confident in the League's preparation and training, and the men of Alamut were confident in his leadership. "Keep up the pressure, Captain," Brewer said, as he ducked into a stairwell leading to the bowels of the fortress. "I'm going to check out the defenses."
"Ready!"
the captain bellowed before turning his attention to Brewer.
"Allow me to go, master. You are needed here."
"The men need to see me alive and unafraid," he nodded toward the enemy. "You continue the attack. We will break their backs soon."
When that happens, when they turn to run, give the order." "Yes, master."
Mukadam bowed. He turned back toward the archers on the parapet.
"Release!"
We won the battle. Brewer shrugged. No one had moved in the half hour he had spoken, and the mood in the library archive had not improved. He could see Leanne still seethed over the death of her student. Jason sat, poised and ready to strike at any move against his wife. Donovan dispassionately observing, and Assassin 12, arms crossed, leaning against the wall by the door, staring holes through him. Rick continued. They turned to run, and Mukadam gave the order to release the boulders from the mountain. The resulting landslide buried them all. Thousands died, and the guild was born. "And altered history," Donovan interjected. He stood, stretched, and moved to stand directly in front of Brewer. "One of the first tasks I was assigned upon my arrival was to study the history of the guild. That was before you were an apprentice, the first time," he joked. It fell flat on the solemn audience. "Anyway," he continued, turning to face Leanne and the rest, "the fortress at Alamut fell in 1256, when the Grand Headmaster, Rukn al-Din Kursha, surrendered to the Mongols. Only a young woman escaped. She traveled to the ruins of ancient Babylon in what became Iraq, with the plans to establish what we know as the Guild." He turned back to Brewer. "Najmeh?" "Those were her instructions, yes," Brewer confirmed. "She carried an abbreviated library of the League, enough information to establish the Guild and guide it for centuries. But that wasn't necessary," Brewer admitted. "The League prevailed. We won the battle and became the Assassin's Guild. Najmeh served by my side for decades." "After you changed history," Leanne stood, "Rukn surrendered. He didn't die. You lived. The League survived. You disrupted the timeline." She pointed to Assassin 12. "You managed to bring her here. How do we fix it?" she asked. I don't know." "I do." Assassin 12's voice floated across the room. Every head in the archive turned to stare at the woman leaning against the wall. "We have to correct the problem at the point of origin. Someone has to go back to 1256 and kill Rick Brewer." Chapter 19. The moonless night grew bright as a skip bubble materialized on the desert plain. Assassin 101, rifle in hand, stepped through the opaque sphere as it lit the surrounding sand and scrub. The veteran assassin dropped to a knee as the skip bubble disappeared behind him with a barely audible pop. He shivered in the darkness, silence engulfing the night. The sounds of the desert night slowly returned as nocturnal creatures grew accustomed to his presence. He closed his eyes, listening. He slowed his breathing, resisting the urge to rub his arms. He put the cold out of his mind. His back ached, but he pushed it from his mind. Soreness threatened to stiffen his back, despite the 2 days' rest at the repeater station in Puerto Rico. The guild pain meds helped, too. The cool desert night caressed his face as he waited for the sounds of the desert to return. Chirps and rustles soon filled the still air, and he knew he was alone. He forced his shoulders to relax, relieving some of the tension on his back. He checked the position of his gear, attached to a nylon harness that covered his black skin-tight bodysuit. A long-barreled rifle lay slung across his back. A pulse pistol hung low on his right leg. The belt around his waist held several pouches of equipment and a small double-sided dagger on his left hip. A black balaclava encircled his throat, and the assassin pulled the cloth up to cover his mouth and nose. There would be no blending with the locals this time, no negotiations. The assassin was there to kill, and dressed for the occasion. He removed a compass from a small pouch fastened on his left side and studied the luminescent dial. Picking the correct direction, he replaced the compass and moved into the darkness with nearly silent footsteps. Something would scurry out of his way occasionally, causing him to start, but he controlled his breathing and his emotions as he moved through the night. It was a clear night, with the stars providing enough light for him to make his way across the plain. Assassin 101 occasionally paused at irregular intervals, taking a knee in the soft sand to listen to his environment, verifying he was alone in the darkness. The night slipped away as he moved toward his target. An hour after his arrival, a new sound permeated the darkness. He dropped to a knee and listened. A ferocious battle raged in the distance. He adjusted his course, moving slightly to his left as he continued toward the sound. He moved for a few minutes before he spotted flickering light in the distance. Sacrificing stealth for speed, he traversed the desert. The assassin spied a small broken cart in his path and slowed. It sat propped on an axle where a wheel had been removed. The desert sand had already begun to bury the abandoned cart. Assassin 101 took in the details in a glance, but paid it no mind. It was the pair of desert sandals visible behind the remaining wheel that caught the assassin's attention. He reached behind his right shoulder to unsling the rifle. A 3-man scouting party emerged from behind the cart and attacked without preamble. The assassin blocked the first man's scimitar with the barrel of the rifle. Shifting his feet, the assassin butt-stroked the desert warrior in the head, turning his back on the man before he could fall to the ground. He jumped back, barely avoiding the second man's sword thrust. He parried the attack with the rifle barrel and followed through with another rifle butt stroke, this time to the nape of the man's neck. The attacker fell to the desert sand unconscious. Assassin 101 had orders to maintain the timeline to keep collateral damage to a minimum. Only one man had to die tonight. The assassin whirled to face the third man. The nomad appeared to be a teenager, young, and eyes wide in terror at the sight of the black apparition. The boy turned to flee, tripped over one of his compatriots, and fell onto the soft sand. The assassin towered over the boy, raised his rifle, and shot him in the chest. The assassin pulled down his balaclava as he knelt and checked the boy's pulse, strong and steady. "Consider this a gift," he whispered before replacing the face covering. "Others are going to die tonight." The assassin left the young man and continued his trek into the darkness. The sounds of battle grew louder, and the assassin slowed his pace. The yells of men in combat, the screams of the injured and dying, and the mechanics of ancient warfare greeted his ears. The flickering light was brighter now, glowing from a canyon ahead. Sliding the rifle into a scabbard on his back, the assassin removed a pair of binoculars from the pouch at his left hip and crawled the last few meters to the edge of the cliff. Utter chaos greeted his eyes as he brought the binoculars up and scanned the valley below. To the left sat an ancient fortress nestled into the walls of the canyon. Stone towers and a 6-foot wall provided protection from attacks from the ridgeline above. He scanned several dozen dead or dying around each of the towers, and the assassin could see shadows move within the armament. He calculated the distance and the weapons, and categorized the towers as no threat to his current location. Below him stood the main entrance to the fortress, a long stone archway containing a set of large wooden doors stretched from one side of the canyon to the other. 4 other stone ramparts arched over the massive courtyard in the center of the fortress. Each rampart coincided with the protective towers on the flanks of the courtyard. The assassin could see armored figures moving atop each of the archways, as well as the almost constant barrage of flaming arrows released from the archers stationed there. He scanned the fortress for another few seconds and noted several damaged sections of the wall, but nothing that could constitute a breach. A few fires burned inside the walls, and the assassin could see figures attempting to squelch the flames. He turned his attention back to the archers and tracked the next flaming barrage into the darkness toward the attacking force. Dozens of arrows embedded themselves harmlessly into the base of a wooden catapult. Thousands of men ranged across the battlefield, dozens cowering behind the catapults and trebuchets as they advanced. Flames engulfed 2 large trebuchet towers, and hundreds of men lay dead or dying. Fires ranged all around as another barrage of flaming arrows landed around the Mongols. The sound of a catapult launching caught his attention, and he watched as a large rock hurled toward the stone archway, only to bounce off the wall with minor damage to the fortress. Another barrage of arrows answered the catapult, this one without flame and invisible in the dark of night. Dozens of attackers fell before they even knew there was a danger. Rather one-sided, he thought, as he turned his attention back to the attacking force. They have the numbers, but nothing with the firepower to break through that wall. He smiled. Not without some help, anyway. He unsheathed the rifle from his back and sighted on the spot where the stone archway met the mountain.
The enhanced optics gave him a close-up view of the masonry and engineering, even in the dim light provided by the fires. He sighted in on what he hoped was a weak spot and listened to the release of the bows. Timing his shot, he fired a bright blue energy beam as the archers released another volley. The rock face exploded, filling the air overhead with thousands of tiny fragments of rock. The debris rained down as one of the trebuchets released its own stone projectile. The rock hit, and for the first time, the stone archway swayed. The men atop the archway yelled in panic, and the arrow barrage paused until one man raised his voice above the others. Rick Brewer scanned the battle before him and let slip a rare smile. The enemy lay in shambles before him, with hundreds dead, for he had suffered less than 50 casualties. The enemy's offensive weapons were ablaze, and his defenses were holding. "Night arrows, release!" the captain of the guard ordered. Another barrage of arrows disappeared into the night, this one not aflame. In the distance, dozens of men screamed as the near-invisible arrows found their mark. "Reload!" the captain ordered. He paused briefly to allow the archers to light their arrows. "Release!" Brewer saw the flash of lightning from the corner of his eye as another barrage of arrows flashed into the night. It hit the archway, and he felt a surge of energy pass through the rock. The guildmaster quickly ducked under cover as rock debris rained down. He felt the archway sway under the impact of another rock bomb, and for the first time felt a flicker of doubt that the fortress could hold. "Steady!" he ordered, more for himself than the archers and swordsmen around him. "Maintain your positions. Follow your training." He picked up a bow and arrow from one of the few casualties, and leading by example, knocked the arrow to his ear. He felt the pull of his left side from the fight with Rukin earlier, but held the bow taut. "Ready!" he called. He counted to 5. "Release!" He felt the bow pull as he loosed his arrow into the night. Dozens more arrows arched into the night. He nodded his approval as he slid a quiver over his shoulder. Brewer nodded to the section leader, who took control of the men, preparing them for another barrage. Brewer made his way to where his captain of the guard continued to issue commands. The time traveler sidestepped dozens of quivers. About half were empty and the other half full. His men were well prepared and ready for a long siege like the ones that had befallen other outposts of the League. The Mongols below had managed to sack a half-dozen other fortresses before setting their sights on Alamut. Rukin had started the process of defending the fortress weeks ago, but it was not enough for Brewer. After his brief battle and ascension earlier that day, he had reviewed the plans and prepared for the confrontation. Brewer was confident in their preparation and training, and they were confident in his leadership. "Keep up the pressure, Captain," Brewer said, as he ducked into a stairwell leading to the bowels of the fortress. "I'm going to check out the defenses." "Release!" the captain yelled, then turned his attention to Brewer. "Master, I implore you, send someone else." A slight tremor filled his voice. "There is something very wrong with lightning on a clear night." He pointed to the wall where the lightning had struck. Brewer scanned the sky above and verified there were no clouds. His instincts, honed by almost 500 years, told him to look to the west. His eyes inspected the ridge until the flickering light of the burning catapults revealed a solitary figure standing at the edge of the canyon, staring directly at him. The figure pointed and then motioned for Brewer to join him on the ridge. "Carry on in my absence," Brewer mumbled, staring at the figure. Continued the barrage. The captain of the guard followed his gaze and recoiled slightly at the ghostly figure standing there. "Who is that, master?" Brewer laughed humorlessly. "The bringer of death, Captain." He offered a slight smile. "And a very old friend." It took Brewer 15 minutes to traverse the stone archway. He climbed the cliff wall, feeling his wound tug with every hand-over-hand climb up the ridge. He pulled himself up, panting and sweating, to stand before the assassin. In that time, the assassin had removed the scabbard from his back, laid his weapons in a pile nearby, and removed the balaclava. He stood, hands folded behind his back, waiting patiently at the top of the ridge. "Good to see you, Rick," he announced. "You too, Jason," Brewer replied. "What are you doing here?" "I am the bearer of bad news." "Something wrong with Rachel?"
Brewer asked, worry creeping into his voice. No, I've come to stop you, came the reply. You are disrupting the timeline for the next 1,000 years. The Guild cannot allow that. Look at this. Brewer waved his arm at the fortress below. This is the Guild. I created this, Jason. Me. After all of the banishment, isolation, and death sentences, I formed the Guild. This is the first iteration of an organization that will last for centuries, and I plan on being a part of it. You already have, the assassin confirmed, to the puzzled look of Brewer. Back home, you are now a member of the Guild Council, the youngest ever elected. Brewer smiled. But the disruption to the timeline is too high a price to pay for your ambition. Paradoxes have been created. Billions have died. Brewer turned his back to the assassin and stood on the edge of the cliff. Hundreds of feet below, two armies waged war. He watched as distant catapults launched more boulders. The large rocks arched through the night sky, impacting the stone walls of Alamut. The walls held, but his men needed him there, directing the battle. I'm not going back, Jason, Rick stated. There's still much to do here. Assassin 101 shook his head sadly. Unfortunately, my friend, that is not the plan. You are known as Rukin here, yes? Brewer shook his head. Rukin is dead. He died earlier today. The assassin sighed. Rick, history shows that he was supposed to surrender today. You've changed history again. Brewer turned away from the edge of the canyon wall, facing the assassin. And which student did you have do your research? Donovan actually did most of it. My wife conducted the rest, Assassin 101 countered. Your wife? How is Rachel? Brewer asked again. Concern manifested as the assassin continued to avoid the subject. Rachel died, the assassin responded, a chill in his voice. She died in 1509 in a dungeon. That's not possible, Brewer stammered. His mind focused on the event from almost 200 years in his past. She was alive when I pushed her into the skip bubble. She did not die in the dungeon. She was alive, Jason. Rachel died in 1509, the assassin repeated, deadpan. You must end this now, here, tonight. You're lying, Brewer said. He gripped the hilt of the shamshir he had taken from Rukin. And I'm not ending anything. Brewer drew his sword and attacked. Leanne stood beside Assassin 12, Administrator Donovan, and Councilman Marr as her husband stepped into the time vortex and disappeared. Two guards flanked Marr, black visors dispassionately observing everything. Leanne lowered her head as the time door slid shut. Assassin 12 touched Leanne's arm and leaned in close. He'll be fine. He'll spend a day or two in Puerto Rico and then a quick skip to 1256. Donovan appeared at Leanne's other elbow, nodding his agreement. What we need to do is get you off your feet. It's been a long, emotional couple of days, and you have more than just yourself to think about. Leanne looked around the room, offered a weary stare at Brewer before nodding her agreement. She was exhausted. A kick from the little one inside her reminded her that she had not eaten in several hours. Food, she muttered. Then sleep. And what of Brewer? Donovan asked. Leanne answered without looking at either man. He doesn't leave my side until this is resolved. Assassin 101 launched an attack of furious punches at Brewer. Brewer parried each strike, sidestepped, and landed an elbow in the small of the assassin's back. Assassin 101 felt a stab of pain flash through his body. He took a few steps to put distance between himself and Brewer. He turned to face Brewer and took a moment to rub his sore back. The two circled each other, paying little attention to the sounds of the battle from the canyon below. A series of kicks and punches from Brewer forced the assassin to backpedal again, but he managed to block everything thrown in his direction. Assassin 101 counterattacked with his own series of punches. Brewer blocked every one. If Rachel died in 1509, who did you marry? Brewer gasped between breaths. He held the sword wound on his left side, blood soaking his clothes, streaming through his fingers. The assassin continued to rub his back as he, too, gulped in air. Years of training and experience leveled the playing field. Both men were evenly matched. Both knew the first to make a mistake would lose. And Brewer was doing exactly what the assassin had hoped for. Concentrate on what happened to his wife. Her name is Leanne, he responded. He lashed out with a kick that Brewer dodged easily. She's a history teacher at the guild. Brewer launched a kick, which the assassin blocked, but Brewer stepped forward, inside the reach of the assassin, and connected 2 quick punches to the assassin's solar plexus. Assassin 101 landed a punch to Brewer's jaw, pushing him back. Brewer pressed the attack, but the assassin switched tactics, landing a concussion shot to his ears. Brewer retreated for a moment, his ears ringing. A loud crack echoed through the night, followed by the sound of falling rocks. Both men rushed to the edge of the canyon to see a section of Alamut give. It was a small breach where the assassin had weakened the wall. The assassin watched as the Mongols turned their heavy weapons to concentrate their fire in that direction. "I need to get back to the battle," Brewer said, interrupting the assassin. "We will finish this after I have secured victory." The leader of the League turned to make his way down the trail he had followed to the top of the canyon. Assassin 101 punched him in the head, pushing him toward the edge of the cliff. "It's not that easy, Rick," he explained. "Alamut falls tonight. It's history."
"And we change history for a living,"
Brewer countered. The man turned and leapt to a ledge a couple of meters below. He landed hard, rolled, and glanced up the ridge. "Tonight, I change mine." The assassin followed, landing on the ledge beside Brewer. His knees buckled, and he rolled. He grabbed the rock face, his feet dangling over the edge of the cliff. Brewer stood watching the assassin dangle, torn between saving him or kicking him off the cliff. Another crack split the night, and Brewer saw the wall crumble. He quickly forgot about the assassin and ran toward his fortress. The ground shook as boulder after boulder struck the breach at the intersection of the canyon and the stone walls. Brewer leapt over the growing breach, rolled, and came to his feet in one fluid motion. He stole a glance behind him and saw the assassin still hanging off the ledge. He tossed a salute, whispering, "Good luck, my friend." He turned his back on the assassin and began to make his way across the swaying stone archway. Brewer caught the eye of Mukadam, the captain of the guard, and signaled to intensify the attack on the catapults. More arrows released into the night, and the number of boulders decreased. The League's leader nodded his approval and moved toward the center of the drawbridge archway. Brewer picked up a discarded bow and arrow and rapidly emptied the quiver at the nearest catapult. The arrows disappeared into the night and had little effect on the device. The cries of pain from the Mongols operating the machine brought a slight smile to the time-traveler's face. His aim was true. Brewer felt the presence of someone behind him at the same time that Mukadam yelled, "Master, behind you!" He turned to catch the full brunt of the assassin's attack to his midsection. The air exploded from his lungs as he landed hard on his back, his head cracking on the stone parapet. Blurry vision came into focus, and he saw the assassin standing over him. Brewer turned his head to his right and saw several archers pull their bows to shoot the assassin. He waved them off. "Continue the attack on the Mongols," he ordered. "Leave this one to me." The men nodded, adjusted their aim, and fiery arrows flew into the night. Assassin 101 grunted with effort as he pulled himself onto the ledge. He lay on his back, panting and gasping for breath. That was stupid. He ducked another strike from a catapult, covering his head with his arms as a small avalanche from the ridge pelted him with pebbles. The rock shower complete, he pushed himself up and followed Brewer's footsteps, leaping over the breach and rolling exactly as his nemesis had done. The assassin continued toward Brewer halfway across the stone rampart as a storm of arrows was unleashed at the horde below. Assassin 101 was 3 steps away when Brewer turned. Assassin 101 caught Brewer in the midsection, the impact knocking both of them to the stone parapet of the fortress. The assassin stood, shaking the blurry vision from his eyes. He bent over, hands on his knees, gulping air as Brewer shakily stood. Another impact from the attacking catapults shook the fortress wall, knocking the assassin off his feet. He landed hard on his back, and a new wave of pain racked his body. He willed the pain into the far recesses of his mind and slowly stood. He resigned himself to the fact that Brewer now had the upper hand. Fighting on a stone rampart in the middle of a medieval castle siege would not end well for him, and he knew it. He turned his head to see Brewer standing a few feet away. "Rick," he spoke slowly, "you need to listen to me." "I'm not going back, Jason," Brewer said, "and I'm not dying here tonight." He pointed toward the attacking force and raised his voice over the sounds of the battle.
Those men out there are here to destroy what I've created. This is the Guild, Jason. It may be called the League now, but it is the Guild. What happens here tonight will affect history for 1,000 years. Yes, Assassin 101 yelled back. And it has to go down the right way, or entire timelines will dissolve. The men began to slowly circle each other again, looking for a weakness to exploit. The Guild survives whether you live or die. Isn't that the important part? I want to live to see it flourish, he responded. And if you do, you will also live to see it end. Is that what you want? The assassin replied. It's not just your life that will be affected. It's mine, and Donovan's, and Leanne's. Brewer attacked him in mid-sentence. The ferocity of it sent the assassin backwards. The assassin slapped away kick after kick, blocked a half-dozen punches before tripping over debris on the rampart. He fell, and Brewer was on him in an instant. With a quick grapple move, Brewer was behind him, and the assassin felt an arm on his windpipe. The assassin elbowed Brewer twice, only to feel the arm tighten. Spots formed in his eyes, and he knew if he did not do something quick, the fight was over. I'm sorry, but I don't know your Leanne. What happens to her is not my concern. Yes, you do. The assassin struggled against the chokehold. His hand struggled to loosen the grip around his throat. You do know her. Leanne is Rachel, and she is pregnant. The grip loosened, and the assassin moved, head-butting Brewer in the nose before elbowing him in the solar plexus. Brewer's grip released, and Assassin 101 scrambled away. He remained on his hands and knees, rubbing his throat, while he kept one eye on his assailant. Brewer remained where he was, nursing his now bleeding nose. The night seemed to pause as the two men contemplated their next move. The sounds of battle raged around them. Arrows crisscrossed the dawning sky. Mongols lay dying, their trebuchet and catapults ablaze. Smoke drifted from the interior of the fort as wooden carts burned. Old men and young men tried desperately to extinguish the flames, but the fires spread. Another barrage of arrows streaked into the bluish dawn as another boulder widened the breach in Alamut. What do you mean Rachel is Leanne? Brewer seethed after several moments of silence. No more lies, no more cryptic sentences about this and that. Tell me the truth. Assassin 101 sat, crossing his legs as he leaned back against the stone rampart. He slowed his breathing, rubbing his sore back. Fatigue and a month of non-stop skips and beatings had taken its toll. Brewer moved to stand a few feet in front of the assassin. He stared at the man before he sat and crossed his legs in the same position. The assassin saw more blood flowing down Brewer's side. When Rachel returned, she was badly beaten, the assassin began. Brewer nodded his concurrence. She said that a part of her died in that dungeon, the part of her that wanted to travel and be an assassin. So she switched and started using her middle name, Leanne. All of that matched what I had learned about my family history in the 26th century. The assassin shrugged. She asked me to keep an eye on you, so I did. Another boulder hit the rampart, this one close enough to rain stone debris on the two men. They ducked until the shower subsided. I tracked you all the way to Puerto Rico and lost you when you skipped. For the last several months, we've been trying to determine why the timelines are converging. The assassin pointed a finger at Brewer. Turns out it was you. What you do here in the next hour or so determines the fate of the world. Brewer shrugged it off. So what? I'm supposed to throw myself to the mercy of these... He pointed to the attackers, slowly advancing toward the fortress. Mongols? The assassin shrugged and slowly stood. His entire body ached, and his muscles stiffened from the prolonged fight and the sudden drop of adrenaline. We don't know the details, Rick. All we know is Alamut falls, and in a year or two, a young girl rebuilds your league into the Assassin's Guild. A young girl? Brewer stood as well, keeping a wary eye on the assassin. Najma? A smile touched his lips. That makes sense. Donovan researched the origin of the guild and provided us with that, the assassin replied. Another stone hit the fortress, and another quake trickled through the stone. He felt fatigue rack his body and knew it was time to play the only card he had left. Leanne also gave me a message for you, he said. She said, tell Rick that if he lives, then Holly never does. Anguish gripped Brewer. Who's Holly? the assassin continued, concern filling his voice. Leanne would not tell me. Brewer felt the world crash in around him. 500 years of life flashed before his eyes. The images blurred into a long stream of battles, but only 4 images were clear and in focus. Holly, Rachel, Farima, and Layla. The only 4 women he ever loved. Tears welled in Brewer's eyes. Holly was my wife. She died a long time ago, along with my daughter. Daughter? The time traveler stood, straightening his clothes. Yes, Brewer said. He offered a regretful smile to the man he had fought for the last half hour. Rachel is a very wise woman. Master! Mukaddam yelled from the central parapet across the courtyard. Look out! Both men turned to look at the captain and followed his pointed index finger toward the battlefield. They dove in opposite directions as another catapulted projectile sliced through the rampart where they had been standing. The assassin rolled and felt the stone foundation break beneath him. He tucked in his elbows and rolled twice more until the ground beneath him felt solid once more. He rose to a knee, his heart racing. Brewer took 2 steps and launched off the parapet as it exploded behind him. He grabbed a stone overhand from the next parapet and hung, suspended. His muscles burned from the 3 battles he had fought in one day. He willed his arms to work. Fire lit his left side as his sword wound opened more. With Herculean effort, he pulled himself up and rolled onto the stone parapet, gulping air. Rick, the assassin called across the distance. He reached for his pistol and realized all of his weapons sat on the ridge, out of reach. Damn! Brewer stood. Another volley of arrows arched into the early dawn, and he watched them impact the advancing force. The Mongols were close enough that some of them sprinted toward the breach. The bowmen were doing their best to cut them down, but a few entered the fortress. A slow smile crept across his lips, and he turned toward the assassin. Time to go home, Jason, he yelled, pointing toward the breach in the wall. I think history will work itself out now. I must find my Fedai and ensure that the guild is secure, he called. Now go. The last thing I need now is Leanne dropping in to kill me because you got hurt. Without another word, Brewer retreated into the bowels of Alamut, leaving Assassin 101 standing on the crumbling parapet in the middle of a medieval castle siege. Chapter 20. Brewer heard the sounds of the battle diminish as he ran deeper into Alamut. The corridors blurred past as he made turn after turn. Routes, long forgotten, resurfaced on demand as he descended further into the bowels of Alamut. He paused once, briefly, to dispatch an intruding Mongol. Brewer left his dagger in the man's chest and continued his trek before the man fell. He arrived at his destination as the fortress shook with another hit from a catapulted boulder. Dust rained down. Najma, he called, opening the door. The young woman stood, disheveled, over the bodies of 2 Mongols. She held a scimitar, dripping crimson, in both hands. 2 other invaders faced the woman. Both men turned to face Brewer as the door opened. Najma felled the closest one with a long downward stroke of her sword. The second man charged Brewer. Brewer dodged under the sweeping sword stroke, stepped inside the attack, and crushed the man's windpipe with a single punch. The man dropped his sword and grabbed his throat, gurgling. He was dead moments later. Brewer turned to see his Fedai standing calmly, blood dripping from the sword in her hands. It's time for you to execute the plan as we discussed, he ordered. No, she implored. We must flee. If you stay here, you will die. Brewer shook his head. My place is here. You must go and carry out my wishes. He pointed to a small door hidden behind a column. The way has been prepared. It will not be an easy journey. He gripped her shoulders, looking into her eyes. Find your servants and head out, now, before Alamut falls. He released the young woman and stepped back. She nodded. Follow my orders, and what you build will last for centuries. Now, go. Najma bowed and disappeared down the tunnel. Brewer picked up a double-edged battle axe dropped by the Mongols. Hefting the weapon for balance, he nodded his approval. It was time to face his destiny. The rising sun cast long shadows across the canyon as Assassin 101, sweaty, bruised, and bloody,
reached the crest of the ridge. The sounds of the battle waned, and he turned to see the marauders regrouping, anticipating that it would not be long before their final assault began. "Good luck, Rick," he mumbled, and pulled himself to the top of the ridge. He was not alone. 30 meters away stood a group of 5 Mongols in a rough semicircle, each man holding a piece of equipment belonging to the assassin: the plasma rifle, binoculars, stealth balaclava, and his sidearm. The men with the rifle and pistol continuously turned the weapons over in their hands, their heads cocked to one side, like puppies hearing a strange sound. Weaponless and injured against 5 armed warriors, he flirted with the thought of simply skipping back, but dismissed the thought. He could not leave those weapons and other items here in this time. He breathed a deep sigh. So much for a clean getaway. The assassin cleared his throat. The Mongol's head snapped around, wide eyes narrowing as they spied the lone, unarmed man in black. The men dropped their stolen gear, opting for their familiar axes. The leader flashed a toothless smile and nodded to the 2 men flanking him on his left. The battle raged.
Muqaddam, gather our remaining forces and prepare to advance.
The captain of the guard turned to see Nareen emerge from the shadows of the fortress. Muqaddam's clothes were torn. He bore numerous cuts across his body, and the blood of his enemies dripped from his sword. His shoulder-length black hair lay soaked with the sweat of exertion. He smiled and nodded. "Yes, master." He turned his face to the clear blue morning sky. "It is a good day to die." "It is a good day to live, my friend. I will lead the charge. I have another task for you." He, too, glanced up at the morning sky, his eyes tracing the ridge for any trace of the assassin. Nothing. "Yes, master?" Muqaddam asked, confused. "I want you to assign several men to protect the villagers here inside Alamut, to get them to safety. That was the original mandate of the League. If the League must perish today, I want it to die in the performance of its mission." And after that, he began, interrupted by a long scream that drew his attention to the ridge of the canyon as a man flew from the top. The flailing man disappeared behind the stone wall of the fortress. "After that, I have one more task for you." The Mongol warrior attacked at the command of his leader. Axe held high over his head, the man charged directly at the assassin with a thunderous yell. Assassin 101 waited calmly as the man closed the distance. The Mongol's slash landed on empty air as the assassin stepped to the side, grabbed the man's sand-colored shirt, and flung him off the ridge. The man's battle cry devolved into a scream of panic as he fell to his death. Assassin 101 picked up the dropped battle axe and faced his remaining opponents. A second Mongol attacked, and the assassin rendered him unconscious with a single blow to the temple with the handle of the battle axe. The assassin nodded and stepped toward the 3 remaining Mongols. The man to the left of the leader looked past the assassin towards the cliff. He then looked at the second man to attack, lying face down in the sand. The man shook his head, dropped his axe, and turned to run. He made it 1 step before the leader's axe removed his head from his shoulders with 1 stroke. "Coward!" the Mongol spat as the man collapsed onto the sandy desert. He turned to his right to see the last of his men running toward the morning sun. He leveled a curse at the man and his family. The assassin only caught a part of the curse, but whistled at the venom of the delivery. That brought the attention of the big man back to the assassin. Both men swung their axes and moved toward the other. Assassin 101 dropped into a defensive stance as the invader attacked. The assassin blocked the attack, spun, and hit the big man in the back with the flat edge of the double-bladed battle axe. The man howled, swinging blindly behind him. His left hand connected with the shoulder of the assassin, sending the smaller man flying. The assassin landed on his shoulder, the battle axe flying from numb fingers. He rolled, scrambling to his feet as the Mongol advanced. Assassin 101 ducked under a quick slice and made a 2-step dive for the discarded axe. The Mongol moved quickly for a big man and kicked the weapon out of reach. The assassin tossed a handful of sand at his attacker before rolling away. Leann Lassiter pushed her chair back from the dining table in the deserted cafeteria and rubbed her pregnant belly. She felt the baby kick and punch. She breathed a tired sigh as she felt Donovan's hand on her shoulder and patted it before standing. Assassin 12 and Treon Marr rose as well. Hardly a word had been spoken in the hour since they had left the control room. They had wound their way through the mahogany corridors to the dining hall in silence. Each ordered their meal and sat, with the exception of Marr, who had politely refused to dine. "No last meal?" Assassin 12 had asked.
"If your plan works," he had scoffed, "then my last meal was over 1,000 years ago."
Point. With dinner over, Donovan intended to take Leanne back to her apartment to rest. He began to lead her out of the dining hall when she stopped short. "No, we will return to the library," she said. "Rick does not leave my side until Jason returns." "I'll watch Councilman Marr," Assassin 12 said. Leanne and Donovan both turned to the woman. "You have first say as to how he dies," she said, nodding to Leanne. "But he is the reason I'm here. I will carry out the execution." Leanne held up her hand. "We will all go to the library," she affirmed. "I can rest there as well as my apartment, and we will all keep an eye on Rick." The trio, Brewer, Donovan, and Assassin 12, nodded their agreement. The four of them, along with the two guards still watching Marr, returned to the corridors. Their footfalls echoed in the empty 4 a.m. hallways. The sun would rise in a few hours, and a new day would dawn at the Assassin's Guild. "Leanne!" The pregnant woman turned to see Donovan, staring at an empty space in the corridor. "What?" "Assassin 12, he stumbled. "She just disappeared." Leanne studied both ends of the corridor. There was no sign of the woman. "What happened?" "She was standing beside me one moment, and then whoosh," Donovan replied. "She was gone." Marr offered a wry smile. "It appears that your husband has been successful. The timeline is repairing itself." "Then why are you still here?" Leanne said, suddenly not feeling well. He laughed. "Time simply hasn't caught up to me yet." Leanne nodded before grimacing in pain, exhaling through clenched teeth. Donovan and Brewer rushed to her side. She waved them off. "I'm okay." "No, Rachel," Brewer said. "You are not. You are going into labor." "No," she grunted through clenched teeth. "I'm not due for 6 weeks." "It may be the stress of the situation," Brewer offered. The pain subsided, but Leanne stayed hunched over. "I've seen this before, with Holly." His face paled, and Leanne suddenly felt sorry for him. "I don't want you to suffer the same fate," he continued. "We need to get you to the infirmary." She nodded as another contraction swelled. She paused, bending forward and placing her hands on her knees, breathing through the pain. "Your water broke," Brewer said as the pain subsided. "Come on, time to go see the doc." Donovan and Brewer led the woman down the corridor. Assassin 101 ducked inside the invader's attack, put his back to his opponent's chest, and began pile-driving his elbows backward. He matched every backward step that his adversary took, continuously plunging his elbows into the man. The attack worked until the Mongol dropped his axe, scooped up the assassin in a bear hug, and began to squeeze. The assassin stopped his attack, brought his hands forward, and attempted to tear himself from the grasp of the big man. He kicked and stomped at the Mongol's foot. The man howled and hoisted the assassin off the ground. The squeezing intensified, and the pain coursed through the assassin's back. He struggled for breath and felt at least 2 ribs crack. Desperate, the assassin rammed his head backward, connecting with the man's nose. The grip loosened, but the man did not let go. Assassin 101 repeated the attack a second time and felt himself drop to the ground as the man wailed in pain. The assassin landed on his hands and knees, sucking in air. The Mongol took 2 steps and kicked the assassin in the ribs. The operative rolled across the sand, using the kick's momentum to try to put distance between him and his attacker. He made it to his feet in time to duck under another attack. Something shiny glinted in the morning sunlight, and the assassin moved in that direction. It did not matter what the object was, but he hoped that it was a weapon. Assassin 101 knew that he could not fight this man hand-to-hand with his current injuries. The assassin took 2 additional steps and dove for it. Pain racked his body as he landed on his shoulder and grabbed the object.
His vision tunneled as he rolled into a kneeling position, flicked off the safety of his rifle, and pulled the trigger. Blood ran down the marauder's red, angry face as he ran full tilt toward the assassin. The man was less than 10 feet away and advancing when the plasma beam vaporized him. The assassin felt a slight breeze as air rushed to fill the suddenly vacated space. He collapsed on his back, the rifle falling to his side. Assassin 101 lay in the morning sun, panting and wincing with every breath. It took several minutes before he could sit up, and several more before he felt the energy to move. He collected his discarded gear before moving over to the edge of the ridge. He sat down, every movement a deliberate effort, and a fight against the pain in his body. He finally settled into position, his feet hanging off the cliff, to watch the battle below. "Open the doors!" The heavy wooden doors that guarded the fortress of Alamut pushed outward from the stone rampart that housed them. The attackers shielded their eyes against the dust displaced by the wooden doors. They did not see the 24 bowmen inside the walls of Alamut release their volley, nor did they see the arrows through the dust. They only felt the pain of the impacts of the arrowheads. The bowmen fired 3 more volleys into the blinding sand before calmly stepping aside and letting the infantry take over. The sudden and unexpected attack from the defenders of Alamut created the pause that Brewer had hoped for as he led the charge out of the gate. The sound of his battle cry reached the enemy long before they could see him through the dissipating dust, but the effect was profound. The closest enemy combatants, stunned by the sudden attack, fell as the last 100 warriors of the League poured from the fortress. Rick and his warriors advanced in waves of 20, 2 ranks of 10 men. Each wave emerged from Alamut and advanced in a different direction, pushing the fatigued marauders back. The fresh infantry from the fortress drove deep into the ranks of the marauders in a matter of minutes. The screams of the wounded blended with the League's battle cries, the sounds echoing across the canyon. Brewer carried a scimitar at his waist and a pointed spear in his hands. He swung the spear, hitting one man in the temple before plunging the metal tip into another. He executed a 2-handed block, the enemy's sword leaving a deep gash in the wood staff, before he rotated the weapon, striking the man's head. The men rallied behind him. Morale was high as they cut through the enemy force. The defenders of Alamut were winning. Brewer cut down a marauder and turned to hit another when the ground began to shake. Then he heard it. He turned his head to see a phalanx of cavalry bearing down upon them. Galloping horses kicked up dust and sand as they charged toward the Alamut defenders, swords flashing in the morning sun. Brewer hurled the spear in the direction of the cavalry before drawing his scimitar. "Long live the guild!" he yelled, and charged the advancing horsemen. Leanne gritted her teeth as another contraction racked her abdomen. Donovan stood on one side of her bed, Brewer on the other. A doctor and 2 nurses completed the ensemble in the infirmary. The wave passed, and she breathed in deep. "And I thought the beating I took in Kane's dungeon was painful," she joked. "You are doing fine," the doctor said, nodding. She checked the nearby monitor. "The baby is fine." Donovan smiled at the humor, but Brewer seemed preoccupied. His face blanched white, and he staggered backward, releasing the woman's hand. He righted himself. "I think my time is at an end, Rachel. But the good news is that Jason should be home soon." Donovan released Leanne's hand and moved around to stand beside Brewer, supporting him as he spoke. He patted Donovan's shoulder. "I still hold you responsible for all of this," he smirked. "But it was worth it. Every day of it." Leanne tensed as another contraction began. The pain swelled, and she grabbed Brewer's hand, squeezing. He felt his bones crack and break under the pressure. Leanne held her breath despite a chorus of "breathe," only exhaling as the pain began to subside. "Not long now," the doctor said, "but you have to breathe through the pain." She glanced at the monitor again. "Next time, I think you can start pushing, but breathe." "Rachel," Rick began, his voice low. The woman looked over and saw a ghost-white shell of the man she knew. "I never told you how I really felt,"
Yes, she replied. Yes, you did. In the letter you left for me. But I never said it. He smiled. Rachel. He bent and kissed her forehead, his lips cold on her skin. Rick Brewer vanished. Leanne screamed, "No!" as another contraction racked her body. Assassin 101 winced as the cavalry ran over the last defenders of the fortress. He lost sight of Brewer as the dust from the hooves obscured the scene. The sounds of battle died off as the dust dissipated from the morning air. The assassin retrieved the binoculars from their pouch at his side and scanned the battle scene below. It took several minutes to locate his target. He instantly regretted waiting for the outcome of the battle. Rick Brewer lay broken on the battlefield, his body twisted and mangled from the stampede. He was not alone. Hundreds, if not thousands of men lay dead or dying. Burning catapults and trebuchets sent smoke billowing into the otherwise blue sky. The walls of Alamut continued to crumble as marauders infiltrated the besieged fortress. A group of Mongols gathered around the survivors as the rest of the horde began stripping weapons from the dead. The assassin could not hear the conversation, but it appeared one of Brewer's men was surrendering. The assassin zeroed back on Brewer's body. The invaders hoisted the body into the air in a victory celebration. He sighed, replaced the binoculars, and unslung the pulse rifle. He propped the rifle on his knee and sighted in on the celebration. "No one deserves to be paraded around," he muttered, as the group came into focus. The rangefinder built into the scope flashed red. It was a beyond maximum range shot. The assassin sighted and waited as the group slowly weaved their way across the battlefield. The sight flashed green, and the assassin pulled the trigger. Muqaddam al-Din dropped his scimitar to the ground at the feet of Hulagu, the Mongol leader. "My name is Rukn al-Din Kursha, Imam of Alamut." Sweat and blood dripped from the captain of the guard, not yet convinced that Nareen's plan would work. "If you guarantee safe passage for my family, the fighting ends." Muqaddam watched as dozens of Mongols stripped the dead. He winced as they found Nareen, hoisted him above their shoulders, and paraded him across the battlefield. The man impersonating Rukn ducked as a flash of lightning vaporized the body and everyone around it. Hulagu turned his head away from the smoldering remains toward the bright, clear morning sky. He paused for a moment before turning his attention to Muqaddam. "Safe passage for anyone who surrenders." Assassin 101 emerged from the skip portal into a nearly empty control room. He took 2 steps and fell to his knees. That brought one of the 2 technicians on duty to his side. He removed the pulse rifle from the assassin's hands, telling the man to relax. "No welcoming committee?" he asked. "I was told to take you straight to the infirmary," the technician replied. "There has been an accident." "Leanne, your wife is fine, assassin," the chief of the council said as she entered the room. 2 guards took up positions on either side of the door. She assisted the technician and brought the assassin to his feet. "You look like hell," she said. "Thank you, Chief," Assassin 101 replied. He gathered his strength, straightened his ratty, dusty, and bloody clothes, and began the slow, painful limp toward the infirmary. "Your mission was a success," she said, matching his slow and sometimes awkward gait. The guards maintained their distance behind them. "Assassin 12 has returned to her timeline, and Councilman Rick Brewer, simply vanished about 30 minutes ago." "Any disruptions to the timeline?" "None that we can tell," she replied, "other than Apprentice 17 is now alive and well." "And your memories?" he asked. He grunted with each step. "How do you remember everything if the timeline changed?" "That one we haven't figured out yet." The distant cry of a baby filled the corridor. She smiled. "But I think you may have other things to concern yourself with." The assassin increased his pace before the chief of the council reached out a hand and stopped him.
He turned to look the woman in the eyes. "Thank you, Jason," the woman said. She had never used his real name before, and he smiled at the sound. Exhaustion kept him from contemplating the meaning behind it. She placed an envelope in his hand. "The entire council thanks you." The woman turned and disappeared down the corridor, taking the guards with her. Assassin 101 stood alone in the corridor. He opened the letter and read it. He reread it. A smile curled his lips. A baby cried again, and he moved like a shot as quickly as he could to the infirmary. He stopped in the doorway and saw Leanne lying in a bed, a newborn in her arms. Donovan stood over her. They both turned to see the assassin as he entered the room, tears streaming down his face. "Jason," Leanne called quietly. The baby, swaddled in a blue and white blanket, remained quiet. Her joy turned to concern as she saw the cuts, the blood, and his clothes. "Are you all right?" He smiled, relief flooding his body. "I am now." Donovan grabbed a chair, and Assassin 101 sat down. He winced at the movement from his wounds, but pushed it from his mind as he looked at his wife cradling his newborn son. The assassin placed the envelope on the bed as he reached out for his son. He touched the baby's soft fingers. Leanne motioned toward the envelope and raised an eyebrow. "The chief of the council handed me that in the corridor," he said, mesmerized by the newborn. "I've been retired." "What?" "I'm retired," he said again, the sound of the word strange in his mind. "So no more skips for me, no more missions." "Jason, that's fantastic." She gripped his hand, squeezing tightly. "There's more," he said. He stood slowly and kissed her forehead as a wave of pain from his ribs and back reminded him of his injuries. "I've also been assigned to the council to replace Trion Mar." The guild physician and a nurse entered the room, and the doctor touched the assassin's shoulder. "Come on, councilman," she said with a smile. "Let's get you treated. You can spend time with your family soon." "Just make sure I get the next bed over," the new councilman said. The doctor and nurse gently laid him on the bed and rolled it next to Leanne and the baby. He reached out and held his wife's hand. "What happened to Rick?" Leanne asked. "He died, so that the guild could live," Jason said, wincing as he stretched. He smiled reassuringly, and he did not go quietly. "Did you decide on a name?" Donovan asked, changing the subject. Leanne looked at her husband, who nodded. "Yes." She smiled up at the administrator. "Richard Donovan Lassiter." "Rick would be honored," Donovan said, kissing Leanne on the forehead. "And so am I." He placed a hand on the infant and smiled warmly. "Welcome to the Assassin's Guild." This has been Assassin's End, Time Assassins, Volume 3, written by R. Kyle Hanna, narrated by Rick McVey. Copyright 2016 by R. Kyle Hanna. Production copyright 2018 by R. Kyle Hanna.